If you're like me, you're always wondering when you try to pronounce a French author's name or the title of one of their books if you're saying it correctly. But I have good news. By the end of this bookshelf tour, you'll feel like you just spent 6 months studying in Paris, because you'll know exactly how to pronounce the names and major book titles of virtually all the important French authors that you'll encounter in your day-to-day and scholarly reading. Before we started recording, I asked my guest today, Dr. James Martell, if he could do me a big favor and pronounce for us each of the French book titles and author names in his collection, and then give us a literal translation of each title into English. As you may know, the titles we have in English of works originally written in French are often not literal translations, so you'll be able to compare the English title you already know with the literal French translation provided by Dr. Martell. In this bookshelf tour, you won't just learn pronunciation. You'll also learn about the differences between French and American book culture, publishing, and ways of reading. Dr. Martell is a professor of French literature at Lyon College and the author of 2 monographs, the co-author of 1 scholarly book, and the editor or co-editor of 3 books and 1 special journal volume. He teaches French literature, English and world literature, as well as the French language itself. He also teaches film studies and runs the film studies minor program at Lyon College. Dr. Martell is also an artist and art collector, and we tour at the end of the video his oil paintings and his collection of masks, sculptures, and other items. He is also the first guest to feature a library cat in one of his photos, and the first guest with a ladder in his library, which is needed to reach the top shelves of his bookcases, which are 9 shelves high. Before we jump in, just a quick note that there are some bonus resources that go along with this bookshelf tour in the first link in the description. There's a book giveaway, plus you can download all of the high-resolution photos of Dr. Martell's library. You'll also get a resources spreadsheet, which will give you links for where to find some of the key books and other resources we talked about in this video. You'll also get my classics resources spreadsheet, which collects in one place all the key details for the major facing page translation book sets, like the Loeb Classical Library and other similar sets from Harvard University Press, as well as other publishers of facing page translation libraries. You also get a free book where I gathered all the best advice about how to manage your library and how to improve your reading from the 55+ hours of bookshelf tours I've conducted over the past couple of years. Just click the first link in the description to get all of these free bonus resources. Also, if you'd like to do a bookshelf tour with me, please email timothy@timothykenny.com. Lastly, a big thank you to all of my students for your continued support that makes these long-form bookshelf tours possible. There are 2 courses I teach that may interest you and are most relevant to the books we talked about in this tour. The first is my self-directed learner course, which will help you build all the skills required to pursue lifelong education through all the key steps like learning project organization, skill investing, research, reading and annotating, note-taking, memorizing, and putting your learning into action directly or through a program of deliberate practice. Please click the second link in the description for more on the self-directed learner course. The second course is called Polyglot and is designed to help you learn the most important 12 classic and modern languages in parallel, so you can read the classics and important academic works and papers in their original languages. In this course, I share my unique methodology for language learning that solves all the major problems that cause so many people to give up on a language after a few weeks or months of study. Please click the third link in the description to learn more about the 12 languages included in this one-of-a-kind course. If you'd like to learn more about my other courses, programs, and learning tracks, and how you can support the production of these bookshelf tours, please click the fourth link in the description where you can view my complete course catalog. And now let's get into the bookshelf tour with Dr. James Martell. All right, so James, thanks a lot for agreeing to show us your library. And why don't we start off by just telling us a little bit about your background and how you've built this collection and organized it.
Sure. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you for the invitation. This is amazing. I'm so happy to be here and to show you guys a little bit of my life in books. So I was raised in Mexico City. I was the son of a person who my father was like barely had any education, right? So that made him like more education, and we had books always around. He gave me books since I was very young. And after debating going to law school or doing philosophy, I ended up doing philosophy. And then after that, I ended up doing a master's in the U.S. In Hispanic literature, and then my PhD in comparative literature, mostly in French. And then after that, I got a job as a French professor, and I am a French professor right now at Lyon College in Arkansas. And yeah, I always collected books since I was very young, and they have been following me around from my time in Mexico. Then, when I did my grad school, I was also living in France and in Germany, so I would get books while I was living there. So my life has been moving around with boxes and boxes of books, and then finally, that I got this house, um, and I built these shelves. What was one of the first things that I did after I bought the house? And because that was my dream. I had some nice bookshelves back when I was younger, but nothing like this. So yeah, and then here we are now. I don't know how many volumes I have. My wife says that thousands, but I don't think that much. But yeah, this is the product of all my career as a French literature and philosophy professor, mostly comparative literature as well. And as you can tell from that desk there, I'm always working on too many things at the same time between classes and papers and books. Um, so yeah, that is pretty much an introduction I can give you. So I'm ready to dig into some of the books and tell the story of the library through also the story of my life.
Yeah. Okay, so this is the first shelf here, and we've got a close up for this left side. Which books here stand out for you?
Uh so the first one that I see, because this is exactly the first shelf as you mentioned, right? So this is where the A will be, but also this is where I have like different authors or books without one author, right? So you have obviously the Bible, and then you have the Zohar that I started to begin reading recently because I'm very interested in Lilith and in Jewish mysticism. They're next to the Bible, a beautiful book too. And then like books like The Myths of Mesopotamia, right? Classical literary criticism, which was like a book from my first class in doing my PhD studies, and then anthologies of French poetry, right? So you have the Anthologie de la Poésie Française du XIXe siècle, right? So that will be the anthology of French poetry of the 19th century. Then the second volume of that for the second part of the century, right? Um, then you have a history of private life. So these books that are again um, many authors, their collections, right? They are also kind of like reference books, right? Like Encyclopédie that you have there, like the encyclopedia, the original encyclopedia from Diderot and Alain Badiou. Um, and yeah, I don't use them that often. They have been part of reference books for different uh, works. There's one there that is interesting, and sadly, you guys can see it. That it has like the paper kind of like covers the title a little bit, but it is Le Temps de la Bêtise, which means the time of stupidity, and that's because I've been working on notions of stupidity um, in French literature and in French, you guys know to be stupid is to be bête, right? Which also means animal, right? So that collection kind of reflected a lot on the relation between our notions of what is dumb and our perceptions of animality, right? You have then another collection there, the Inhumain or the Inhuman, right? And then Freud et l'image or Freud and the image. So these are again these collections um, of different authors that I either got for references or got uh, for papers that I'm writing, or even like that one, for example, that I see upside down. It says Infini. That's actually a journal, like a magazine, right? It's the one below Freud et l'Image. And actually, if I could show it to you, it has a picture of Joyce, because it's a collection or a special issue of that magazine that discusses Joyce. And a friend got it to me back in Mexico City. You say it's 95, and she probably gave it to me around 2001, 2002, as a gift, because I was getting into Joyce. I was going to be a Joycean before I became, before I became a Beckettian. I will talk about Beckett very soon when we go to that part of the bookshelves. You see there, for example, the Grande Anthologie, Les Passeurs de Millénaires, like the big anthology, or the passing people. It's hard to translate, of the millennia. That's because I was teaching a class on science, like French science fiction. So that's a collection of like recent science fiction. Right. The other one that stands out there, well, we're getting to Beckett a little bit. We have a book for Nelson Mandela, which was a book that has many articles from different writers. And it has one from Jacques Derrida, about whom we're going to talk a lot, because that's my main subject of study. I dedicated my life to two authors for the most part: Jacques Derrida, the French thinker, and Samuel Beckett, the Franco-speaking Irish writer. So there will be a lot about that, right?
One other thing that might be cool for us to talk about when you notice is this. I've seen this before. This and could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, the Livre de Poche. So that's a very traditional French edition, right? Literally means the book of your pocket, or in your pocket, right? And it's something that, the first time I went to France 20 something years ago, right? Like, something that struck me is how people were reading everywhere, right? Like, people were reading on the subway, people were reading on the streets, and like, it's just a very, literary adjacent culture, just as it is a very art adjacent culture, right? Like, so usually when you have collections, that it might be the classics, it might be something newer. This particular set of this publisher, Livre de Poche, is very popular, right? I think the easier comparison we'll have with American or with Anglo books are these kind of small paperbacks that you will get sometimes at airports, right? That sadly they're disappearing more and more. There was an article, I think, in the New York Times recently, about how they might be dying, but yeah. So that's kind of a very popular, very spread out type of edition that tells you how, and it's very successful. So it tells you how much the French read, right? And the Franco world reads, and it's cheap too, right? So we'll talk about other more expensive editions. These are rather cheap editions that they could be classics, as I said, or this one is not that classic. It's a little newer, but they make it that people can, spread literacy very easily. France, yeah. I would like to mention there. So you see, you have Nelson Mandela, for Nelson Mandela. Then you have a book of Beckett scholarship that is very inaugural, Porter Abbott, Beckett writing Beckett. But under that one, you see a bag next to Kobo Abe's, the Japanese writer's, the Boxman. And the reason there's a bag instead of a book is that is the Japanese version of that book, of Kobo Abe's The Boxman. I was lucky enough to go to Japan a couple of years ago, and for a conference, and I don't read Japanese. I wish. I just have a couple of sentences that made my life easier there. But I really, if I think of one Japanese book that I love with all my heart, is Kobo Abe's The Boxman. So even though I didn't read it, I was like, I need to buy it. And also I have that kind of, I wanted to, it's a very beautiful edition. I wanted to protect it. So, and I like the bag. So I decided just to keep it in the bag there. And then I have other books by Kobo Abe, people might recognize. The Woman in the Dunes, very famously made into a movie as well, that you can watch on the Criterion Collection. And then Secret Rendezvous, also a fantastic book, right? Then I see there Le Verbier, Le L'Homme au Loup. It's a psychoanalytic book by Nicolas and Maria Torok. Le Verbier it's hard to translate. It's almost like the verbal collection, if you will, of the Wolfman. This is the famous Wolfman from Freud's case, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it has a preface by Derrida. That's the reason why I have it, even though the book is great. But it talks about language and how the psychoanalytic dimensions of language, especially in the case of the Wolfman, sorry, because he was also a polyglot, and his case was related to how he would speak in some languages or others, or say some things in one language or other. And as somebody who speaks a couple languages and teaches them, that's very relatable. I see there like a German collection of stories, Meistererzählungen. That one I haven't read, but it's just there. Yeah, that one exactly. It's a collection that somebody inherits to me. So the tales of the masters will be in English.
So which languages have you studied or learned otherwise?
So obviously my mother tongue is Spanish, although I grew up speaking English quite a bit because my mother had lived in the U.S. and we had contacts, and American culture is very close to Mexico City, particularly. Then I did French as the language that I decided to dedicate my life to, because my family also, my last name is Martell, which is a French last name. So at some point in the 19th century, some parts of my family came from, or at least my paternal family came from France. So then I did French because of that, and philosophy. And then during my PhD, I was gonna just keep focusing on French for the most part. And my advisor, who was his name he passed recently, Joe Buttigieg, which is the father of Pete Buttigieg, funny enough.
Wow.
He was like, no, your French is great. You need to do German. And I was scared, but I did it. So yeah, and that's why for most of my PhD, I ended up living in Berlin in the summers, and I did that. And then I can, because of French and Spanish, I can read Italian and I can read Portuguese. But when I speak it is very strange. It's easy to get confused with those. So those are my main 4 languages, and the ones I work on are mostly French, German, and English. I don't work too much in Spanish, although right now I was going back to Borges a little bit for something, an event that I have in a couple of weeks.
That's really interesting. You mentioned Joseph Buttigieg, because he's the translator of the prison notebooks.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have those? Do you have those here somewhere?
No, I wish I did. It's something weird for your audience who are polyglots. I don't know if this happens to them, but like, when you speak the language or you can read it, you kind of always wants to read it in that language. Yeah. So part of me, I have not gotten into Gramsci that much, but it's like I need to get Gramsci first in Italian, and then I'll get them. But yeah. We used to joke about when Pete was running for president, that the scandal was going to be when they figured out that Pete's father was a Gramscian Marxist. But it never came out. I think it came out in one little piece of news, but it wasn't a big thing. But oh yeah, Joe was fantastic, and always, I remember him fondly, always smoking outside of the building. He loved literature. He met Beckett, funny enough, as a young man. Yeah, and I didn't find out about it through Joe, but through the letters of Beckett, because he met a young person in Malta, and I figured out that was Joe. Yeah, exactly. But no, I need some Gramsci. My Marxist friends who watch this are going to be disappointed in me. But yeah, so then you start seeing a lot of Beckett, right? So you see the Rough Companion to Beckett, edited by Ackerley and Gontarski, a friend of mine. Demented Particulars, the Annotated Murphy. So if there is some kind of like scholarship that you're going to see a lot, books on are Beckett, right? Then you see books. One of my current books that it's on the review right now is on Surfaces in French thought. That's kind of what has been my biggest project after my Beckett Derrida book. So I have that book on Surface and Symbol. I will confess, have not read it, but got it recently. to keep working on that. And then Adorno, for those of your audiences who are into theory, critical theory, right? He's kind of one of our main guys, right? Aesthetic Theory was the first book I got from Adorno for a class I had at Notre Dame. And I enjoyed it. I wrote an essay on it. I have not published it, but it got an A minus. It was okay. And then you have the Dialectik der Aufklärung, right? The Dialectic of the Enlightenment of Horkheimer and Adorno there in German, which I skimmed. I read parts there, but not the whole book. Minima Moralia, the same thing. You have it there in the German editions. We can talk about how the Germans, kind of like the French, have these beautiful editions that are very simple, very sober, right? Not a lot of covers, right, with images, but rather more with uniformity. That is, and you can see from the Dialectik der Aufklärung, it's a Fischer Verlag, and they have the fish, right? They're exactly those cute fish there as a symbol of the publisher, right? And yeah, these lovely books. Something funny about German books, as we'll see others, are that they are, in general, kind of small. So when you travel and you read, it's kind of very easy to have important books without having them very big and heavy, right? Yeah, that you got Minima Moralia. I think next to it is the English version. Sometimes for quoting purposes or even just for reading fast, I do get the English versions as well, even if I read the language. You have then Aeschylus, the Oresteia, a set of tragedies or cycle of tragedies that are very important for my first research on matricide. That's my first book was on the title, and we'll look at my books later. The title was Modernism, Self-Creation, and Matricide, but the publishers at Routledge didn't want to have matricide. They wanted to have something softer, so it is the official title now is The Maternal, right? But the Oresteia, for those of you who are fans of classic tragedies, right? Orestes killing his mother is a big thing at the end of the cycle, right? And how that makes the Furies turn into the welcoming ones, right? So yeah, so a couple of editions there. Since I don't read ancient Greek, I can look at terms. I have like a good etymological understanding of Greek sometimes, so I can look at terms, and sometimes I will do that to try to, and together with dictionaries and translators, figure out if what exactly is it saying, right? But yeah, that's the reason why I have Aeschylus there. Then some Agamben. I'm not the biggest fan of Agamben. I should read more. You see it there in a small book, Creation and Anarchy. I honestly don't remember why I got that book in particular. But yeah, other critical theory people will have tons of Agamben, for sure. Alberti on painting, right? I also specialize on aesthetics. We'll talk about art quite a bit, right? And so when we want to understand the history of art and painting and aesthetics, right? You think of Alberti as one of the main first theories, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the book there next to Alberti, that one I can talk about quite a bit. Is one of those cases where I knew the author. That's Pierre Alferi. The book is called Hors Sol. Hors Sol is hard to translate. It just means outside of the ground, right? Hors is outside in French. Sol is ground or floor. It's a sci-fi book. I have to go into an anecdote to tell you about Pierre. So when in 2010 I was at Caen, a place called l'IMEC, which is an institute of the memory for publishing, if you will, in France, which pretty much what it is a place for archives of literature, so and philosophy. So I was there to do research on Derrida, Jacques Derrida. He had passed 6 years before, in 2004. And in order to do research, you need to ask permission to the person who holds the rights for the archive, right? And the person was Marguerite Derrida, which was Derrida's widow. So anyway, I did that, went to do the research. It's in a beautiful abbey, l'Abbaye d'Ardenne in Caen, in Normandy. Beautiful to visit if you can one day do it, anybody. And Anyway, I was staying there, and what happens is like you do research in the morning, then there's a lunchtime, and as you all know, the French lunch is rather long and enjoyable, and there's wine. And it was in this abbey, this old building. So I went downstairs, and there was this big table, and I there were people already there, but I'm kind of shy in general if I don't know people, so I sat down in another table, and a guy approached me and was like a young guy in his 40s, and he was like, "Hey, like you should sit with us," and I sat next to him. And at some point, we're all researchers, and they asked me what I was doing, and I said I'm researching Derrida and Beckett. And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I know about you. My mom told me about you." And I was like, "Your mom?" And then he said, "Yeah, I'm Derrida's son." So I was like, "Oh, I'm Pierre Alceri." He introduced himself, and and we had a lovely conversation. I decided that it would be very rude to just ask him about Derrida, just going to hear about his own research. And anyway, he was a great guy. We talked about football, soccer, funny enough. Um, and later, I learned that he was a published author. He was a very famous writer. Sadly, he passed 2 or 3 years ago. Um, I was in contact with him a little bit, but yeah, I recommend if any of your readers read French, Pierre Alceri is a fantastic writer. There are a couple things that have been translated to English. He also was an amazing artist. He actually was a professor at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, the School of Fine Arts. I met some of his students recently, and we chatted about him. But anyway, yeah, it's a fantastic, fantastic thinker. There's a novel next to that, of Sol. I don't see the title, and I don't remember the title. I apologize for that. I just bought it recently because a friend of mine who also knew him, I mentioned this anecdote to him that I just told you guys, and my friend was like, "Oh, he wrote a novel about that place." And I was like, "Oh my god, that is amazing!" So I just got that novel, and it's the one there underneath. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward. I know it's sad that my bookshelf doesn't let us see the title, but and it's not translated to English yet. But I'm looking forward to reading it and kind of reliving that anecdote of meeting Derrida's son, Pierre Alceri. Fantastic guy, and fantastic writer, for sure. Yeah, so there we can talk about the first title that I see there in French, L'espèce humaine, Robert Antelme. Uh, so l'espèce, right, means a species, literally, right? Humaine, human, right? But it's translated as the human race, right? If I do have, actually, I don't have a translation of that particular book. I do have a translation of a book written that I was actually teaching this semester on that book, because L'espèce humaine from Robert Antelme is a narrative of the Holocaust, right? Antelme was a survivor of the Holocaust. He was the husband of the French writer Marguerite Duras, that we're going to see in a second. Talk about her quite a bit. Um, but yeah, it's one of the most important books of the 20th century, I would say, especially French, obviously. Robert Antelme was not Jewish. He was rather imprisoned in the camps because he was part of the resistance. He was a political prisoner. He was a Dachau, among others. And when he came back from the camps, he was weighing, I think, 35 kilos. Really, yeah. It's amazing that he survived for a long time. So anyway, that book is fantastic. It's one of those that if I'm asked as a French professor of the 20th century to recommend books that you must read, I'll say L'espèce humaine, the human race of Robert Antelme. Then I see close thereby Beckett, a book that's called Beckett by Didier Rancieux. It's a French psychoanalyst. It's a fantastic book on a psychoanalyst and theory person who engages with Beckett in a personal way of writing that I think something to reflect on when we think about the difference between American audiences and French audiences is how much French literature is linked to psychoanalysis, right? To the history of psychoanalysis, right? It always shocks my students when I explain to them how the main therapy form in France is psychoanalysis, because there is a big prejudice against Freud and psychoanalysis in the US.
Yeah.
Right, and which there have been articles on how that's changing a little bit, and I can talk about psychoanalysis for ages, but anyway, so that's a very French book on Beckett, and it kind of also explains to the audiences how literature in France in the 20th century cannot be thought without the history of psychoanalysis, right?
Yeah. I don't know if maybe
Mhm.
it makes more sense to get into that a bit more as we go, but I'm definitely interested in how that could be. I mean, it's honestly surprising to hear that, and like cognitive behavioral therapy is sort of like one of the big ones, if not really the big one in America. So I'm curious, like how that does that exist in France, or how has it been integrated?
I mean, I'm not an expert per se on the other forms of therapy in France. I would say some of the American, like cognitive behavioral therapy, have gotten there a little bit, but I would say it's still the main, most common form of therapy that you will find in psychoanalysis. There are different schools, right? There's obviously psychiatry, especially when you go to cases that are more serious that need medication. But yeah, in general, I would say like if it exists, it's a minority.
Wow.
Uh, somebody could like here have a bigger a psychologist from France might be like, no, that's not true, and we can discuss it. But I think in general, from my circle, and even when I was trying to, I do psychoanalysis in the U.S. Um, with somebody from Philadelphia, but because at some point I was gonna do it in French, so I was trying to look in France, and it was most of the therapies that I would find would be psychoanalysis. Yeah, we can talk
What are
more
the
about it.
yeah? Could
Yeah.
you just say what the major schools are?
I think obviously for the biggest one I'll say is Lacanian, Jacques Lacan, and we're gonna get to my Lacan books, right? Lacan is spelled Lacan, right? The main, I'll say, psychoanalyst after Freud, right? The guy who transformed psychoanalysis and became super influential in cultural studies, especially in cinema studies. We can talk about that as we go to other books. But you have that. Then you have Melanie Klein, actually coming not from France, but influential in France. And then you have others that we'll see later, like Julia Kristeva, more of a feminist kind of branch of it, and she's still alive, Julia Kristeva, and Lucy Irigaray, also more of a feminist, right? But I'll say Lacanian and Freudian are still the biggest ones. And then nowadays, there are other branches. For example, I have a friend who is working with neuropsychoanalysis. So it's like these attempts of bringing neurology and psychoanalysis together. Um, and that's happening a lot rather in the UK, because psychoanalysis is also big in the UK. So yeah, I was invited to participate in one of those, one of the first mini symposiums of the neuropsychoanalysis organization of Great Britain, small
Wow.
group of folks. Yeah, I couldn't because the schedule was horrible, but yeah, there's something that is happening, so we can definitely talk about it. You see there or other books by Ancieux as well. So Ancieux also one of the important psychoanalysts, especially in relation um, to French literature, right? Um, then you have a classic there. You see Apollinaire, alcohol, right? So alcohols, literally, alcohol, right? Just a classic of French poetry, right? If you're a French literature guy, you need to have some Apollinaire. Um, we see other two books of French poetry, Louis Aragon, which one is the bigger one, the white one is Le Crève-Cœur, which is the crever is an interesting verb in French because it's kind of like to kill, but to explode, to die in this. Like you could say, for example, like humans died, so les humains meurent, but animals crèvent. Les animaux crèvent, right? So it's kind of not a good way of destruction or of dying, right? And Le Crève-Cœur is a traditional, or not traditional, a famous collection of poetry of Aragon. And then Le Nouveau Crève-Cœur, so the new Crève-Cœur, right? The new exploding heart, if you will.
So these
right?
3 books here kind of are a good starter pack for French poetry.
Yes, sort of, yeah. The one with Louis Aragon, the brown one, which is Louis Aragon, Benjamin Perret, and Man Ray. That one is also cool because it's very sexy. It has some very like
Oh, good.
sexy pictures by Man Ray, a famous American French artist, right? And has like, you know, yeah, erotica in the good surrealist sense. So I recommend, that's a beautiful edition too. If people want to get some French poetry with amazing erotic photography, I do recommend that little 1929 is the title of that book. Then there we have Aika is a famous painter. We'll see a painting of his soon. Friend of Beckett. So that's why I have that one there. And there, I don't know if should we talk about the books that are vertical? Yeah. So you passed Hannah Arendt's The Origins of Totalitarianism. There you go. That one is sorry, that one was upside down. We'll talk about that in a second if you want to. But we look at the Aristotle's there, the Love Classical. Okay, there you go. So we can talk about those as well as Arendt in a second. So I don't have many loves. I wish I did. They are beautiful. Again, I don't speak. I cannot read without a problem or easily ancient Greek, but I can look at terms and especially when I'm working with philosophy, I really want to see what are the terms that the text is using, and translations change so much that especially the when you work philosophy, it's all about the exactitude of the terms. So I have there my physics by Aristotle, books 1 to 4, because I work sometimes on what is called biodeconstruction, so notions of life in deconstruction, and then the politics. Obviously, everybody needs the politics of Aristotle to understand the world, right? And the poetics also because again I'm a literary scholar, right? With the Longinus on the Sublime as a fantastic text as well. For literature scholar as well, right? And then the physics, again, other editions. As I said, sometimes you need to collate between editions and translations, and also the introductions are great. Yeah, I have many poetics versions of the poetics for that. Then yeah, I see more French stuff that is Antonin Artaud is very important there. You see, it has a contrary to there you go, to most of the books in French that tend to have or the French editions tend to have fewer images. Sometimes they will include a couple images. And Artaud, that's one of his self-portraits, right? You see it there, and you see that I have quite a bit of Artaud. That one is a very famous book called Pour en finir avec le jugement de Dieu, which means to finish with the judgment of God. Which was a script that he actually read on the radio. And I recommend, guys, if you can, it's on YouTube. Like, listen to Antonin Artaud reading Pour en finir avec le jugement de Dieu. It's a trip because he was a theater person, and it's fantastic.
Could you just explain the significance of Artaud in the big picture also?
Oh God, yes. Artaud is fantastic. It's like a knot of things because he was with the surrealists at the beginning. So you think about the beginning of surrealism, right? But he escaped them as well because he felt that they had many rules and it was very constricting. He at some point went to Mexico, to the desert, with the Tarahumaras to eat peyote and do some rituals. He was in Ireland too at some point, and he had a lot of like mental issues, and then they were not helped by the misunderstanding of psychiatry. So I think he got electroshocks and things like that. But he's important also for theater studies. You see there, Le Théâtre et son double, so the theater and its double, which is still, I think, a text that people in theater read, which is kind of rethinking modern theater. So in Artaud, you have this conflation between kind of psychoanalysis in terms of his mental health, art, because he also painted, right? Theater, let's say experimental states with the drugs, right? The history of psychiatry in France, right? And then a kind of like movement of liberation, right? Like France, as you all know, a very Catholic country for many centuries, right? And then after the revolution, with strong push for secular life, right? That still plays a role. And Artaud is still writing these books at the beginning of the 20th century, with this idea of like there's still a remnant of religiousness that or religious morality, if you will, that makes judgment of others easy, right? So that's why it's called To Finish with the Judgment of God. And if any of your audience are cinema fans, you watch the Dreyer's the Trial of Joan of Arc, right? Like a famous one of the most beautiful films of the 20th century. He's there. You can see him. He's one of the characters. You can see his face. He was a beautiful actor. So yeah, Artaud is like some main figure in that sense for French literature and French philosophy, for sure. Yeah, so I have quite a couple books there from him, like the Œuvre complète or complete works, couple of volumes, right? I don't have. We'll talk about which collections I have in full, but I think I have more Lacan than Artaud in that sense. Then there, let's see, what other books? La Pensée comme Expérience, that's another collection. Yeah, I don't. Again, some of those more like books that I use for references. I see there, funny enough, a version of Marco Aurelius' Meditations in Spanish. That was a gift that a friend gave me. I read one or two, but I'm not gonna lie, it was a little strange to read it in Spanish. I don't read Spanish that often, and especially since it wasn't written in Spanish. But it's one of those, who doesn't have books that have personal significance? So that was a gift. So it has a good place in my heart. I see there Ayerdal, Sexomorphose. That's part again of my sci-fi, French sci-fi. J'ai lu is a kind of like another branch. You see it there in red of the Livre de Poche that we're talking, the book of pocket, right? So it's this kind of like cheap paperback, fun. This is Sexomorphose. It's hard to translate. It's a neologism. It's like sexomorphosis, right? So this kind of, I haven't read it, funny enough, but it's this part of this research of sci-fi, and it's one of those like sci-fi / erotica kind of
Sounds like
situation.
Kafka's Metamorphosis.
Yeah, but in a funnier, more parodic way. Yeah. I see Malina. I need to read that book. I forget what is it. What is her name? I forget the first name, but it's a novel that is fantastic. It's in German, and I have to read it. I just saw it, and it was like a reminder, like you need to read that book. Excellent. Then we go back to. Okay.
Do you want to go back? Maybe we should start up here.
Sure. So it's funny to look at these books now. My English, because I work more in French, so there's always a reason why I have English versions. So Marème Abat, So Long a Letter, is because I taught it. It's an African francophone book. Paul Auster, I have it has a place in my heart. You guys know Paul Auster, the great New York writer. He died recently. One reason is that he was very Beckettian. He loved Beckett, and kind of his literature is like Beckett. That book, Bloodbath Nation, that you see there, is one of his last ones before he died, and talks about America's relation to violence, right? So yeah, Paul Auster in that sense. But and these are books that I don't work with, that I just kind of enjoy. This is my pleasure cabinet, if you will. Auerbach Mimesis is just another of the critical theory people, we need to work on it. It's a reference book. Not much to say about that. James Joyce Ulysses, again, a case book, just part of my research. Nothing special about it. I think it has a piece by my advisor Maud Ellman at Chicago. Let's see. Oh, then we have Alain Arnaud. I haven't read that book. It's a biography of Pierre Klosowski. We'll talk about Pierre Klosowski. He's a fantastic figure in French art. There you go. We'll talk more about Pierre Klosowski. This is just like a preview. But it's a biography that I want to read because he had a
Is
life.
this well-known? All right, kind
Yes.
of distinctive.
Yes. So I would say the three main publishers in France are Seuil, which means how do you call it? Threshold. Then Gallimard, and then Édition de Minuit. So the editions of midnight, right? So Seuil editions of the Threshold, and then Gallimard is just the last name. So yeah, Seuil is, and then you next to it or above the Artaud, you see NRF. That's La Nouvelle Revue Française. That's part of Gallimard. It's kind of like a section of Gallimard, but it's also a very, very important section of this publishing company where like some of the main texts of the 20th century were published. And it has a history that I wish I knew better because I think, if I remember correctly, during the occupation of Nazi Germany, like it was taken also over by some of the collaborators. So then after the war, because the Nouvelle Revue Française means the new French review, right? And then after the war, I think they had to create the like the Nouvelle Revue Française, so the new French review to kind of show that they had gone away from the collaborationist fascist politics of the review, right? So those are like for people who work on French, right? Seuil, Gallimard, and Minuit. You're gonna see a lot of Minuit soon. Are your main like my dream is to one day have a book on Minuit or Gallimard or Galilée. We'll look at Galilée as well.
Yeah, if you could point one out when we get to one, that would be good.
Yeah. We'll get to one of those very soon. Let's see what else we have. We talk about Aristotle. We talk about Hannah Arendt, The Origins of Totalitarianism. I kind of went ahead earlier. That's also one of the, for people who work on fascism. And I've been writing my second book that I'm working on right now is on fascism quite a bit. So that's like a textbook, right? Hannah Arendt, German Jewish thinker, lover of Heidegger. We'll talk about Martin Heidegger later.
What do you think about the definition of fascism?
Oh boy, that could be a whole podcast. It's complex, right? It's very, very complex. I think we need to go back always to like the origin in Italian fascism and understand like kind of the main traits of it, and then how it was adapted into Hitler's Nazism, right? And how it takes new forms nowadays. But there's some common traits, obviously, that have to do with certain masculinist, totalitarian force that also is not, how to put it, it's not viable. It always has like a suicidal tendency, right? Like a fascist movement is not meant to last. It's meant to destroy, right? Yeah, but we can talk more about that with other researchers. We'll see. But anyway, an amazing book. From Anzieu, I mentioned there quickly Le Moi Peau. I forget what is it means the skin self, or the skin myself, if you will. I think it's called the skin ego in English. I don't have the translation. But it's since I work on surfaces, it's a fantastic book that tries to think our skin as one of our main, let's say, psychological structures, right? Very, very interesting book. And then we see other books there. More, I haven't read Anijar Blood. I'm excited about reading it. It's a critique of Christianity, but I haven't read it. Martin Amis is a fantastic British writer. Another of those that I don't work on. I just enjoy it. Time Sorrow is a fantastic novel told backwards. So I remember in college we read it while just after watching Memento, Christopher Nolan's Memento, right? So like a story told backwards in cinema, and then a story told backwards in literature. And then the last thing I'll mention is The Art of Describing. It's a fantastic book there of art history and kind of understanding the difference between Dutch art and Renaissance art and how it changes the perspective. And obviously the Inferno of Dante that I teach often, and it's fun. And next to it is another the Divine Comedy. You cannot see it, sorry, but it's a Divine Comedy. Yeah, I think it's a Spanish version that I had from back in college. Let's see. We're moving on to more of the things that I do work on. Funny enough, a lot of my favorite authors are in the B section. There's so many great authors whose name starts with B. I talk about it with a friend, a scholar once. It's fascinating.
I'm just
so that's going.
Little technical interruption, but we should be good now.
Okay. So for the French philosophy fans, we have here my Alain Badiou section, right? Badiou, famously still alive, one of the most important French philosophers alive. The main book there is the one that is exactly there at the next to the wood. L'être et l'événement, literally being an event, right? So Badiou, that's his Magnus corpus. That's his main work. He has 3 volumes of it. That's the first one. The next one is that one next to it. Logique des mondes, the logic of worlds. That is the second volume of Being an Event, right? And then a little below that, there's a big one. That one, L'immanence des vérités. That's the last one, the immanence of truths. And yeah, so Badiou, he's been writing this work. He writes insane amount of books. It's hard to catch up. But these are his main works. And Badiou is interesting in the French panorama because he does not. He's more like instead of going with Nietzsche, as most of the French thinkers did from the 50s, 60s, and so on, he went with Plato. He's like a Plato guy, and he believes in truths, and he's super left politically. Like he was at some point almost like a Maoist. He was a Maoist. He stopped after a while, but philosophically, he's kind of conservative in some way, but fascinating thinker. I work on him mostly because a friend of mine invited me, and I have written a chapter on a book on his work. But yeah, I don't agree 100% with him, but he has fascinating books. And you see, besides the big one, L'immanence des vérités, you, for example, see above that one, Petit Manuel d'Inesthétique, the little manual in aesthetics or on aesthetics, right? So he's also very good into analyzing aesthetics and art. Below, you see a small blue one that says Beckett, right? He wrote a book on Beckett. A lot of these thinkers wrote on Beckett, and that's one reason why my research on Beckett fits in many ways with my research on French literature or French philosophy. Sorry. That one, the yellow one there, I have not read it. It's the title is covered by that sticker, but it says La Question Sartre, or the Sartre question, right? Just got it recently because I was going back to Sartre for some reason, because it's coming back actually in fashion to think. Yeah, it's interesting. So anyway, he just published this book. Like, as I said, he publishes so often. You see there, so La Question Sartre, I'm realizing if you look at the bottom of the book, it says, you cannot read it correctly, but that square, that square says PUF, which means Presse Universitaire de France, which means University Presses of France. So that's kind of talking about this publishing history, is a similarity with our university presses in the US, right? Like, so as a scholar, you want I mean, you have independent presses. Like my first book came out with Routledge, which is it's good. I love Routledge. But in general, there is this kind of like, oh, if you're an academic, you need to publish your books, or at least one book, with a university press, right? So my Beckett and Derrida came with Cambridge University Press. This one is one of those, like, these are University Presses of France. So it tells you it's a little bit more academic, but there's no shade if you have Fayard is another Fayard rather, another famous publisher, and then you see Seuil again next, right? Again, no shade to those, but if you have Puff, it tends to be more for scholars or academics in general, right? So yeah, we're still on Badiou, and you can tell I have so many books, and that's not even half of what he has written. Then we can keep going. You want to have, there you go. We go in the French style of reading the titles this way. We have Balzac, La peau de chagrin, right? Which is hard to translate with, like, the skin of sadness, maybe will be. Chagrin is like a particular type of sadness. And yeah, but Balzac, as you guys know, is one of the most important 19th century writers of France, right? If you guys have gone to Paris and see the sculpture of Rodin de Balzac, it's gigantic, like, master of French literature. La peau de chagrin, I worked on it because I work on surfaces and the skin. Eugénie Grande, you see there, no way to translate. Eugenia Grande will be in English, I guess, but in French it's Eugénie Grande. That's the another famous novel by him, right? There you go. Next to it, Le Père Goriot, or the Father Goriot, right? And underneath, Le Cousin Pons, and then Le Chef d'œuvre inconnu. Le Cousin Pons meaning the cousin Pons, and Le Chef d'œuvre inconnu, the masterpiece, the unknown masterpiece, right? And I have two editions because I don't know if it happens to you guys that sometimes you don't check what you have before you buy it, so you end up buying two books. So yeah, but like, I'm not a 19th century guy, but I work sometimes on it, and it's just a straightforward reference, right?
You also have this GF, and I've seen a lot of those. Maybe you could say a couple words.
It doesn't come to me right now. Like, if in a second you let me go and grab one, I'll see.
Yeah, go if you want to go grab one.
Yeah. I don't remember exactly. I wonder if it's Gallimard. You see the pocket there, which is kind of another version of the Livre de Poche. Right? Are we? Let me see. Balzac. Am I in a place that I can grab it? More or less. Let's see if I don't. I think I can grasp it. So I see this. Yeah. Okay. I'm almost. Come on. Okay. Here we go. Let's see. Back to where. Okay. So Flammarion. So it's another of the famous publisher, Flammarion, right? Together with Gallimard, Seuil. I'm trying to see why is it GF or GF. Flammarion, so the F is for Flammarion, but I don't know what is this.
So another guest told me that, and you can tell me if this is true. Is it true that in French books they put the table of contents and the copyright in the back of the book?
The table of contents, yes. We can see it here. The table of contents in the back. Sometimes there's no table of contents, and that is kind of frustrating, especially if you're a scholar. The copyright, I mean, no, like it depends. Like, if you mean by the copyright this, what tells you the year and the, then it's in the front. But yeah, the table of contents for sure. GF Flammarion, I don't know what the G stands for.
Somebody in the comments can probably help us. So
yeah,
we'll find out sooner or later.
Yeah, and I don't want to like open it, but or Google, but I'll show you this. Funny enough that I got it. So I grabbed the book, and you see it comes with this beautiful note in French.
1 sec, I need to switch back. If you could show that again.
Yeah, like, this is why, guys, it's amazing to buy used books. that you get these like notes. I've gotten poems. This one says, I'm gonna have to move it away to read it for you guys. Bonjour, je vous remercie pour votre commande et vous en souhaite bonne réception. Bien cordialement, Frank. So yes, hi, I thank you for your order. This is just from the seller, and I wish you a good reception of it. And then cordially, Frank. So yeah, you get these messages, and it's just lovely to have. I leave them in the books, and then you have that. So yeah, Flammarion. We'll figure out in the comments maybe what the G stands for. We had another Livre de Poche there. Let's see. Roland Barthes. We have a couple of books. I'm not a specialist on Barthes. I should. But we have some interesting books there. Le bruissement de la langue. Bruissement is kind of like it's a particular type of noise. Bruit, it means noise. Bruissement is kind of like an active noise made by the tongue, right? Barthes, a specialist of language and literature, right? The one underneath, La Chambre Claire, that's any of your viewers who's interested in photography might know that book. The clear room will be the translation, although I don't remember now. I don't have it in English. What is the title in English? The Magic Lantern, maybe? It refers to photography. But yeah, that's a fantastic. Anybody interested in photography, like Roland Barthes, La Chambre Claire is like a must read, right? Then talk about a couple of books there. Sade, Fourier, Loyola. We're going to talk about Sade quite a bit because I edited a book on Sade. So
cool.
yeah, that's my the Barthes important book on Sade. Then I'll mention this one because I like it. We have, well, I mentioned two things. One is the Maria Bartstutzova, Provisional Forms. That's an art book. Usually I have my art books with my art books, but this one ended up there in the literature and philosophy section. It was fantastic artist that I recommend you guys to see. And then I'll give a shout out. You see there this white book next to it. It's Tar for Mortar by Jonathan Basile, and he's a friend of mine. And I have one of his books also there, but I haven't put it there because I was about to read it. He's a fantastic scholar, and that book is on Borges. And Jonathan has made, he created a website that reproduces I think is the Aleph or the Book of Sand, I think, from Borges, which is this kind of infinite book. That one, Basile, Tar for Mortar. So Borges fans, get that book. Jonathan Basile, fantastic thinker, and a friend of mine. So it's always great when you have your friends write books. And then next to it, you see a couple, more than a couple books there of Barthes Bataille. Another of those, like if you are a French scholar, you need to know Barthes Bataille, and he's hard to summarize. A thinker of the excess, of sovereignty, of eroticism, of love and death, right?
What was that second word you said?
I think excess, sovereignty.
Oh, sovereignty. Okay.
Yeah.
Sovereignty.
Of la souveraineté. Yeah, he very important thinker for different reasons. I'm trying to think how to pinpoint how to think Bataille. I think mostly of eroticism and kind of like how eroticism is important for all dimensions of life, especially political life. I think that will be right. So you see the first book there in white underneath Jonathan's is Les Larmes d'Eros, or The Tears of Eros. That is a good example of this. Like if you guys have heard the idea that that in French people call an orgasm la petite mort, the little death, that Bataille will be a way to understand why, right?
Oh wow.
Yeah, so Les Larmes d'Eros, or The Tears of Eros, will be a good introduction in that sense. He has another book that you see around there called Eroticism, which is also a study of eroticism in different cultures, but particularly in its relation to death. He's a fantastic writer in that. You see there on red, it's a Histoire de l'œil. It's one of the ones at the bottom. The history of the eye, that is, or story of the eye, as it gets translated in English. Yeah, any French literature fan knows that book really well, and it's not for the how do you say it, for the
Faint of heart.
yeah, it's not for the faint of heart at all. It's very it's beautiful, but it's strong. And then that one, above that one, there's this beautiful book that I just got recently, Le Procès de Gilles de Rais. Gilles de Rais, for your history fans, was a guy who was fighting together with Joan of Arc. But he then later was found to be apparently killing and torturing a lot of children around his house. And at some point he got caught. It was, sadly, we know abuses of the powerful to the weak always happen, but sometimes it happens so much that finally justice comes and they got him, and he was tried. And Bataille put together the documents of the trial. So if you get this book, the Judgment of Gilles de Rais, it's a book on this judgment, and you read the testimonies. So it's a fantastic experience of literature to read these actual testimonies, right? And later we'll see a book by a guy called Michel Tournier that is a novelization of Gilles de Rais, right? So very important figure in French history and literature for sure. Yeah, so that's pretty much for Bataille. I don't know if you guys want to go to any other books there that we missed. Let's see if there was something. I mean, there's a couple of Julian Barnes. It's just interesting and nothing very special. I like he's a good writer, but yeah, a very one of those British writers who understand France really well. So it's good and it's fun. And then
You have any thoughts on the Flaubert's Parrot? That one came up just in another bookshelf tour, actually.
Oh, I mean, it's just a fantastic story. Barnes does there, as I mentioned, he's a Francophile, right? So he's an English writer, but an absolute Francophile, and he recognizes Flaubert's magnificence as a modernist writer, and that's one is based on a short story by Flaubert that I'm blanking right now on the title. Is the three something, but yeah, it's a good, literature is always quotation and paraphrases and mixing of things, right? And Barnes does that in that book, and it's enjoyable. I'll say it's good. It's not mind blowing, but it's good. I'll say that. I see Alessandro Barico Oceano Mare in Italian, which I have not read, and I want to one day, but reading Italian takes me a long time. But yeah, I want to read it because the last language I want to learn in my life is Italian. To be able to speak it, because it just comes like Italianol most of the time. I'll talk about really quickly there a random book. It's the one that is vertical, that one. So that one is an interesting book because I was writing on, I don't know if you guys know Laibach, which is this Slovenian band. Yeah. So you see that book is called Neue Slowenische Kunst, so New Slovenian Art, right? So this particular post-industrial band, people who like Laibach, they tend to like Rammstein or know Rammstein, and they will say like Rammstein is Laibach for kids, or Laibach is Rammstein for adults, because it's a little more serious, even though they're still pretty goofy. But it's an amazing group of artists that reflect on kind of the fall of the Soviet Union together with the heritage of fascism, right? And they parody it in many ways. And Laibach was recently the first Western band to be admitted to give a concert in North Korea. Wow. There's a documentary about it. Yeah, so I got that book for a text that I wrote on music recently, and it's one of those beautiful editions. Like it was just once. It has text by Zizek, the philosopher, but it's one of those books that is a special book not a many editions book. So yeah,
It's a MIT University Press here, or just MIT Press.
Yeah, I give it a shout out to that book. Yeah, if you want to, there's a Lars von Trier book there too as well, because I was working on Lars von Trier. But yeah, and then some of the Badiou books in English you were showing, right? Like the 5 Lessons of Wagner and the Age of the Poets. I see there. Sometimes something to mention is that sometimes French thinkers become so more famous in the US or in the Anglo world that sometimes books that happen to the books will come out first in translation or only in translation, and it will take years to get the original French version, and then Badiou obviously publishing with Verso as a good Marxist socialist. That would be a good,
really important one to know, because we saw it before with Adorno. They have the Radical Thinkers series, which is a really important series.
Indeed. Yeah, that will be one day to get published with Verso. I don't know if I could, but it will be neat. Oh, we're getting to one of the most important shelves. So we begin with Bataille again, La littérature et le mal, literature and evil. Right? Again, fantastic book. Just read it. I don't know how much to say. It's just about the relation between both, right?
This reminds me, we didn't talk about this, the folio.
Yeah. Again, like another of those collections, I think it's Folio Gallimard, I think, if I remember. But it's again, like, it's the beauty of, when you go to, you'll see it in my bookshelves, right? But especially if you go to a French bookstore and you see this like white section, right? These beautiful like white sections of cheap books that are just easily accessible, right? Folio meaning like the old, folios. Kind of that relation to literature is also very, very clear. Just praise for the editors to do that. And then funny enough, because you have a group there of books that are interested in that sense, because besides the folio, right? And then those 1018, also one of those cheap, beautiful paperbacks. Underneath the Baudelaire in the Spanish version, the Poesía Completa, you have the French version, the Œuvre Complète, in La Pléiade, right? Which is the fancy, beautiful editions. That one includes all of Baudelaire. Is that one I bought used because new will cost way more. But it is kind of it's not the book that you will be carrying outside to read on a picnic, right? They're so nice. It's a book that maybe you will inherit, right? It's almost like a heirloom if you have a good Pléiade collection, right? I was recently, last year, I was at at Cambridge in the UK, and I remember walking towards the pub and seeing through the window a guy that had all the Pléiade, right? So yeah, that says that you're serious about literature, and that is an investment, right? That is an investment for sure.
Who was he?
I don't know. I'm guessing a professor.
Yeah.
I was asking I was in the French department, so I was asking my friends, but they didn't tell me who they were.
How much space did it take up?
Honest. So I said he had all the Pléiade. Maybe it wasn't all of it, but I saw two full bookshelves of pure Pléiade, and I took it like this is the full Pléiade. But yeah, it's a good question, because maybe maybe he had another room. I was just like a peeping Tom. I just saw it from outside, and I was like, this is amazing. I wish he was my friend, but I just kept, or she, who knows, but yeah. And then you have more Bataille there. Ma mère, another was super shocking. It means my mother. There is a film with I'm blanking. I blank so much with names. Isabelle Huppert. Isabelle Huppert, one of my favorite French actresses. People might know her from The Piano Teacher, and many films. But yeah, she plays ma mère, or my mother. Again, one of those not for the faint of heart, but I do recommend reading it and or watching the film. and then let's see, and then Barthes as well, and so on. Then obviously we enter there one of my favorite thinkers and poets of all time, which is Baudelaire. Charles Baudelaire, right? We have the Poésie completa is funny that I have it there because that's again, I grew up in Mexico, so that was my first Baudelaire book, right? So that's an old book that I got with all the poems, right? But then I have the French versions as I switched to French. I also have you see below the blue one, it says Petit Poème en prose, or the little poems in prose. It's a fantastic introduction. I don't even know how to explain it. They're kind of stories. It's a very like gender or just not gender, genre bending experiment in the 19th century, where they are between stories, parables, but also poems. Baudelaire famously translated Poe to French.
Wow.
So Baudelaire, and by doing that, introduced Poe to French culture. And Poe is hyper influential in French culture, which is, I'm not a Poe scholar, I wish I was, but it's very interesting to think of Poe as an American writer, but also with the way he also went to Europe, and we don't know what he did in Europe. But literally there's this amazing confluence of influence, I would say. Some of Poe's stories, as we know, set in France, right? Like his Detectives Dupin, right? Like French and so on. So anyway, that's my Baudelaire section, and it is quite big for Baudelaire, right? He didn't write that much, but I have letters, I have diaries, I have old versions, Spanish versions, right? As you can tell there, different versions of the same, right? So you see, we're talking about Petit Poème en prose. We have another version underneath there, and then again with Flammarion, right? The GF. Le Spleen de Paris is another subtitle for Petit Poème en prose. The Spleen of Paris, right? The spleen being this kind of French term borrowed from English, but to describe this particular moodiness, right? It's kind of like mental state, if you will. And then Écrit sur l'art, so the writings on art, right? His aesthetic writings. And funny enough, it's the Livre de Poche, right? So it tells you a lot how French people, read aesthetic theory from the 19th century in the subway. like it's just part of the culture, right?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not everybody, but and then we have Simone de Beauvoir, who is happily having a comeback as a very, very important thinker, right? Le deuxième sexe, the second sex, for those of you who are into feminism and French feminism, kind of the inaugural text, right, of French feminism, at least for the 60s wave. I only have the first volume. I should get the second one. But yeah, I use it for my French feminism class. And then a novel that a friend, one of my students read. I haven't read it. There's a movie. It's called Le sang des autres, or The Blood of Others. There's a movie with Jodie Foster. It's a World War II tale, not autobiographical as some of the things she wrote, but yeah. Yeah, that's everything before we get to Beckett, which we are getting there. Yeah, that's gonna be a long section. Funny enough, there was one in Spanish. The Spanish title was on the other way, but there you go. Oh boy, what to say about Beckett that I have not already said in my life or written? I'm a Beckett scholar, so you have there all the Beckett that I have. You can maybe, since you're pointing to the beautiful Grove Press books, right? We can talk about obviously Beckett being a bilingual writer. What you're gonna see mostly in this collection are the English versions and then the French versions, right? And famously, he translated everything or almost everything he wrote. He was his own translator, right? So when you are a Beckettian or a Beckett scholar, you better read both languages because it's not only a translation, but it's a different work, right? He changes things, and you can say I've read Waiting for Godot, but if you want to say that you really know Godot, you have read also Anatole and Godot and seen the differences, right? So I begin there with the English versions, right? Grove Press was his press in the UK, right? Some other works will come in different presses, like Foxrock, because Eleutheria there, which is he wrote it in French, but somebody else translated it into English because he never wanted that to be published. He famously died, and he was like, nope, don't publish Eleutheria. But then people happily disobeyed him, and now we have a version and the French original and the English version, right? I have some even Portuguese Beckett there and Spanish that I have gotten through the years. But yeah, this will be my English side of Beckett in general. And here I can talk a little bit more about, if you want me to, some of the relations with publishers, right? Grove Press being his main, because he was very loyal to the publishers. So that once he found the people at Grove Press amenable and they will support his work, he stayed with them for all his life, right? So they published most of his works. You see there now on the black volumes at the bottom. That is the Grove Centenary edition that was published in 2006. So 100 years after his birth, he dies in 89. Those and I don't own the fourth one. I just have the first, second, and third. Those have introductions by people like Paul Auster, people like Coetze, because by then 2006, right? Beckett is, he wins the Nobel Prize in 69, but by now he's really more than recognized and more than adored by so many people, right? I mean, there's a movie recently, right? Not great movie, Dance First, but you gotta be famous enough for people to make a movie out of your life. And then next to the Grove Centenary edition, right, which they're all in English, you have the letters, the famous, beautiful volume of letters, right? I think I have them. Nope, I don't have them. No, yeah, I have them in order. So from bottom to top, right? They go throughout his life. Fantastic letters. I love that they also are bilingual. You can see the English and the French. Even the ones he wrote in German are translated as well, and they're in the original German. I work a lot on the German things, so those volumes get used. And there's some, people like my friend Gontarski, a fantastic Beckett scholar, is a little angry at this edition because they skipped many letters that he would want to be published, but there were many criteria for what was publishable, what was not, and so on. But anyway, if people like reading, it's an interesting genre, right? Correspondence. When people like reading literary letters, I'll say Beckett letters are fun, interesting. He was such a cranky young man and then cranky old man. But yeah, they're enjoyable for sure. So yeah, that's the English section for the most part, right? There's letters of Baudelaire, lettres inédites à ma mère, à sa mère, sorry. So they unedited letters to his mother, right? Yeah, when you are a scholar, you have to read so much, not only the works, but so much gossip and things like that. And they there's some of my old correspondence inédites also, like that old book that your cursor was there was another of the correspondence. And that CD you're pointing out, that's from the San Quentin Drama Workshop, because Beckett, during his lifetime, some people in prisons, they put his plays there, and they really resonated with prisoners. So there were many instances where Beckett would just give the copyright for them to do it, and he met people there, and that one is one of those people. And his wife sent me that recording of the one of the plays.
Yeah, I've heard Waiting for Godot is popular amongst prisoners.
Yeah, I mean, I think it also is why like Happy Days was very popular with people during 2020, because it's about a woman stuck in the sand, and we all felt stuck inside. So yeah. And also as a Beckettian, and a scholar, one thing that is interesting. I mean, any specialty that you get is you also develop bonds and kind of like familial bonds. Like I just got an email from the wife of Rick, who sent me this CD, and we talk about things. And so these are also like personal things in my life that are, it's heartwarming to know them, and it's just part of what you dedicate your life to. And then you have the other version there with the painting. Okay, we will move on to.
Oh yeah, let me.
Yeah, I saw it there. There you go. That's Spoon, Sam Spoon. Oh, that one is from Oxford. It's a painting that a friend gave me. My friend Sarah Wood. But to your right, because I usually I took it off. That you go. I took it off to show the books. But that is a painting by Arica. We saw a book above of his. That's a painting that he did shortly after Beckett died. It's called Sam's Spoon, because Sam Beckett, when he was born, his mother gave him that spoon, and then he kept it all his life. And then when Arica, his friend, the painter, had a daughter, Beckett gave that spoon to the daughter. So Arica had that spoon with him, and he painted this painting when Beckett died. Anyway, sorry to distract with the painting, but I saw it there. And then we move on to the French version. Oh la la. We still see some English ones. Obviously, we're talking about how the titles are on the other way around. But here are the French, right? I think finally I have all of them. Because recently I was like, I think I'm still missing one. But I think finally I have all of them. They are, from Molloy, which you see here at the bottom, right? The first one in the trilogy, to the one two above, Malone meurt or Malone dies, that we saw above in English, right? And then a little underneath there, you're going to see L'Innommable, the Unnameable, right? So the first trilogy. These are my all my Beckett in French. I tend to work more in French than the English, but sometimes, particularly when Beckett came back to English after, for those of you who don't know him, right? He began writing in English as his mother tongue. Then shortly before the war, when he moves to France, starts writing in French. Writes the trilogy, Molloy, Malone dies, and The Unnameable in French. To rest of if you guys read the trilogy, is the most extreme experiment of modernism, we will say. To rest from the exertion of writing something like that, he writes Waiting for Godot just for fun in French, and attendant Godot, right? And anyway, and then he starts becoming famous little by little. You see that the publisher is Minuit, right? Minuit, it says all of the books say Minuit, or have the M, right? And he, I think if I remember correctly, it was his later wife, Suzanne Cheveux de Menil, who went and will take the manuscript, right? Take the manuscripts and to the publishers, and took it to Minuit, and they accepted it, right? And that's when finally he started becoming, because it was a sensation. Like it was one of those things that very quickly the whole French intelligentsia was like, no, we never read something like this. This is amazing, right? So yeah, and he remained with Minuit for all his life, right? Landon, Jérôme Landon was the owner of Minuit and the main publisher, and his friend, right? So you see, yeah, all of them. Even the ones that he later wrote in English first, when he went back to it, there you go. That is En attendant Godot, Waiting for Godot, right? That is the French title, right? The original title that we saw, right? The Fin de Partie, you see there the two underneath En attendant Godot. In English, it's called End Game, the end of the game, Fin de Partie, right? Amazing. One of my favorites, for sure. You guys have not read it or watched it. In 2020, there was one with in London with Daniel Radcliffe was playing. He with what's his face? the Scottish actor Alan Cumming, and Daniel Radcliffe were doing Fin de Partie, Endgame, shortly before the pandemic started, and he had to stop because of the pandemic. And then you see sometimes I have two versions. Molloy, we saw more than once. L'Innommable or The Unnameable as well, because I have worked on them so much that they are so many, like full of notes and things that sometimes I just need a clean copy to move on to it. Then we'll talk about those in a second if you want to. You see some German as well there at the bottom. Yeah, Der Unbekannte Beckett, that gray book. The Unknown Beckett, that's just German scholarship on Beckett. And that's the end of my Beckett part, right? Yeah, that one is I haven't read all the articles there, but it's another of scholarly books on Beckett in German, because he also went to Germany quite a bit and had some influence. And speaking of German, we get there to Walter Benjamin. I'm kind of getting back to Benjamin. I was never like a big Benjamin guy. But you see how I have more and more some books there. Obviously, the ones in English are the ones that I bought before I learned German, and then the ones in German are these. That it's funny that that yellow book, the Walter Benjamin, das Kunstwerk, the artwork, that is the first Reklam that we see. That's this beautiful edition of German books. They are so tiny, so small, that if your eyesight like mine starts after I turn 45, it starts going down, you need more and more a magnifying glass to read them. But when you move and travel and you want to read, and you have these beautiful editions, and they publish all the great authors from Goethe to Benjamin to Freud, etc., right? So yeah, that's my Benjamin era. Above that one, you have I think Die Ursprung des Deutschen. I think is the, let's see, yeah, the Deutschen Trauerspiels. Yeah, which is, you see it also in English, the origin of German tragic drama, right? One of the, I think it was his dissertation, his first book, and then the Arcades project, right? So yeah, I have some Benjamin. I might be disappointing some of our Benjamin fans that I don't have more, but there you go. The Writer of Modern Life, which is his book on on Baudelaire. There, right? Baudelaire, very important for Benjamin, right? Another reason why Baudelaire is important for all kind of critical thinkers, right? And yeah, so the English version of The Origin of German Tragic Drama, which is the first one I got, also on Verso, right? And I think if you go below, yeah, you see the end of the Beckett ones. Some of them, so this shows you also a little bit of what is to be a scholar or a specialist of one guy, because you have these editions, these black ones that say the making of Samuel Beckett, Malone meurt, Malone dies. The making of Beckett's L'Innommable, The Unnameable, right? And are these beautiful editions with like all the information about the original manuscripts, about any notes that he took, right? Tim Verhulst there, that you had the name, and Dirk van Hule, right? Like the two editors of the one above. They are specialists in genetic criticism, right? So they look at, especially when you can find drafts, they look at all the drafts, and then they make these beautiful editions. So you know the book that you're studying, or the novel or the play, becomes not only the edition that the final edition, but all the alternative versions, and it makes for very interesting type of research, and also enormous, right? Enormous, including there you see the theatrical notes of Samuel Beckett, right? I think it's a Faber and Faber book, kind of the same thing, right? Like his Endgames, not only the play, but also because Beckett directed his own plays, his notebook, what he changed, what he didn't change, what he put here and not there, and so on. So yeah, for genetic criticism fans, that's a big thing. And at the end of my English Beckett, right? So we see Waiting for Godot, Crab's Last Tape, Endgame, right? And then one of the first books that I got from Beckett, the Samuel Beckett Obra Poética Completa, again, from my past life in Mexico. It was a gift from my best friends for Christmas gift that I probably got in 1996.
Nice.
Yeah, yeah. So they have sentimental value for sure. And then like the collector's story plays Samuel Beckett, that book gets so much use. The two collected like quick and dirty. Like if I travel and I'm running on Beckett, that's what I take because that's what I'm gonna be working on for the most part.
Which one is that again?
Is that one above the Obra Poética Completa, the collected story plays? So there's that one that has all the plays, and then there's one that is above in the other shelf that is the complete short prose. So sometimes when I'm working and I don't want to work on like a novel, yeah, there it is. It has his face right on the right at the end almost. Yeah. The one before the last, yeah, the complete short prose, that book. So those two books I will take with me because if I take those, I have all the short texts, which are a lot, both the theatrical and the prose ones, and I can work on them at leisure, right? Instead of taking, all the novels and so on. So yeah, so those take a big part of my research. Even though I'm moving away from Beckett a little bit in these days, but still, I'm still writing something right now. But yeah. So that's my everyday tools, if you will. There you go. And then we move on to still some Walter Benjamin. I see there. Yeah, über den Begriff der Geschichte. So on the concept of history, right? Very, very famous, influential essay by Benjamin. Haven't read the whole thing because it has different versions and so on. I see that the titles, so the Germans are correct there, right? Thomas Bernhard, somebody who I read long time ago, and I really want to come back. So now I've been buying more of his books. I haven't read Heldenplatz. I read, which means the place or the place of heroes, right? But then the one below that you have there, the Verstörung. Oh God, it's hard to translate. It's a particular type of. I remember in Spanish it was called trastorno, which means like mental disarray. That would be the best translation that I could do. Verstörung is like a type of destruction, but it's mental. So I read it ages ago in Spanish, and I bought it in German recently, and I'm very, very much looking forward to reading it in German once I stop working on what I'm working right now. And then I see L'Amitié de Beckett, The Friendship of Beckett by André Bernold. And there are these books of people who knew Beckett personally that they have come up since he died. And they're interesting. They're very interesting to read these kind of testimonials about how he was, because he was kind of really nice guy, but also very funny. But sometimes you get like, he said this, and you can never trust 100%, but when they are very significant statements, sometimes they become useful for Beckettians like me. So yeah, and then all of those are upside down. Oh, and then we get to Blanchot. Since we're talking about being interested in intellectual history, Blanchot, I don't know how much, Timothy, you know about Blanchot or your viewers, but
Not much.
oh my God, he was just like a giant of like French, not only literature, but editorial power. Like there are names when you work in French literature, like Jérôme Landon, the owner and main editor of Minuit, Maurice Blanchot, Gallimard, the last name, right? I forget his first name, but he was famously, when Albert Camus, the writer, right, died in a car accident, right, young, I think he was 40 something. In the car was Gallimard, like he was his friend, right? So there's this group of people who were not only writers, but also editors and publishers and uh, organizers of thousand things. And Blanchot was one, and he, like many of them, he went through the war. He, when he began writing, when he was very young, he was not like a fascist, but he did publish some texts that were in some journals that were a little right wing. He completely regretted it all his life and was very open about that having been a mistake. During the war, he trying to see if the book is there. I don't think it's there, but he lived in close to Germany, so he also spoke German, sorry, really well. Yeah, so you see there, when we turn around, you'll see an English book called Death Sentence. It's upside down right now. I'm sorry about that, guys. But yeah, that book. So I don't want to see. If you go up, maybe I can see if I have the French version. It should be very small. Let's see. L'Arrêt des Morts. Yeah, L'Arrêt des Morts. So it's that one there. L'Arrêt des Morts is red, right? You go up. It's there. You go. L'Arrêt des Morts, the death sentence, right? So he writes this book about what happened to him, which was that he was in his, he had money. He came from a family with money, and they were, during the war. It was close to the end of the war. At some point, he was in the house with some family, and some soldiers come in, and they are like, "Who's the owner?" And they bring him down, and they I think it's L'Instant de ma mort, the one. But anyway, he talks about this moment in different ways, in many books. But they put him down, take him outside. He thinks he's gonna be killed, and then he realizes that the soldiers are not German, but they are Russian. So, and the soldiers kind of discuss something. So anyway, kind of like happened to Dostoevsky, he gets pardoned and he doesn't get killed. So that marks his life completely, right? He also is a big friend of Emmanuel Levinas, the Jewish philosopher. So after the war, he already is a great writer, but he becomes this amazing writer, an amazing defender of democracy and anti-fascist thoughts and so on. So yeah, very prolific writer. I think that anecdote, as I said, sorry, it's in L'Instant de ma mort, which means the instant of my death. In L'Arrêt des Morts, he tells another story there. But yeah, a great thinker of death, a great reader of Nietzsche and Heidegger, a great novelist, but also just a revolutionary thinker. So you see that book there, you're close, L'Espace littéraire, the literary space, is probably one of the most important books, I would say, of all times, of what is literature, what really is literature, and how of a serious endeavor it is. He talks about it in terms of Eurydice and Orpheus, in terms of the night. It's just mind-blowing, that book. The space of literature. The English edition is beautiful too. I think I lost it, but I recommend it for the Anglo speakers. And yeah, like I could speak about Blanchot all all day long. Yeah, I don't think I have. I have the death sentence, which is L'Arrêt des Morts, which is not exactly the one that I was talking about, but and then you have the Gates of Orpheus. That one is part of the literary space, or the space of literature, because the Gates of Orpheus, Le Regard d'Orphée, is a chapter within the space of literature. So people who are interested in understanding the significance of literature, I really, really recommend this. Especially outside of the US, especially, in traditions of literature that are not about workshops, but about reading and thinking and living. Yeah. That's I could keep going with Blanchot, but I'm going to stop there with Blanchot because it's just, yeah, I could talk about all of those books one by one. Yeah, it's just read Blanchot. That will be my advice to everybody. Read Blanchot. He has books on Sade, as you see there, L'Autrement and Sade, right? All the French, sadly, they're upside down because that's we're talking about that difference, which is funny. Then you have these older ones versions that are vertical. There's Hildegard of Bingen. You pass it there. I'm gonna give a shout out to my medieval German nun. She's amazing. If you guys like music too. When I teach medieval literature, which it's not my specialty, but I try to teach some Hildegard of Bingen. There's a movie about her too. Very interesting. Leo Bersani, an amazing queer theorist and Beckett scholar who died recently. Yeah, that's pretty much what I can tell you about that without stopping each of them. Black Athena is an interesting book for historians, but not my specialty. Famously, the thesis is that Greek culture comes out of Egypt, out of Africa mostly, so it kind of revolutionized. And there's discussions about it. You know how historians they have a harder time agreeing than theory people we do. Geoffrey Bennington, Sententions on the Novel, an open book, or Livre ouvert. He's a Derrida scholar. I know him. He's a fantastic guy. So for people who are into philosophy and politics, I do recommend going into Bennington.
A little jump there.
Yeah. You wanna? What was that accidental?
Yeah, I was just zooming out, and sometimes my wireless keyboard goes a little crazy.
Okay. Yeah, and there's some scholarship you can see there. Andrew Benjamin of Jews and Animals, fantastic scholarship. Jane Bennett, for people are, and you see the university presses, right? Duke, Edinburgh. So that's when you go into most of my scholarship books. Animals and Animality in Primo Levi's work. Damiano Benvenu, that's a colleague of mine. So yeah, we can move on if you want to. Okay, excellent. It's funny. I see the Al Margen de Borges book. I have not read that book, but I was just reading Borges right now here in this little pause.
Which one? Can you show that again? We can get it on the
screen. Yeah, so I'm reading this, the complete works. Well, I'm not reading the whole thing, but I'm reading.
It's a younger photo of him also.
Yeah, because so you're gonna see them in a second when we go back to the photo, right? In the complete works, they go by year. So each of them has a different. So this is number 1. So this is the youngest Borges. So the second one he's older, and then third one older, and then the last one he's as old as we know him. But yeah, I'm preparing a presentation on Beckett and Borges for April. Nice. April 10th. Yeah. So I'm going back to, but I remember that one, Al Margen de Borges. So I bought it long time ago, and I never read it. I believe it's the editorial is Siglo XXI, which is a famous Spanish publisher. So back in the day when I was growing up, I would read a lot of those books, but I haven't in ages. But yeah, so Al Margen de Borges, I probably should one of these days read it. So yeah, and then we get to that Borges. So it's funny. The first one that you see there is Folio. So it's a French version. So Borges Fiction, pronounce it in French, right? Fictions. Which is, I believe an ex-girlfriend had that book and left it for me a long time ago, which I'm trying to publish more in French. I've done some things, but not many. So if one day I publish in French and then I need a translation, there is a list of fictions. There is that one. Then we get to what we're talking about, the complete works. When we flip the screen, we can talk about them more. I see there Pierre Boulez, the famous French thinker, Penser la musique aujourd'hui, to think music today. right? So Pierre Boulez, famous musician and composer, right? But a thinker of music. So that one, I have that one because of that. And then I see this beautiful volume of folio to André Breton, Le surréalisme et la peinture. So the surrealism and painting, right? So that's a reference book. That's Breton's, as you guys know, the main driver of surrealism, right? And that's a book that I haven't read it all, but it is Breton's expertise in all French art, right? Like all the surrealist and the avant-garde. So if you guys want a book of reference and to understand that movement, right? Or the movements around surrealism, that is a fantastic
And a lot of
book.
pictures in there.
A couple, but mostly text, really.
Okay.
Then the one below is also Breton, Anthologie de l'humour noir. That one, it exists in English. It's a very famous book, Anthology of Dark Humor. So it has, it has like a bunch of writers, not only French, I think. Famously, like when it came out, it included some passages of Sade, the Marquis de Sade, that later, like people don't know that, like, Sade disappeared for a lot of time, right? Like he was popular during his time as a writer of pornography, right? But then it disappears after the revolution for many reasons, right? We'll talk about Sade later more, but anyway, at some point, like before it starts getting to be popular again, and you can find new editions. I think this edition of the Dark Humor of Breton had a text, one of the few texts that people could read from Sade, because they couldn't get the books, but they could get this edition and read a little bit, right, from Sade, because it's a great book if you guys like dark humor. Fantastic book, but it's also a good historical book of the tradition of dark humor in European thought. I see there. We'll talk about it when we flip it to vertical.
Would you say dark humor is that specific to French culture at all, or is that?
That's a great question. No, but I'll say that French dark humor is particular, right? Like
How so? I can't think of any examples off the top of my head of something that an American would know.
Of like American dark humor,
or French dark humor.
Oh, because I was thinking like American dark humor. I'll think of like Tarantino, right? Okay. Tarantino's hilariously and dark. But French, that's funny because people, yeah, I think in America we have a hard time thinking that other cultures are funny. Sometimes, especially Europeans, right? I mean, there was that movie I love, Huckabees, right?
I don't remember.
And that you don't remember that one?
Huckabees.
Huckabees, so something like that. I heart Huckabees.
I heart Huckabee. Yeah, vaguely, yeah.
So Isabelle Huppert is there, the actress that I mentioned earlier, that does My Mother, right? And she plays this kind of exaggerated French like femme fatale, so that's pretty funny. There is like, I mean, Beckett is kind of like dark, even though he's Irish Franco. I'm trying. Yeah, I don't know if I can think of an example that Americans will recognize.
We can come back to it if you think. And we have your movie bookshelf we'll look at later.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God,
bring
yes,
up some ideas
for sure. Okay, so then we're gonna pass there. Okay. Pascal Bruckner, the Lune de Fiel. The only thing I'll say, speaking of movies, it means Lune de Fiel is, oh God, what is the title in English? It's a movie by oh God, how am I blanking? Polanski. Bitter Moon is called. Lune de Fiel, the exact translation would be like fiel is like a substance in the liver. So it's like, what should we call it in English? Bile. It's like bile moon or something like that. Then we have Büchner, that's the last book there. Werke und Briefe, so works and letters. Büchner is, I'll call him kind of like, if you think about German literature and you have like the A side of German literature, is in Goethe, Schiller, right? Thomas Mann, these kind of like, great books, right? And then you think of the B side, which is kind of like the dark people, sort of, right? So Kafka is one, the most famous one. Then you have Büchner as one of them, Kleist as another one, right? So it's kind
Can
of
you
like
spell that one?
Büchner is
No, the one
B-U,
after.
or Kleist. Kleist is K-L-E-I-S-T.
Okay.
Kleist. He wrote a very influential essay on the puppet theater that Benjamin loved. He wrote a text on the earthquake in Chile, which was like Portugal, sorry, the earthquake in Lisbon, which was this like event in the 18th century that shocked European culture because it was so many people died, right? And it hadn't been seen in a long time like that. And anyway, Kleist, the anecdote goes that he read Kant, Immanuel Kant, and that the critique of pure reason made him decide that life was not worth it. So he got a girlfriend, made up a pact, and went and killed himself in some woods outside of Berlin. So yeah, it's kind of the dark side of the Germanistik or Deutsche Literatur, German literature. And Buchner is a fantastic one for sure. So anyway, that's for all my Germanistic or German literature friends can tell you way more about it than I can. Okay, now we go back to there you go. So we have I have so many books on as a Beckett scholarship, so that's one. The speculative turn, that's something that was big in theory these days. Not much to talk about. It's just this kind of going back to objects instead of subjects. That Brown, Beckett, Lacan, The Voice, that I'll give a shout out to Lulin Brown. That's a friend of mine in Paris. These two books by Elizabeth Bronfen, Over Her Dead Body and The Knotted Subject, particularly over Her Dead Body, is a fantastic book to understand the representation of women in literature, like since at least I think it's like the 1700s, and how much there's a lot of Poe in it. How much a lot of literature, and this is part of my first book, a lot of literature has been written kind of on the bodies of women, and why. So yeah, I recommend those two books for people who are interested in kind of the questions of gender in early modern literature. Elizabeth Bronfen, a professor in Germany, still fantastic.
Is there a particularly like well-known story or novel that you analyze in there?
In my book, or that she mentioned, so she focuses a lot on Poe's stories, like a lot of his stories of Poe, Edgar Allan Poe,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
Like a lot of his stories that have to do, I forget the names because there's so many, but like with finding a dead woman, and then like the dead woman trope that like revives her and so on, right? From poems to short stories. I focus when we get to my books, I'll talk more about that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but I focus on Joyce mostly and Beckett for that. Let's see. I think when we flip it vertically, I can talk about those. That's more like political theology stuff that I've been working on.
Can you tell me a little bit about that? I'm interested in theology, so.
Oh, so I have not read that book. I'm gonna be super honest, but I can tell you two things. One is it's about Schelling, which is one of the most my favorite German idealist is Schelling. I find him fascinating. We'll talk about him when we get to the Schelling section. But political theology is a term that has been coming up more and more these days because of a revival of Carl Schmitt's theories. You might be familiar with a little bit.
Yep.
Right. So I think like that's where it's coming from. But I mean, I just got this book, so it's Edinburgh, right? So something that happens with us scholars is that we, right, like you read, I peer review, so people send me Edinburgh send me things, and then they pay me with books. So that was one of them. That was one of the. Nice. This sounds interesting. So I haven't read it, but it's right there, right? Das Narrenschiff. That is because it's the medieval like book about the Narrenschiff translates as the ship of fools.
Oh,
Remember
yeah.
the paint, right? The painting from Bosch, right? Like this trope. So I got it because, as you can tell, I'm very interested in art. So at some point, I was like, wait, this is a. I saw the painting. I was thinking about the painting, and then I was like, oh, this is a trope. Where does it come from? And then I got this German book that has the story and so on. So haven't read it, but it's there. I don't remember the Underground Woman. I think Beckett talked about it, and that's why I had it. I can talk briefly about Elizabeth Bowen, just very briefly. I'll say if you guys like Virginia Woolf and like British modernism, I really recommend Elizabeth Bowen.
Virginia Woolf.
She,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you like Virginia Woolf, Elizabeth Bowen is really good and is similar. My advisor at Notre Dame and then Chicago when she moved there, Maud Ellman, was a specialist. She just retired, but was a specialist in Elizabeth Bowen. So these are books that I read with her for a class, and yeah, just recommendation for people who like Woolf and that type of modernism. Jonathan Bolter's Post-Human Space in Samuel Beckett's Short Prose. More scholarship. I reviewed it. You guys can find it. My review is around there in the world. And then finally, Jorge Luis Borges. This is touching for me because my dad bought me these complete works of Borges when I finished college. So I said, like, my dad didn't finish like elementary school because he had to work, but then he really encouraged us to be intellectuals or culturally oriented. And when I finished college, he was like, I didn't even ask for them. He knew I like Borges, but he was just like, here are here's your gift. And I'm as I showed earlier, now I'm going back to them for this paper. I can show it again. Yeah. So yeah, so I have them, and I've been carrying those books for 25 years with me. Very cherished books. And Borges, I mean, your audience are book people, so I'm gonna guess they like Borges.
Yeah.
Right. And this beautiful edition, besides the 4 complete works, you have the that white one, right? That says Obras completas en colaboración, which is complete works in collaboration, because it's all the text that he wrote with Bioy Casares, another writer, right? That most people don't read. I mean, at least not specialists. So I'm looking forward. This is like the things that maybe when I stop working, when I retire, I can just enjoy them without having to write papers on them. And then after that, we have a couple a couple theory. I don't know why I went into medieval. A couple theory things. Bloom, The Anxiety of Influence, very famous book. On my own book on modernism and the maternal kind of has a dialogue with the paternal side of modernism with Bloom, so that's why it's there. And then some Bolaño that has become more and more famous. Some people are reading him, and it's great. I like the stories in Last Evenings on Earth, and the 2006 XIXe. I'll be super honest, I didn't finish it. I was reading it during the pandemic, and other things distracted me, and I ended up doing something else. But it was good. It was good, and one day I will certainly go back to Bolaño.
I'd like to maybe circle back to this Bloom's theory when we get to your book.
Sure, happy to. Yeah, happy to. I think that's. There were a couple. There you go.
Oh, you want it? There was some vertical ones.
Yeah, just very quick, just to recommend the Broch. I just wanted to quickly mention because so I'm a modernist, but I'm like a European transatlantic modernist, and I think people forget a lot about German modernism, and it's amazing. And that's those are the 2 novels, right? The Sleepwalkers, I haven't read it, I'll be honest, but the one in German there, Der Tod des Vergil, The Death of Virgil, is, if people like Ulysses by Joyce, they will love The Death of Virgil. It's amazing. It begins in the ocean. It's beautiful. The style is magnificent. Really big recommendation. The Sleepwalkers is the other novel that they recommend. It has an introduction by Hannah Arendt. You see there, like the cool introduction. But then, yeah, the one next to, which I don't have in English, Der Tod des Vergil, The Death of Virgil. Strong recommendation for modernist lovers. Fantastic. Austrian writer. German language for Austrian writer. Okay, I'm gonna get to some of my English or American stuff too. I see Mikhail Bulgakov, Der Meister und Margarita, which is, I don't believe it's written it's not written in German. I forget what is the original language. But it's a famous novel, The Master and Margarita. I don't know why. I think I just bought it once in German so I was studying German, but I want to read it in English at least, or in German. Who knows? But it's a classic. There I see, since we're going in the French style of the titles, I see Michel Butor, La Modification, or Demodification would be the translation, right? So I don't know how much your audience knows, but so the big period after the war period in France of literature is called Le Nouveau Roman, or the New Novel, right? And it's a huge movement that includes many writers that we'll talk about, and one of them is Michel Butor. And it's a very experimental period of literature, right? La Modification, The Modification, is a beautiful book about a guy who, the whole book is a train ride from Paris to Rome. Butor is, the main character, has decided to abandon his wife and to move with his lover, and is going on this train ride, thinking about it and reflecting on his life and how he met his lover and why he doesn't like his wife and so on. And spoiler alert, it doesn't really ruin the book for you, but at the end of the ride, he decides to go back and be with his wife, right? It's a fantastic book. I really recommend it. It's part of the new novel, Nouveau Roman.
It sounds like a really cool idea of like it's, you know.
Yeah. I love the Nouveau Roman. Not everybody likes it. Beckett gets put inside the Nouveau Roman because you see this, it's a Minuit book, so they were also connected through the publisher. There's a famous picture where you see many authors of the Nouveau Roman, or the new novel, including Beckett in the picture, just like a group picture, and Beckett is kind of in the corner, like, like, I don't like groups. Like, why are you putting me here? There you go. Then we have Sophie Calle, Les Histoires Vraies. I just say this is an artist, true stories. People who like contemporary art. She's still alive, Sophie Calle. That would be an amazing book. That's pictures of her performances and so on.
What kind of artist?
Very performative. Like, that's what she performative, and like
performance art.
Yeah. Performance art, and like intimate. Like, some of her pieces are like letters from her lovers, right? Like, this kind of like coming out of the 70s, 80s videos of her. Like, I think at some point there's one where she goes to Vegas with a lover. Yeah, very interesting French art. She's in her 60s by now, so not that old, not that young. Then, here we go with the books like any French scholar needs to have. Camus, right? L'étranger, or The Stranger, right? An amazing book. Like, I don't know, you guys, your first, for everybody, anybody could read it, right? But like the first reading of that, it changes your, I don't say it changes your life, but it just blows your mind, right? Like the beginning, like Maman est mort, c'était hier, ou aujourd'hui ou hier, I think is in French. So mother died, was it yesterday? I don't know if it was yesterday or today, right? An amazing opening for an amazing book. So yeah, so we have there the L'étranger, the French version, next to La Peste, or the pest, the plague, right? I haven't read it in ages, but I got it again because we've been thinking about, since the pandemic, we're thinking a lot about plagues. So I was going back to that. And then we have Le Premier Homme, or The First Man, which is, I think, the last book he wrote, very autobiographical. I didn't finish it. I began, but I don't like Camus that much anymore. I respect him, but it kind of spoke to me more when I was younger. That, what we're seeing there, like, I do want to talk about it because I love Elias Canetti. When I want to go back more to him, he's this, if I remember correctly, he was a Sephardi German writer, also part of this modernist kind of movement, German speaking modernist movement. He won the Nobel Prize for literature mostly for a book on theory, which I don't think I have it there. Oh, it's there, but it is on top of them because it doesn't fit yet. For this book called Mass, it's there. It's the Fisher. Yep, there you see it. That book, Mass. The title is covered because I'm weird and I don't take off the stickers until I finish reading the books. So that book is called Mass and Power, the one that was above, and this one, Die Blendung, this is very interesting, very nerd. I'm gonna nerd out a little bit here. Blendung, blenden means to blind somebody. So the blendung is the blinding, right? But that book is called in German Die Blendung, as the shining, the blinding. But in any other language, it's called Auto da Fe, right? Auto da Fe being these inquisitional processes where people will be killed or tortured by the Inquisition in a public space, right? So he decided that his book was going to be called in non-languages Auto da Fe, except in German. It's called Die Blendung. It's a fantastic novel about a bookish guy and conflicts with his lover, and also I don't know how to explain it. There's a guy that carries all his books on his head. You don't know how, but the guy is around carrying all his books on his head. So bookish people, you need to read Auto da Fe by Elias Canetti. It's amazing. The Fackel im Ohr, I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember what Fackel means right now. It's something in the ear. And it's Canetti wrote a lot of autobiographical text. So this is kind of like his intellectual life biography, if you will. That's one of the volumes. There's like 5 of them. Die Blendung Auto da Fe is not autobiographical. That is a novel for sure. Then you have Canguilhem, Le Normal et le Pathologique. That is a super important book. It means the normal and the pathological. Georges Canguilhem, for those of you who don't know, was the professor and mentor of Michel Foucault, the French thinker, right? Canguilhem, the main thesis of the book is that what we consider in medicine normal is always related to the normative, so to the law, right? So it's kind of like he pushed Foucault to think about sciences and fields of knowledge in a critical way, and how they are also layered with moral and religious and
episteme.
Say what again?
Episteme.
Episteme, yeah, exactly, right? So Canguilhem is one of those fathers of, even if people know Foucault more, Canguilhem might be more influential in some ways.
Yeah, I'm interested in Foucault, so any time you mention him, my ears perk up.
Awesome. Yeah, I wish I had more Foucault, but I do have some. We'll see in a second. Okay, so those are all upside down. So we'll go. Okay, Pascal Casanova, Beckett, La Facteur, Beckett, the Abstractor, just a good theory on Beckett. I see some books from France. I see this book, Eckhart, Schelling, and Heidegger, Serenité or Serenity. It's just a scholarship book on kind of like the mystical side of Heidegger, Schelling, and Eckhart. Okay, and now we can go back to, there you go. Nick Cave, I'm a big fan. So I have his complete lyrics of 2013. Then with my research on fascism, or The Brief Lives of Idiots, I haven't read it. I bought it in Philadelphia in a bookstore, when you go to a bookstore and you don't want to come out with the hands empty. So that's what I got. But The Fascism of Ambiguity, it's a recent book on like contemporary fascism. And it was just part of my research. And I've been, as I said, I'm writing a book kind of on fascism. So not too much to say. It has to do with kind of how fascism uses truth and falsity, right? So yeah, The Fate of Place, a very important book for my Surface book. So it talks about literally the idea of place and space in philosophy from Aristotle to nowadays, to at least to the end of the 20th century. It's a fantastic, if you guys are interested in like understanding how our notions of space have changed, that book by Casey is fantastic. Daniela Caselli, Beckett's Dante, she's a friend, Beckett. So if somebody likes Dante and Beckett, that's the book to get. The Cascardi, Francisco de Goya and the Art of Critique, beautiful book on Goya. Not much to say there. Angela Carter, very interesting writer. I got to reading her, yes, when I started doing my SAD edition project. One of the few female thinkers that engages with SAD for obvious reasons, not many, but in a fantastic way. And her book there underneath, the Bloody Chamber, it's an amazing, if you guys don't know it, an amazing retelling of fairy tales, bringing them back to the kind of, more adult like dimensions
Brothers
of a lot of
Grimm,
those
yeah.
things. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, bringing them. Although I was listening to a podcast on the Grimm brothers, and it was funny how the Grimm brothers apparently cleaned them up, like some of the stories from the French
Oh wow.
or dirty. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, the
I thought
Germans
they
are
were all
always.
German.
No. Some of them they got it from,
Wow.
I think it's Perrault. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's fascinating, that story. Not my specialty, but at least some of them they took from the French version, but they were like, these are too dirty. So, but again, it's also Germans like to make the French feel bad, and the other way around. Then, well, obviously, Alice in Wonderland, you need to have it, right? Um, the Unconscious as Space, that's part of my space research on
What
psychoanalysis.
about this one?
French Literary Fascism.
Yeah.
That's a very interesting book on. I used it actually for a class that I was teaching in World War I, World War II, and it goes into examining like some of the writers that we don't think about that much, during because they disappeared like, from the public sphere. But there were just as France likes to tell itself that everybody was anti-fascist and that they got invaded, and we all know it's not true, right? Like there were a lot of collaborationists. There was the Vichy government, so there were also a lot of writers who were pretty pro-fascist. Besides, and we'll talk about him soon. Besides Céline, who's the most famous fascist writer, but also fantastic writer, it brings many questions, right? But anyway, there were other ones, and recently I was fighting with somebody on Twitter because they were kind of going very fascist on some opinions, and at some point they mentioned like, oh, you just need to read this writer, and I went back to my book and I was like, oh, you mean this hardcore fascist? Like, no, I'm good. Anyway, that's a good book of history of fascism, yeah, for sure. And then another book on Derrida, Derrida being an interesting thinker of religion. That one I haven't read it all, but it's an interesting one. Caputo is still alive, funny enough. So Caneri, then you have an English version, Elias Caneri, The Play of the Eyes. That's another of his biographical. Yeah, and I wonder because I see that it has the fish, but it's in English, so it might be like a Fischer Verlag, so German English collaboration in the publisher. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you see that, and it's Fischer like the other one. Yeah. I wonder. And then below, I saw that there's the Campbell book on Finnegan's Wake. It's a good book. Oh, and I hadn't realized I still have Italo Calvino, the Italian writer. I have there an Spanish version. Probably has 30 years since I read it. If in a nights of winter nights, a traveler would be the title. And then I need to read the Marius of Cadmus and Harmony for my research in mythology. I see a book by one of my friends, Mark Byron, Samuel Beckett's Geological Imagination, a beautiful Lord Byron, exactly that one. And then next to a beautiful anthology of Lord Byron. Is it an anthology? I think so. And then Judith Butler, of course, as a critical thinker in gender studies. I need to have some Butler. And then I just want to jump. Then the Anatomy of Melancholy, I need to go back to it. But my book, I love William Burroughs. I think if I had been a scholar of American literature, I would have gone into Burroughs. The Ghost of Chance is an amazing. I mean, everybody knows Naked Lunch for sure, or Junkie. But The Ghost of Chance is an amazing book on lemurs and just weird, like venereal diseases. I don't know. if your audience doesn't, if they don't know Burroughs, you need to read Burroughs. It's just amazing.
Which book is this for Butler?
Precarious Life.
Okay.
Precarious Life. Yeah. I haven't read as much Butler as I should. I'm still catching up. But yeah, that's Precarious Life. I think that's one of the, maybe it's before Bodies That Matter or around that time. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There are some gifts there. The Alphabet of Grace is a gift from a friend. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good shelf. It brings good memories. Let's see. Oh, okay. This is gonna get more interesting. So there's Céline that I was talking about, like Louis Ferdinand Céline. The famous book is Voyage au bout de la nuit, or Journey into the End of the Night. That's a classic of French literature, a classic of World War II literature, World War I literature, I think. Yeah, World War I literature. But Céline famous is one of those cases of, we talk about Polanski, a complicated figure morally, but amazing filmmaker. Céline is even more blatantly difficult because he was an avowed Nazi. Like he was a French, but he was anti-Semite, straightforward. Like he was put in prison because he escaped to Germany at the end of the war, and they grabbed him and then brought him back. But that novel is an amazing novel. It's really good. I recommend reading it. And yeah, like it's a little similar to Sad, when you are like, it's a very complex figure, but way better writer than Sad. Sad, I'm sorry, he's very interesting, but he's not a good writer per se. Like he's not, the literature is not that like mind blowing. Céline it is. So yeah, I think it's a Voyage to the Trip of the Night, or Journey to the End of the Night. Sorry, Voyage au bout de la nuit. Definitely a classic of French literature.
Wow.
Yeah. Then we have Michel de Certeau, which is The Invention of the Quotidian, the first volume. That's a very famous book for cultural studies, particularly. De Certeau was this amazing historian. You like Foucault? I think you will like de Certeau if you don't know him yet. Very interesting historian that in this movement, when we started thinking in history not only of big events, but we started thinking about the history of little things, the history of the everyday life, right? And that completely changed our perspective, as you say, epistemology.
We're talking in another bookshelf tour about Wordsworth's preface, I think, where he talked about elevating the poet's job is to sort of elevate the everyday. So kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah, I need to read more Wordsworth. It's one of my blank sites in great books. But yeah, I think that will be something that will describe really well what de Certeau did as a historian.
I think it's the preface to the Lyrical Ballads,
Oh, okay.
1798.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna take that reference. Yeah.
And what does arts de faire mean?
Art de faire is the arts of doing, right? So not art, not in the sense of high art, but just in the way of doing things, right? L'art de faire quelque chose is the way of doing something, right? Yeah. Haven't read the whole book. René Char, that is it's a small book of the text that he wrote. He's an amazing poet. The text that he wrote during World War II, and the things he published. He was part of the resistance and like way more active than others. That's something in French literature, right? That is very 20th century literature. That is very interesting to see how many of them were actively involved in the war, right? Amazing poet, very difficult poet. We have another book there underneath, Fureur et Mystère, Fury and Mystery. Is one of those. It's a type of poetry that you read the poem, you are like, I probably understood 10%, but it's beautiful. It's just really great. Yeah, I really recommend René Char for people who are interested in French poetry. Then Chateaubriand, just Atala René. Not my specialty, too early for me, but classic of French literature for sure. Let's see. I think let's see. Okay, let's see. Un rêve, un rêve. So there, the thing I'll mention rather is at the bottom we have Hélène Cixous. Hélène Cixous is one of my favorite French writers. Still alive. Yeah, so that editorial, The Femme of Women, right? It's a publisher that publishes mostly feminist and female writers, right? Hélène Cixous, like many, not a lot of people sometimes know this about French literature, but a lot of the biggest thinkers, I'm using thinkers to kind of get philosophers and writers together here, but a lot of the biggest thinkers of France in the last, decades, they came from Algeria. So Hélène Cixous came from Algeria, Camus came from Algeria, Jacques Derrida came from Algeria, Catherine Malabou, we'll talk about her later, came from Algeria. Jacques Rancière, the political thinker, came from Algeria as well, right? Cixous from like a German Jewish family, I think. But anyway,
Fanon.
Yeah, Fanon, exactly, right? Yeah, so a lot of like this talks a lot about the French identity, but a lot of like the main intellectuals of France, like they came from their colonies, right? So Cixous is one of them. One of the books that I can mention there is the one that says Portrait de Jacques Derrida, un jeune saint juif, which means portrait of Jacques Derrida as a young Jewish saint, right? Like, and so they were very good friends. So that's a book where she talks about Derrida as a thinker of Jewishness, but in a very artistic way. That's what it's called, portrait, right? Portrait de Jacques Derrida and Jean Saint-Just. The one above, Insister, to insist, is the book that she wrote after Derrida died. So to insist on Derrida's importance and so on. So yeah, and Cixous, in our personal life, like discovered her together with Derrida. So it's been years, but yeah, I haven't read all of them, to be honest, but always a pleasure. Yeah, to read her. There's a novel there that still has the Galilée. It's called Manhattan. I think it's you see the Aten there. It's from her. She's another of those writers that uses a lot of autobiographical, but in a way that you don't distinguish. It's hard to tell, is this a character, is this herself? And that one talks a lot about New York. Then I have to definitely give a shout out to Bruno Clément. You have 4 books there I have from him. La Voix Verticale, signed by him. I went to his presentation. Bruno Clément is a friend and my French mentor. He was a professor at Paris 8, recently retired. And yeah, he's just fantastic. I'm trying to get an edition of La Voix Verticale, which means the vertical voice, into Spanish translated with some friends or some colleagues, but it's taking a while. Publishing takes a while, but yeah, Bruno Clément, great thinker. That one, the last one there, Bruno Clément, L'œuvre sans qualité, The Work Without Qualities. It's a book, it's called Beckett, Samuel Beckett, The Work Without Qualities, L'œuvre sans qualité. It is, I was talking about it with another friend. It is very sad that that book has not been translated to English, because it shows you how sometimes there is a split between English and Anglo-speaking Beckett scholars and French-speaking. And sometimes I don't want to throw too much shade, but I think a lot of the Anglo speakers don't read the French. And it's sad, because that book is from the 90s and it's one of the most amazing books on Beckett that I've read. And I hope it gets translated one day, but also I think people who dedicate themselves to Beckett, they should really try to learn French. And at least like look at Bruno's work. I see a lot of Beckett scholarship. That's it from
I'm kind of surprised you could even be a Beckett scholar without knowing French.
I mean, most of the Beckett scholars, I don't think I met one who said I cannot read French. I think they all can read French. But I think a lot of them, I mean, it's just easier to read the scholarship in English. So they, like, and you see it when you read the articles and you don't see barely any French. in the scholarship, right? And it goes both ways. Like sometimes you see the French scholarship and you see mostly French like scholars, and you're like, dudes, we need to, bridge this gap. We need to do that. And I try to do that a little bit. But that example is striking because that work is a big volume. It's a very technical volume using rhetorical figures. So it's like very, very like hard labor of literature. People just don't pay. Even if they read French, they won't read it. So that's kind of what is annoying. There I see some Claire Colebrook books. I haven't read all of them, but Claire Colebrook is a very important Deleuzian, right? Specialist of Gilles Deleuze. And she's pretty fantastic, especially for people who like to think about like political philosophy, but also like eco-criticism and feminism. Like, yeah, I really recommend. And now I kind of realized it was that. So there's two books there. Samuel Beckett is Closed, and Beckett's Children, a literary memoir. That's by Michael Coffey. He's an amazing friend. Those books are not scholarship by itself. They're more like a memoir, as it says there. So if people like Beckett but also want to kind of read a writer, he's a poet as well, I really recommend Michael's books. And then we go to Coetzee. I have barely read them, I'm going to be really honest, but it's part of a Beckett scholarship to have some Coetzee around. I know he's a great writer, but I still have to catch up with his literature. I see some XIXe in English, right? That's a book on Beckett that she wrote, Zero's Neighbor. A scholarship that I, marks through post-structuralism sounds about right with what I do. Chiesa, that's a Lacanian book. And I'll say The Stories of Your Life and Others, Ted Chiang. That is, if you guys like the movie, oh God, I'm blanking. What is it called? The sci-fi movie about the mother. Arrival. Arrival is based on a story in that book, Stories of Your Life, a short story. It's a very, very good short story, and the book and the movie is fantastic.
How do you think about post-structuralism?
Well, that's my job. Like, I'm a post-structuralist, right? I think the term, it's one of those easy terms that we just put into things to understand their movements, right? But having said that, when you look at the structuralist tradition in France, right? When you look at the moment where, especially with Lévi-Strauss in anthropology and Lacan in psychoanalysis, they start thinking about how a way to understand human phenomena is through structures, right? Coming also a lot from a dialogue with Russian formalists, right? And this attempt that the humanities have of making themselves more scientific in order to get more credit. I think the moment that people like Derrida and Foucault and Deleuze show up and are like this is there, to put it in a simpler, funny way, there are a lot of holes in this structure, right? And I think it creates amazing possibilities of thought in thinkers like Foucault, Derrida, Deleuze, Lyotard, which are thinking about everything that escapes the structure or scientificity and goes more into ideology and things like that.
What was that fourth name that you mentioned after Deleuze?
Lyotard?
Oh yeah, Lyotard.
Yeah, François Lyotard. Yeah. We'll get into them for sure. I'll just give a last shout out here, not to Chaucer, he doesn't need a shout out, but to that book, Understanding Badiou, Understanding Modernism. It's an amazing series. I have an article there on Badiou and Derrida, and it's edited by my friend Arca Shadow-Padilla and Arthur Rose. So yeah, I love that collection. That's the collection on which my sad book came out, Understanding Modernism, that we'll see later. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then you see some, scholarship there. Let's give a shout out to
bibliography there.
Yeah, and it's also like old, so it needs more. So you see the Cerrato, Michel Foucault. You like Foucault, so I do recommend that book for you. It's Madalena Cerrato, a professor at Texas A&M. Michel Foucault's Practical Philosophy. It has a blurb from me in the back, I really like that book. It explains a lot how Foucault's philosophy was not only a way of thinking but also of living. So I recommend that book for sure. And I see Paul Celan there. Let's always remember the amazing poet that Paul Celan was. And he gave the Sick Bag Song, another book of poetry, really nice. Let's see.
That looks interesting.
Yeah, that I just got. If you see any book that is put like that, it's because it's a recent buy. That's another Claire Colebrook.
It's another what?
Claire Colebrook.
Oh yeah.
We saw her at the end. Yeah. That's another of her books. Yeah, you're gonna see the name. Yeah, Colebrook. Yeah, really good. Really good thinker. I really recommend her. Again, climate studies, extinction studies, transhumanism. Great thinker for all those topics.
Nice. So
she's at Penn State, I believe.
That wraps up the first
oh my God
column there. And we're now getting into column 2.
I'll say the B was the longest one for sure. So many. The D is also pretty big. But we can go faster because it's just like Derrida. It's like 3 full shelves.
Actually, I need to.
Oh, there you go. So that's the first one. Yeah, look up to see it. Here, I mean, Colette, I'll just say a fantastic French writer that I recommend. Yeah, I don't have much to say. It's fun and feminist up to a point. Les Amours Jaunes, I don't remember it. I mean, I remember buying it, but I don't remember why I bought it. Corneille, for people who like traditional French theater, I do like Corneille. I prefer Racine, but I recommend, Classique Bordas. Those are really classic, right? Because this is the 17th century, right? So this is like the time of the Le Roi Soleil, the king son, right? The one who built Versailles and so. So fantastic. Not my period, but fantastic stuff. A lot of English because the titles are upside down. Paula Cucurella, I'll say that's a friend of mine. She's a poet. She writes in Spanish. She teaches in Texas. So shout out to Paula. People should read her. Great thinker, great poet. Stick Dagerman, that's a book. I don't know. It's a poem. I think it's a poem. I don't remember well, but I do a lot of animal studies sometimes too. So that one is a little bit on a serpent. And then Dali. Let's talk about Dali instead. Yeah. That one I do know. So as many people as a young person, I love Dali. I was like, oh, he's amazing. His paintings are amazing. Then I discovered that he was very mean to Buñuel, the director, Luis Buñuel, and also like made it that Buñuel couldn't work anymore in the U.S. So he went into poverty because Dali was like kind of like super capitalist and Buñuel was a communist. So anyway, that made me not like Dali very much. And then at some point I was like, oh, his paintings look the same. So I'm not that big into it. But I've been going back to Dali because he influenced a lot that psychoanalyst that I told you, Jacques Lacan. So I'm going a lot back into Dali, especially his reflections on paranoia as kind of like the modern way of being. So yeah, that's where I got those Dalis that you see there.
Have you gotten into like the scholarship on conspiracy theories?
Not like, more from a very abstract way of paranoia and psychoanalysis. Oh. But a friend of mine, a professor at University of Alabama, James McNaughton, just gave an amazing paper at a conference I was a couple of weeks ago on conspiracy theories and like how, like his paper was showing how a lot of them were right, and why, and it was on conspiracy theories and drama. If you're interested, and I can ask him, I can see if he wants to share it. He has a book, and we'll get into that book. Like I own it, on Joker, on the film Joker. Cool. Yeah. When we get there, I'll get back into that. But
can you spell his last name?
McNaughton, I believe I always get with it. I'm trying to turn around, see if I can see. And
we'll come to it later, so we can just.
Yeah, it's like McNaughton, I believe. But we'll see it in a second. Yeah.
Okay.
I have 2 of his books. So we were in this one. So I say Colette, Dali. That's what I talk about. Dali. Marie Darrieussecq, just an amazing French writer. Not much to say, just kind of like Wolf. Just if you like a beautiful novel, I recommend. Barbey d'Aurevilly, Le Diabolique, is based. He created a movie. There's a movie called The Diabolical Ones. It's really good. Sylvia Bataille. If people, well, sorry, those are the vertical ones. I apologize for jumping ahead. But Sylvia Bataille, I'll just say, she was the wife of Georges Bataille that we saw earlier. But then she divorced him and married Jacques Lacan, the psychoanalyst. So that's a biography on Sylvia Bataille. So we'll talk about that later more, but just because I saw it there.
Sounds interesting.
Yeah. Then let's see. All of these are English, so they're upside down. Yeah. way more English in this on this shelf. Okay, so we can begin wherever you this way. Okay, perfect. Paul de Man, interesting post-structuralist thinker from Belgium. There was a scandal in the early 2000s. Well, no, maybe late 90s. Yeah, actually. Maybe even late 80s, early 90s. Because it was discovered that he had as a young man written also in some like pro-Nazi journal in Belgium. But that one really hit hard because Blanchot did it very young, but he came out, he said it immediately, like, I did this is wrong. And all his life, he was like, that was bad. The man kept it a secret. I think it might even have come out after he died. But it made, sadly, that people stopped reading him, even though he's a great thinker. So now it's still a little of a stained name, big friend of Derrida. But yeah, I think people are going back to him a little bit more, but for a while, that was a difficult name. Underneath that, you have Manuel de
Could I just
Landa.
ask you just a
Please.
question of kind of American versus French intellectual culture? Does it seem like people get canceled in the same way?
Oh, great question. So first, just to clarify, this happened in America because he was at Yale.
Okay.
He emigrated after the war and after at some point got the position tenure at the University of Yale. However, to your question, no, it's way more drastic here in the US. France has kind of the opposite problem up to a point. Yeah, I mean it's difficult because I mean I'm not like yeah, cancel culture. Like it's a very complex issue, right? But the example I can give you is so the French have for the Oscars they have something called the César, like the awards. Recently, Jim Carrey was there, and there was like a conspiracy theory that wasn't Jim Carrey, right? So a couple of years ago, Roman Polanski, who has been living in France since he escaped the U.S., was nominated to win the Best Picture and Best Director for a film he did on the Dreyfus Affair, the famous anti-Semite affair that happened shortly before World War I. And he won the prize. I think I forget if he was the best movie or the best director. But at that moment, a famous actress, I forget the last name right now, Adele is her first name, stood up in the middle of the audience and started like yelling, like "Bravo! Congratulations to the pederasts, the pedophiliacs," right? Because Polanski famously, raped or assaulted. I forget the exact term of what happened in the U.S. A minor, right? And like it was like some people applauded, but a lot of people were like, no, like they were still kind of cheering for him. So there was this reckoning. So what people started saying is like the Me Too movement arrived in France way later than in the US, right? There was other case that in the 70s, I believe, I don't remember what triggered this, but there was some author who had a relation with a younger woman. So I think it was like 19 versus 30 or something. And a lot of the intellectuals wrote a letter saying, like, supporting this person. Because, and this is very hard for American context to understand, but it's because France had more their fight. They haven't had a fight with kind of like the lack of consent and the pressure and so on that we have had in all these cases of abuse, but they had more of a fight of like the 60s still of the freedom of love from hierarchies. So they were kind of coming into like, no, but if she's 19, she can choose, right? So anyway, it's very complex because just now we're coming back to like, oh wait, maybe that wasn't the best thing to do, right? So it's very complex in that sense. But the man was canceled in the US.
Okay.
I don't even. French Academy is interesting. We can talk about the French Academy later, but I don't think the man is that read in the French Academy. Neither Derrida. Like we can talk about that later.
Yeah.
I do say really quick, not shout out, but Manuel de Landa, Materialist Phenomenology. I haven't read that book. I read other ones, but he's an interesting case for me because he was born in Mexico City, but then he emigrated to the US and became a theory person, and so he's kind of like a model for me. Good Manuel de Landa. And then we have Daniel Defoe, Robinson Crusoe, one of the most important books I think of all times. That book, Declensions of the Self, is the first book where I published something. So there's an article there inside from me on Hamlet and Derrida, and all of the. I met those guys. They were really nice guys from Canada, from the University of Alberta. Then we have some more friends from the Beckett world, William Davis and Helen Bailey. They're really good friends. People are interested in Beckett and politics. Strongly recommend that volume. I think that's it from there. Damasio, because of my friends in neurosciences, have been pushing me to do that. The cave painters, because I took students to the caves in France, to the Lascaux, and in Germany. So I was reading about the prehistoric paintings in the caves, which is a big thing in France because it influenced a lot of thinkers to when the discovery of these paintings happened, right? Like to see art from 5,000 years ago blew their minds, right? D.J.S. Cross, Deleuze and the Problem of Affect. He's a great friend of mine, and that's a good book. If people who are interested in affects and Deleuze, he just edited a book with a chapter of mine called Deleuze and Affect as well, coming out, I think, next year. Then we have Simon Critchley, great thinker. His book on Bowie is very touching. If people like David Bowie, I recommend reading that book. He has some cool drawings too. Yeah, I think that's pretty much from that section. Oh no, wait, we have more. Sorry, there's way more below. So I just got the Hamlet Doctrine. Haven't read it. I got it while I was in the UK. Cortázar. I'm gonna go back to that for this paper that I'm going on Beckett and Spanish authors or Spanish-speaking authors. Julio Cortázar. If your viewers have not read him, I really recommend him. He's a great, especially short story writer. Really fantastic Argentinian. And then,
Do you have anything else by Chantal Mouffe?
No.
Okay.
You know what? No. Just that she edited that one. The name is very familiar, but I don't think I have any books from her. Anthony Cordingley. Oh, sorry.
Well, she has a great book called Hegemony and Socialist Strategy, 1985.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to take that. Yeah. I'm getting recommendations too. Love it. A shout out. There's a lot of shout outs for friends. Anthony Cordingley, that book on Samuel Beckett and how it is, amazing book. And Anthony is a good bloke. He's amazing. Argentinian, Australian guy living in Paris, teaching in France. Psychoanalysis of Sense. I read that one. It was good. Joseph Conrad. I just really love Joseph Conrad. I'll say something funny. Boy Race, Gerard, I don't know how to pronounce it, Conley. I barely met him, but he went to school where I teach at Lyon College. So he's a legend because he wrote his memoir on how his family tried to make him go through conversion therapy and so on. And then he became really successful. And then they made a movie out of it with Nicole Kidman. So he came and talked the other day, and people. I barely knew him, but we got her book. My wife made me get the book. So anyway, he's a legend in this little town of mine. And then Coleridge. I need to read more Coleridge, but I got that one because some editor recommended me to read a text about surfaces, and I got it. And it's, again, we all have space, like blank spaces and things that we need to catch up. That's
Yeah.
one of mine. Let's
So
see.
I
think
don't
that's
think
it.
there were any vertical. I think there may have been a couple verticals on the far right here.
Oh yeah. So we begin with the Deleuze section. So Deleuze, as when we move to the next one, is mostly Deleuze. Gilles
Okay.
Deleuze is one of my favorite thinkers. Yeah. That one is on sur la peinture, means on painting. It's a seminar that they just released, right? Um, uh, a lot of these thinkers, they did seminars, right, and then wrote their books based on the seminars. And now that they have died, people have found the notes and then recordings and re-edited them to see if we missed something, and it's good. It's
That came up
really
in my research of Foucault, where his history of sexuality, the last three have been like not, they're still like in development. It's kind of crazy, like how it could
yeah
take so long.
yeah. I feel I met recently with a big Foucauldian, and like it's tough with Foucault because he like Kafka was like burn everything. So people have like on top of everything, they, oh well, he didn't want to, and they're like, yeah, but this is very interesting. So yeah, they're still coming. And
I
then
have a
there,
Foucault book that I always recommend. It's called Foucault 2.0, and it sort of traces how he went through the second stage in his career, where a lot of his ideas changed. And um, I think I forget exactly how I discovered it, but
Mhm.
like the definitions he used for some of his words, like archaeology and genealogy, are not stable, and I sort of got caught up in that, trying to figure out, and the whole book is kind of, I don't know, I can't remember. I read it a while ago, but it is
Mhm.
a fairly new book. I think it's like the last 10 or 15 years.
I wonder who wrote it. I might know the name.
Yeah, let
I'll
me
Google it
put it
later.
into Google.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm adjacent to Foucauldians, but sometimes I do know some of the.
Eric Paris, Paras.
Huh. I think I've heard the name, but I don't know him personally. Um, he's very interesting. I do want to get back to Foucault one day. But it's, yeah. Um, as a Derridian, there's a lot of like close connections because they did know each other really well. so so this is my beautiful Deleuze section. I love them so much. Deleuze famously wrote a lot of his books with Félix Guattari. Félix Guattari, who also has been kind of rediscovered, or people are reading him more um, on his own. Guattari was a psychoanalyst and a practicing one, and Deleuze was more of a regular trained philosopher. But they got together and like they kind of created these amazing books, particularly that one that you have there on the left, Mille Plateaux or Thousand Plateaux,
Yeah.
um, uh, which is so it's funny that you have both of them. Like I should organize them better, but you have L'Anti-Oedipe or the Anti-Oedipus and Mille Plateaux, and they are two volumes. So the first one is Anti-Oedipus, and then Mille Plateaux. Um, and
But
they
before you get into
revolutionized.
it, I just want to make a
Yeah.
note, because the guy that I just published, uh, so we did a 30-hour bookshelf tour, and like
Mm.
this is his favorite book, and or they's favorite book.
Yes, yeah.
And they have like a collectible edition of it, and like a first edition, and they must have said Deleuze and Guattari like 500 times over this 30 hours. So like that, you could almost call that whole bookshelf tour like a Deleuze and Guattari
That's
bookshelf tour.
amazing. Oh, and
Yeah.
I need to go back to watch that one
Yeah.
there. Oh my God, that's amazing. Well, that also makes my life easier. I don't
Yeah.
have to think that much. Uh, but yeah, so there you go. Like, and I think super influential. I've been working on like neo-reactionaries. Do you know Nick Land?
Yeah. NRX.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, did this person talk about? Did they talk about Nick Land and Deleuze and Guattari? Did they explain this situation? Accelerationism.
We didn't Dark Enlightenment. We didn't. I don't think we got into that much. So if you have anything you want to add on that,
I mean, I would just add how, like, I think Nick Land was a Deleuzian and a Guattarian, and at the beginning he saw the idea of the acceleration. They took it from them as a way of fighting capitalism, but then he decided that there's no fighting. There's just like keep going. So anyway, that was the only thing that, because you mentioned having an expert in Deleuze and Guattari, that made me think about that.
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, we have here are my Deleuze and Guattari books. I don't. I should organize them better. Once it's the same author, I don't do any alphabetical, even though my books in general are in alphabetical order. You see there, they are Minuit, like Beckett, right? Some of them are newer, some of them I got like long time ago. The one that I work the most on is actually next to the right. I think is the one that we can barely see. Yes, you can tell that poor little volume. It's so used. It's called Différence et Répétition, or Difference and Repetition. I work on it. Sorry, I made you like flip it like that. But I worked on it a lot because that's where they developed their theory of stupidity. And I've been working, or this is just Deleuze. It's also his first book. Deleuze at the beginning was writing books on philosophers. This is his first book on his own philosophy. So the chapter 5 of Difference and Repetition explains the stupidity as the rising of the background where the process of individuation breaks and it goes through the self and creates what he calls the Sabbath of malice and stupidity. That's a good paraphrase of it. So I've been working on that paragraph for 15 years. So that's why I have that book. That's what I would like to add that about Deleuze.
Could you flesh out the idea a little bit more? I'm not sure it's
very complex, right? So the idea is that so it's a mix of Schelling and Simondon, which we'll talk about later. But the idea is kind of between epistemology and ontology, right? So it's the idea of the world and the self at some point, like we recognize things, or things are what they are because they're individuated. So stupidity is when the brain or the mind stops individuating things and kind of like think of a painting. Like if you had silhouettes on a painting, but then the background starts coming forward and like dissolves the limits, right? Kind of like think of the ending of Space Odyssey, like where the colors are kind of like coming, right? So he says that when that happens through the self cannot distinguish anything, and it starts just kind of like grasping for its own understanding, but it's purely narcissistic. And he says that's when, so the paradox there that is beautiful, he says that's where the feast of stupidity and malice takes place, but it is also the only chance for thought to happen, for real thinking, because he's thinking with Heidegger that we still don't think, that thinking is not an easy thing, thinking is an event, right? So in order to really think, and he's trying to go away from what he calls the image of thought of Descartes and traditional philosophy. So in order to really think possibilities of life, we have to go beyond all the schemas. But the Gramsci, like this is the time of monsters, right? A time is about, right? Like the time of crisis where the old world is dying and a new one is born.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that, right? This idea of, in order for something new and beautiful to happen, all things need to be destroyed. But that transitional period can bring a lot of dangers, right? That's how I understand it. But it is I can tell you, like I'll send you the articles I've written about it.
Yeah.
And the new book is going to be talking about that. So anyway, more of my Deleuze. I'm one of those. The other thing I'll say is I'm one of those who Derridians sometimes tell me that I'm wasting my time reading Deleuze, and I tell them that they need to read more Deleuze because I think it's healthy to have those perspectives. Deleuze is funnier. Derrida is funny, but Deleuze is really funny. There's more humor. There's more levity, right? So yeah, that book, Critique clinique, you see there in English, I think it means critical and clinical, has an amazing essay that I recommend for anybody, any American especially, has an amazing essay on Bartleby, Melville's Bartleby. And at the end of that essay, short essay, he says that Deleuze says that Bartleby is the only hope of America. And like America needs to embrace the I would prefer not to philosophy of Bartleby. It's amazing. I really recommend that one. There's really not much I can say about Deleuze except that I love him. If you have any question about any book, I'm happy to talk about it. But yeah, those are just my Deleuze books. Different editions too. And I think
it's all French.
I think that there's Don DeLillo there, which I'm just gonna confess that I have not read it. But I have a friend, my colleague and friend Wesley Beale here. I read Americana. That was my first Don DeLillo. But I need to read more. He really loves DeLillo and Pynchon, and he's been trying to make me read him for ages, and I'm trying. but I'm too busy. But I enjoy Americana. I do want to read Underworld soon. There you go. But now, okay, so we get to the beginning of my Derrida section, which it might go faster than the other ones because there's just, I don't know where to begin. I dedicated a huge part of my life to Derrida. So this is Galilée. Most of Derrida books are on Galilée. Some on Minuit and other ones, but it's because he created a collection called La pensée en effet, or the thought in effect, thinking in effect. So a lot of his books came out in this collection, and it tells you a little bit about also the history of French publishing and intellectual life, in the sense that a lot of times intellectuals, I mean, in the US we do it too, I guess, but yeah, maybe it's more easy for me to see it, more conspicuous in France. They create collections where they publish each other. So like then you know because of that collection or that series, right, that you're gonna get a type of thinker in that same vein. So this is part of that. Yeah, huge books too. Derrida, I love him to death, but sometimes he did need an editor. Yeah, there's a DeLillo that I have not read, just Americana. I apologize, but I will in my free time one day. Underworld in particular, I really want to read. I think that's it from those. Yeah, vintage.
Some interesting symbolism there.
I know, and I read like some of when we get to my friend Michael Nass. He's at the Derrida but loves DeLillo, so I know little things about the books because of the theory books. But yeah, okay, now we get to yes. So it's interesting there that we have two volumes that are not necessarily Derrida. That first one that above says Derrida d'ici, Derrida de là. So Derrida from here, Derrida from there. It's rather essays from other people on Derrida. So it's very, very interesting essays on his own thought. And then Le Passage des Frontières, that big book there, the passage of frontiers or borders, autour du travail de Jacques Derrida, so around the work of Jacques Derrida. It's a colloque de Cérisy, it says on top there. It's a series of conferences or colloquiums done on very different like subjects. So there was one, I think there was one on Sade. At some point, there was one on Nietzsche, very famous one. All of these thinkers of post-structuralism were very influenced by Nietzsche, and kind of a lot of their thought developed after Nietzsche. But at some point, so Derrida began as an assistant to this conference, and then later in his life there was one on him, which is this one. That's why it looks new, because it's not that old. Yeah. Then we have you see like that one, the Donner le Temps 2, or The Gift of Time 2. It's published by Seuil. So we saw Seuil earlier, right? Threshold. In the Bibliothèque Derrida. So there's a series of Derrida within Seuil, right? Derrida, as I said, way more popular in the US than France.
Wow.
Like it's now it's a little coming back, but no, there is this huge resistance against him. Recently, one of the ministers of education or something of Macron, the current president of France, started blaming all the problems of France on deconstruction, which is Derrida's kind of like the name to describe Derrida's philosophy. And yeah, people were like, what are you talking about? Like, it was just a silly thing to say, but it tells you kind of the anxiety. Like for some French people, Derrida is almost like too American.
Wow.
Yeah, it's complex. Yeah. So you see that book, funny that it's there. Mémoires pour Paul de Man. Some memories or memoirs for Paul de Man, the other one that we saw earlier, that I told you that was a scandal, right? So he wrote this book, Derrida, after that scandal to kind of like cope with it and tell about his own life or his own friendship with the man. The man was also one reason Derrida became famous in the US, because the man, together with Harold Bloom, belonged to this group of theory people who embraced Derrida back in the 80s and 90s. There's a book we'll see in a second that has texts from all of them on deconstruction.
Yeah.
Let's see. The last seminar that he published, the last seminar that he gave, he died in 2004, is that
Do you know what
one.
this one is, the blank one?
Yeah, it is. I bought it at I don't know if you have seen in Paris, there's the Bouquiniste, like next to the river, La Seine. There's this usually all men selling books. This beautiful thing, beautiful tradition. And I bought it there, and it didn't have the title. Like, I don't know if it was the sun, because they're always on the sun, but it vanished the title. It's a Derrida book called Tourner les monts, I believe, which means to tourner means to turn, but also to film. So it's to film the words, and it's a book on. There's a film by a director called Safa Fati called D'ailleurs Derrida or Derrida Elsewhere, and after the movie came out, they published this book, which has reflections on the film. Yeah, I know it because it's the only book that I have from him that lost the title. Those are the seminars, right? So the last one was The Beast and the Sovereign. So it has the 2001, 2002, 2002, 2003. And they've been publishing them backwards. So the first one they published were the last ones. And then every year a new seminar comes out. So you see, then came La Peine de Mort, or the death penalty, right? From 99, 2000, right? La Vie, la Mort, that's another seminar. There you have the first great one is called Aporie or Aporias. That's a great book on, if you want a good book on death, to reflect on death, that's the book from Derrida. It's amazing. And then Cora is the next one. Cora is a term from Plato. It's a Greek term that means land, but also womb. And I've been working on that for ages. So I'm planning a book on Cora one day. It's for people who are interested, if they want to see where Cora pops up the most, in Plato, the Timaeus, in the Timaeus, which we'll see that I have the love version of it. Yeah,
You seem to have a lot of research interests, like more than normal.
Yes. My wife will say so. My friends will say so. Yeah, I'm a little love. I'm a comparative literature guy, so it's pretty obvious. Yeah. Yeah, I've been preparing a conference on international organizations and the Dark Enlightenment. So, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's a lot. The postcard, I do recommend that book there, La Carte Postale. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. It's one of those that makes people hate Derrida because it is very philosophical in some parts, but they begins with love letters, real love letters. So it's a beautiful book. I recommend if people want to just dig into Derrida, jump in and like it. I really recommend that book. Then you can see that one that is next to it that has a clip, because it's another one that I've used so much. The title is La Vérité en Peinture, which means La Vérité, the truth, en peinture, in painting. So it's his book with the most reflections on art. He has an essay on an artist called Titus Gerard Carmel, which I have a sketch, an etching, that you have a picture that we'll see later.
Could you spell that name?
Titus, let me get it. Gerard, let me see. It has some dashes. Let me make sure I don't misspell it because it's Titus Gerard. Let's see. Carmel. So Gerard is like Gerard. That's his first name. And then Titus is Titus. And then dash Carmel, Carmel.
Okay. Thank you.
Carmel. Yeah, of course. And then more books on Derrida. There's one there I'll mention just quick because we're gonna see her name. It says Anne Dufourmantel invite Jacques Derrida à répondre de l'hospitalité. It's a black book. So Anne Dufourmantel was a thinker, and in this case, it says that she invites Jacques Derrida to respond on hospitality. And she's a thinker on her own, and we'll see some of her books. She's all about empathy and love and tenderness, and like all her writings. And she died like trying to save somebody from drowning and actually saving the person, a kid. Wow. So yeah, it's one of those like amazing, like great thinker and great person as well. Funny enough, I have a book there that apparently I put it upside down. Totally upside down. We'll talk about it later.
I wanted to ask you about this. We've seen a lot of these with the green and the essays.
I think that's Seuil.
Okay.
I think that's Seuil. I might be wrong, but I think the essay are Seuil, like all of the other ones.
Okay.
I can check in a second too, because I should be able to grab it. Yeah. Okay, so you see other edits. There are a couple that are not Galilée or Seuil, like that one, the Jacques Derrida, Antoine Spire. I think it's Au-delà des apparences, Beyond Appearances. So sometimes there will be these special editions that people will ask him to, especially with somebody else, right, to collaborate. Or, for example, the Marx and Sons that you see there, right? It says Puf Galilée, so that's a co-edition, right, between Galilée and the Presse Universitaire de France, so the University Presses of France, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it there. Yeah, this will go faster because I could just keep talking about. Oh yeah, the one that I missed, Les yeux de la langue, the eyes of the tongue or of the language. That's just a recent thing. It's an old text, but just got recently published. I just put it upside down. That was my mistake. It's funny the life of like putting them down and up and up and down and when you're reading and but I am very OCD, as you can tell, to have them very even. Sometimes friends will come and like make a hole and it drives me crazy. There you go, the Puf Galilée that we're talking about. That one I can say. So Derrida Glas. Glas is very hard to translate because it's Glas is the sound of a bell. It's a word to describe the sound of a bell when there's a particular service for the dead. Right? It's kind of hard to.
For whom the bell tolls.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking about that. Yeah. But in French, like saying like j'écoute les glas, it's like I'm hearing the particular sound that describes that there is a
death knell.
The death knell. Voilà. Exactly, right? So it's a very important book of Derrida. It has 2 columns. It was published originally in 1 volume. And people who don't like Derrida, like they complain about this type of book. This is 2 columns. It's like it's very experimental, right? Like the columns break apart, and I think it's fun, but a lot of people hate it. But it's one of the most important books of Derrida for sure. Yeah, we have. So that one, it says Galilée, d'un ton apocalyptique adopté naguère en philosophie, of an apocalyptical tone adopted before or long time ago in philosophy. That one I sent you a picture of it because I bought it like on its own. I sent you a picture, we can see it later, but you see the cover. And then you see that I opened it because I bought it, like I buy my books used because I'm not very rich. And I opened it one day and voila, it's signed. It has Derrida's signature. So it made me very happy. I got an autograph of Derrida without wanting. It cost me like $15. They didn't realize it. So we'll see it later. But I have it there. There you go. Fast enough. That is the book. Yeah. That is the book. Beautiful book. And that's the signature. I know it's Emmanuel Perez, I think is the name, but that's Derrida's signature. And I know his signature because I have it part of it.
Let me
on
switch over. Let me switch over.
There you go. I have part of it on me. It's obviously it's mirrored. It's the other way around, but I have this because my tattoo is a painting by a friend of him, Adami. We'll talk about him later. But the painting included the signature. So when I got the tattoo, I got his signature. Can talk more about that.
We actually have your
Voilà.
self-portrait here.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah. Exactly. That was during the pandemic. But when I finally went back I hadn't done oils in I don't know how long. But I was like, well, the world is ending. What can I do? Let's go back to painting. Yeah. No, that's some of my other stuff.
Yeah.
Excellent.
The scrolling feature is a little bit doesn't work perfectly.
You do a great job. Like you really like. I'm amazed how well. No problem. Running a difference, like you just put it in the center. L'écriture et la différence, an amazing, kind of the main books of Derrida. If people don't know him, I recommend that one to begin with. My first one was Margins of Philosophy, but that was just by accident. Then you see how I have some old editions and some newer ones. That one is interesting. The Derrida Gadamer, La Coula Barthes, right? La Conférence de Heidelberg, which is the conference at Heidelberg, which was a conference where they kind of reflected on Heidegger and the inheritance of Nazism in philosophy. And Gadamer, famously a very traditional philosopher, student of Heidegger, who at the beginning hated Derrida because he was like, why are you writing so weirdly? But then later kind of became friends and got to have that conference.
What do you think is the easiest Derrida to get started with if you're like not like comfortable with that kind of his writing style?
It honestly depends on the background of the person. Like if it's somebody if it's an analytical philosopher, if it's somebody who's training the analytical philosophy, it's going to be very hard. I'll be very honest. But I would say probably I would recommend that person to begin with the earliest Derrida, like chronologically. So I'll recommend them to begin even with his master thesis on the notion of Genesis in Husserl, because it's very traditional philosophy. It's like it's very thesis, right? Development is like very, very non-experimental. That is if the person is a very analytical philosopher that wants philosophy to be a very rigorous, strict way. But if you are rather somebody who haven't read Derrida, but you are, you like literature, you like philosophy, you like kind of want to just get into it, I will say, what would be fun? You know what? It might be interesting to begin with the seminar, to begin with like the Beast and the Sovereign. That would be interesting because it's very, it's a seminar, so it's very oral. So he's talking and he quotes things, but he's trying to make you follow the argument. I'll say that that would be good. Sometimes the interviews are good too, because he also has to clarify like positions. It's a famous interview. But yeah, it depends. I will. It will be something like ask at the Derrida and like send me an email and tell me what you're interested in, and I'll tell you what. Right? Like if you like art, I can recommend it. If you like art, if you like There's a book, it's around there, that is both Derrida and Bennington, because it's a split book. So above is Geoffrey Bennington explaining Derrida's philosophy, and underneath is Derrida talking about his life. That one is very interesting too, I'll say. I don't see it there. I think it's later, but we can keep going here. Yeah, I mean, so that yellow one, this is Jacques Derrida, Les problèmes de la genèse dans la philosophie de Husserl, that is his master thesis. He was like 28 years old, and it's amazing he wrote this. And it's the problem of Genesis in the philosophy of Husserl. That one is very boring because it's so traditional philosophy. It's good, it's interesting. But that one, if somebody's analytical, I'll say begin with that, because that shows you that he knows what he's doing. It's just like later he tries to take us to other places, right? That one, Droit de Regard, I see big letters. That's a beautiful photo book. It's like a photo story of love. It's a lesbian couple, but there's a text. So the author of the photos is Marie-Françoise Plissard, and then it has a reading by Derrida. The Droit de Regard is kind of hard to translate, but it's like right of sight. Right? Regard is sight, right? So right of sight, as in right of passage, right? Like it's kind of a lot of puns there. But that is a beautiful, beautiful book that I recommend. And then the one that you're like with the cursor there, Antonin Artaud, we're talking about Artaud. This is a book that Paul Thévenin, who was I think he knew Artaud. It's a book of drawings, dessins, portraits, and portraits. But he asked Derrida to write a text. So it's an amazing text in that book. And it's an art book. That one is packed with images. It's beautiful. That one, the next one, that'll be the last one I talk about. Oh, and there's the one that I mentioned below, the Bennington Derrida. That's the one that I told you where on top of it, and there's an English version. It's called Jacques Derrida. That's the title of the book. The top is Bennington explaining Derrida. And then the bottom of the book is Jacques Derrida. It's called Circumfession, when he talks about his life. That's a beautiful, beautiful book. I think it's a good option. And then Les Femmes de l'Homme, the one that is on top green, I just bought it in Montreal. I was on a visit. It cost me $50, and that was cheap because it's one of those that it was, I think, released only once. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. Essays, includes one essay by him, but it's one of those like people get together, and I wish in America we'll do that more.
Zeitschrift.
Yeah, exactly. That's Zeitschrift. Voilà. Right. Perfect. And then that yellow and blue one, Voyager avec Jacques Derrida, La Contre-Allée is called, the Counter Alley, I think it's in English. These are the books that he wrote with other people. You see Bennington Derrida. That one is Derrida Malabou. And we'll talk about Malabou later because I work on her and I know her through email, but she's very nice. So anyway, that one just to have it there. You see a couple of Derridas there in Spanish from the time before I switched. And then when we switch it, I'll tell you more about that book there, Deconstruction and Criticism, when we switch in a second to the English versions. Yeah, I think that's, there you go. It's funny how the Spanish do either way. I'm realizing that, like they're either like the French or like the American.
Another radical thinkers verso.
Yeah. So that, I think that one, Ghostly Demarcations. So Derrida in the, I don't know if you know this, but so a lot of his contemporaries were very straightforward Marxist, right? Like Deleuze in many ways, Foucault in many ways, Sartre in many ways, even though he was older. But Derrida, for a long time, people were like, why don't you talk about Marx? Why don't you talk about Marx? They were very kind of like, because it was 68, right? So this, what we call post-structuralists, they used to call themselves soixante-huitards, which means 68ers. That's how they will define themselves by the year, because they went through May 68 in France, right? And
Could you say that again? They did what?
They went through May 68 in France, right? Like
Yep.
Right. So
could you explain that just for people unfamiliar?
Yeah, it's kind of hard, but like, so see, I mean, because it happened all around the world. Like there were events in Berkeley, in Mexico City, right? And in France in May, what happened were there were a bunch of protests that had very different goals. So a little bit like people can think now of Occupy Wall Street, in the sense like there were sometimes not clear goals about what was being demanded. So a little bit like that and bigger. But it was a big moment because for people like me, politically on the left, like you had like students and workers, right? Like all kind of getting together and demanding a different world, right? And some of the demands were about the university, right? Like more places and different classes and so on. Some about wages, about rights and so on. So it never coalesced into anything particular. It kind of changed many things, but it created a generation, and a generation of very socially conscious people and thinkers. So you had around the students, you had, and there are pictures you can see of Gilles Deleuze, Michel Foucault, and Sartre walking together, right? Like protesting and calling for different things, right? So the idea was not there. And he was kind of a little younger than them. He was born in 1930, but he was already, 38 years old. So there was a lot of criticism of him almost as an apolitical figure, right? And even though one could say that even if he wasn't writing overtly political books, there were a lot of clear politics in his philosophical books. But anyway, in I forget the exact date, but 92 or 91, around that time, maybe 93, he writes Spectres of Marx, right? Which is his first response to all these kind of questions about like why haven't you talked about Marx, right? So this book that you pointed out, the idea it all goes to demarcations, includes responses to that publication of Spectres of Marx, right? Which is a book that, to summarize it very crudely, and I've written about this couple of things, but very crudely, I would say it's him talking about Marx and what he embraces about Marxism, but also criticizing overly orthodox Marxists, sometimes falling into ideologies and being like I'm all for Marx, but you also have to be careful into how much sometimes it even laps into some religiosity and some messianism that you are not reflecting on. I'm not rejecting it, but we need to reflect on it. So
and of course, it's a play on words of the first part of the Communist Manifesto, where it's a specters haunting Europe.
Yes, and it begins with that. Yes, it's a beautiful. That would be a great book for people to begin with. Spectres of Marx is a fantastic book, and it's also a book on Hamlet. So I really really like it. I'm trying to look at the name of Terry Eagleton response. I took classes with Terry Eagleton at some point.
You did?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah.
Do you have any of his books?
I have. Yeah.
Do you have his Intro to Literary Criticism?
Yeah, I haven't read it, but I have it here. Yes. He. I think by the time I met him, he was coming to Notre Dame as a rock star. He was just telling us about the time he slept on Madonna's bed. And then when I wanted to discuss something about Zizek, he just said, "Oh, Zizek is complex. I like him." And that's it. But that book has an essay from him responding to the idea. It's an interesting one.
And also the Communist Manifesto, just in terms of intellectual history, it started out as a catechism, basically. That was the original title.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. That's awesome.
And then they thought it was too religious sounding, so.
Huh. I wonder if there's
a reference.
I can find that. Yeah. I wonder if there's a reference about it in I need to reread Spectres of Marx, but there might be a reference about it.
It was originally, I pulled up through AI here. Communist Manifesto 1848 was originally drafted in a question and answer catechism format before Engels suggested changing it to a political manifesto. The earlier draft, titled Draft of a Communist Confession of Faith, June 1847, and later Principles of Communism, October 1847, was modeled on religious/socialist catechisms.
Wow. That's
And I
awesome.
guess that's on the Marxist archive. I haven't looked at it in a little while, but yeah, the sort of question answer, I always thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's amazing. So before we leave this part of I just realized something. So you see, there's a red book that says "The Instant of My Death," right? That's Blanchot. That's the text that I told you about, him narrating the moment that he was almost killed. And then that book has it's a very short text, like 3 pages. It has it bilingual actually. And then there's a text by Derrida analyzing that little text. It's called Demeure, which means house, but also to remain, because demeurer is to remain. So anyway, that's a fantastic one. But yeah, with this background, I'll say like probably Spectres of Marx is a great book to begin with Derrida. It's complex, but it's a great one.
What is do you have any thoughts on just the motif or theme of death?
Oh man, like I mean, part of it is kind of the stereotype of like the French being kind of very, I wouldn't call them goth, but they're kind of like very reflective on death. Blanchot in particular, I would say. I mean, Camus said that the only real philosophical problem question was to kill or not kill yourself, right? I think that with a lot of them has to do because they came from the between wars, right? Like Europe, almost destroyed in many ways. They came from also the experience either directly or indirectly of the Holocaust, right? But also like what Bataille shows you, the relation between death and eroticism, death and love, right? I'll say I mean, the Germans have it too, but I think it's different because I think the French, death has in France has come kind of like a relation to pleasure too, like to food, right? Like that in Germany maybe we don't have it or they don't have it the same way. But yeah, I think I don't know. I think there are cultures that are way more open to facing death than sometimes American culture. I think, as a French scholar that came from Mexico, which is also a culture that faces death quite a bit. That will be it's a huge question. That will be my 2 cents. Just really quick here, the Deconstruction and Criticism. That's the book where you have Harold Bloom, I think Paul Deman, maybe I'm wrong about that, but at least Harold Bloom, Geoffrey Hartman, and a lot of like Yale and Harvard people writing. I think is it the Triumph of Life? Is that Keats? Am I correct? The poem.
I'm not sure. I'll look it up.
It's one of the English. I think it's Triumph of Life or Triumph over Death. Let's see. Poem. Yeah, Shelley. Sorry, it's Shelley. The Triumph of Life. So that book, Deconstruction and Criticism, is a lot of these thinkers, Harold Bloom included, reflecting on deconstruction, but they need to use as a pretext Shelley's poem, The Triumph of Life. Yeah, that's a very interesting book. And Derrida uses Shelley and Blanchot as well. That book is interesting too for people, especially if they like English poetry. I'll say like that's a good beginner book. I think that's it because the other Derridas are like the other way around. That's on a film. There's an American film on Derrida called Derrida. You can find it on YouTube. It's an interesting one. There's the French one, and this is the American one. And then Memoirs of the Blind for people who like art. At some point, Derrida, the Louvre, the museum in Paris, will grab intellectuals and give them a couple of days to curate a section. And they did that to Derrida and Julia Kristeva. And the catalog of that exhibit is that one, Memoirs of the Blind. That's a great, if people who like art, that's a great. And Clang, that you zoom in there, that's the English translation of Glas. That book that we were talking about, the Dead Knoll, that you translated really well. That's the recent English translation of Glas, made by Bennington and David Wills. Yeah. Very, very good.
The Chicago one?
No, the Minnesota one, the clan. Yeah.
No,
The
right,
Chi-
right. But did you have anything to say about this one underneath
Oh
it?
yeah. So that's a beautiful edition. It's weird that they don't have the title. It's called Spurs, like the spurs of a horse or on a horse. In French is Éperon. That's one of the first books of Derrida that I got because it's bilingual. It's the French and the English edition. It's a beautiful, beautiful edition. It's a pink book. I hate it when they don't have the title. They're kind of strange. But yeah, I think that's it from, and we're done with the Derrida section. I think.
I just want to show the vertical ones.
Oh yeah. So that one that is the first one there, Marche. That's the first book of Derrida that I read, 2001 in Europe. I had the Spanish version. That's the book with which I discovered Derrida. Yeah. Yeah, and the La Grammatologie of Grammatology, that's very famous, probably the most famous book of Derrida, I'll say. I think that's it for the, yeah. Oh my, we have the Descartes, obviously. Any French scholar needs to have some Descartes. That's just the correspondence with the Queen Elizabeth. Then we have Louis René de Forêt, that's just poetry. King Kong Theory, or King Kong Theorie, is an amazing book by Virginie Despentes. She's one of the most famous writers alive in France. And this is an amazing, like French extreme feminism book. She wrote a book and made a movie called, in French, is Baise-moi, which is kind of hard to translate because it can mean like kiss me, but it can also mean like fuck me or make love to me. And it's a beautiful film, beautiful book. She used to be a prostitute at some point in her life. So anyway, for French theory, alive, King Kong Theory. English translation is around there, easy to find. Let's see. Jacques le Fataliste, of course, Diderot. Le Nouveau de Rameau. Jacques le Fataliste, obviously, Jacques the Fatalist, a classic of Enlightenment philosophy. But Le Nouveau de Rameau, I find it more interesting, the nephew of Rameau, because Hegel quotes it in the Phenomenology of Spirit. It's a very wacky text. I really recommend it. Diderot is my favorite of the Enlightenment philosophers. And then we go to Georges Lily Huberman, who's still alive. He's youngish. Fantastic thinker, especially of art and the history of art and aesthetics. So the open image, l'image ouverte, is the red one there. But any of his books are really, really, really just great. Yeah, I recommend them. When we flip it, I'll tell you more of the titles of other ones. Hacia llevar, nulle part dans la maison de mon père, is nowhere in the house of my father. That's from a Muslim French author. She died recently. She was one of the first Muslim women in the French Academy. It's not my type of literature because it's just very, very realistic, but very interesting to understand the post-colonial times. That's a biography of Deleuze and Guattari, François Dos. That's a dual biography. I haven't finished it. Yeah. There's an English translation too. Fascinating lives that they both lived. Marcel Duchamp, I do work on art. And then there's Anne Dufour-Mantel that I told you about, right? So Puissance de la douceur is the power of sweetness, right? Beautiful book, that one. The one underneath Blind Date I haven't read. I just got it recently, but I really like her. And then Marguerite Duras, one of my favorite writers of all time, French writer in particular. She was the wife of Robert Antelme, the one from The Human Race, Le Spécimen. Amazing writer and filmmaker. Her memoir of the war is that one there that says La douleur, so the pain. In English, the translation is The War, a memoir. And like while Beckett, for example, belonged to the resistance, but he was mostly hiding and like kind of translating things and so on. Duras was in Paris, kind of like more active in her own way. Like there is kind of at some point she makes the suggestion that she might have had to torture somebody to get information, which is wild, but also funny because Duras was like 4 foot tall. And just this, I don't have it here, but in my office, I have an action figure of Duras. I love her so much. But she will blow your mind if you guys don't know her. La maladie de la mort, that you just put the little hand there, the cursor. The malady of death. That's another beautiful, like, death, love novel or play. It's more like a play. And then around there is Hiroshima Mon Amour, which is a film. Hiroshima, and it's a script. I think it's a little, there it is. Hiroshima Mon Amour, Hiroshima My Love, which is a beautiful reflection on Hiroshima, the bombing of Hiroshima, in relation to love. It's fantastic. And the film is by Alain Resnais, the French director from the Nouvelle Vague, the new wave of French cinema. So anyway, just get any Duras that you guys can. She's mind-blowing. I think that's for the French that we can read. Jean Chenot, I read it a long time ago. I didn't like it, but I still keep it. Then we can go back to there you go. Let's see, we can begin there. So the Black Dahlia. I got interested in the Black Dahlia because I'm interested in French art, particularly in Duchamp. And you guys have been to Philadelphia, to the art museum, right? The Modern Art Museum. You see many Marcel Duchamp, right? You have the big glass, which is a famous work for him. And they have a Tandonnet, which is this. Have you been, Timothy, to this museum?
No.
To the Duchamp? No? So anyway, there is this beautiful piece of art that you approach it and it's a door, it's a closed door, and it has a hole. And you put your eye, it's the last piece that Duchamp did. You put your eye and you see a woman in the background, the body of a woman. And anyway, some crazy theories by my friend Jean-Michel Rabaté was that body of a woman was inspired in the Black Dahlia case, the famous murder, right, in Los Angeles back in the, I don't know, 30s, something like that, 40s. So anyway, to catch up on my understanding and so on, I started reading on the Black Dahlia. And these are some of the books that I read before bed. Less theory and more interesting things. And then you have Terry Eagleton, the literary theory that I haven't read, but I have it there. I think that's the only Eagleton that I have.
Yeah, this is a real, I mean, if you haven't read, not for you, but like for somebody who's new to literary theory, this one's a pretty well-respected one and pretty good. So
yeah, classic, yeah. And above it, you have the topology, a very short introduction, because I've been, in my surfaces, I started like trying to understand topology. Still trying to do that.
And math in general, or just
in terms of topology? I did above calculus back in high school, and that was enough. But sometimes but you uses math a lot, so sometimes I'm pushed to do that. There I mostly will just mention. I like anybody else. I love Dostoevsky. I grew up reading quite a bit. I've been thinking more about Dostoevsky in terms of Russian culture, particularly since the war. But the Double, which is the one that we just passed, the book that I'm writing on fascism is also a book on doubles. We can think also about Naomi Klein's The Doppelganger book. That kind of also made me. Yeah, so I had a panel on that, and I've been thinking about that. So anyway, in books of doubles, I still think that Dostoevsky's The Double is one of the most amazing.
Yeah, Naomi Klein was just on the Ezra Klein New York Times podcast a couple days ago.
Yeah, I haven't. I read my newspaper at night, but I haven't finished it because I fall asleep. But I'm reading that interview. Yes. Yeah, because
there's some good video, and like I wasn't familiar with the whole kind of history of the other Naomi, and she's got this huge hair, and it's like it's worth seeing the photos.
Okay, I watched the video then. I stopped reading it and watched the video. And she has that book coming out on End Times Fascism, which is also very interesting.
Oh yeah.
So The Idiot and the Brothers Karamazov I have not read, so I have them saving them for later. Because a lot of my Dostoevsky books were in Spanish, so they stayed in Mexico when I moved.
She kind of reminds me of that other sociologist who I think, I don't know, I'll find it as we go.
Sure. Okay, so we're getting back to the D.G. Uberman. I think the ones are mostly on the vertical, I think. Well, that one is very important. So, Invention de l'hystérie, that's one of his first books, Invention of Hysteria. I was listening to him on a podcast recently talking about it. He met with Foucault. So D.D. Uberman's hero was Foucault. And he sent this book to Foucault. And Foucault read it. And he was telling, literally this is a couple of days ago, he was telling in this interview that Foucault, in his very Parisian, polite way, said, like, thank you for sending me your book. I completely disagree with it. But then they just chatted, and he was very kind. And D.D. Uberman, this book is about the invention of hysteria at the asylum La Salpêtrière in Paris, where Charcot, the psychiatrist, was working, and where Freud trained with Charcot. And they allowed D.D. Uberman access to the Charcot archives because he said that it was just about art, when it is an archaeological study of the episteme of hysteria. But anyway, he was one of the first scholar allowed to do that. So I recommend that book tremendously too, especially the relation between gender studies and images. It's really, really good.
So I found the sociologist. I was
yeah.
And speaking of feminists, her earlier work was The Managed Heart and The Second Shift and The Time Bind, Arlie Russell Hochschild. And then more recently, she wrote Strangers in Their Own Land, which was published just before the 2016 election. So once Trump won, it was seen as one of the books that kind of presaged that somebody who early on was studying. So she conducted ethnographic fieldwork in Louisiana among largely white working and middle-class conservatives and tried to understand the emotional and cultural logic behind their politics. So, and her core concept is the deep story. All this is from AI. A deep story is a felt narrative that captures how people experience their lives, independent of factual accuracy. And her summary of this deep story is: you're waiting in line for the American dream. Others, such as immigrants, minorities, government dependents, are cutting ahead. The federal government is helping them, not you. So that was two other figures, Catherine Kramer and Joan Williams. Kramer wrote The Politics of Resentment, and Williams wrote White Working Class. But her book was really, I think, the biggest book after Trump won, where it was sort of that initial analysis of what happened post-mortem. Her book was very often cited. And I always knew her from The Managed Heart, her 1983 book, The Commercialization of Human Feeling, because it introduced the concept of emotional labor.
Oh, I see. Huh.
And The Second Shift and The Time Bind were all about women's unpaid domestic labor. So a lot of those ideas that took maybe a decade or two to really enter the mainstream, she really kind of set those up in the 80s and 90s.
Awesome. I need to read her, especially
Yeah,
for my fashion. Yeah, thank you. Huh. I don't read enough sociology. I need to.
yeah, I'm pretty interested. I've been interested in sociology for a long time, so she's always been kind of a key figure for me. And that's why I was so surprised she kind of shifted from the feminist stuff to, you know, her newest book. So,
No, that's fascinating.
yeah.
Awesome. Okay, then we get to Dickens. Not a huge Dickens fan, but I had to work on Great Expectations for a workshop, and then some Philip K. Dick just for fun, And then Descartes, Discours de la méthode, Discourse on the method, of course. From Honoré de Balzac, one of the few books that I have from that publisher. Yeah, Didi Oberman would be the most important thing. Oh yeah, and I recently bought that one because I read the plot of The Eternal Husband, and I was like, oh, this is very interesting. Especially talking about fragile masculinity and so on. I was like, I need to read this. So yeah, at some point I'll get back to Dostoevsky.
And here's the vertical.
Oh yeah. So devant l'image, like the white one there, that one, in front of the image will be the translation. That was his main book on analyzing art. That is the one that I would recommend. And then I recently read another one that is there for those of you guys who are interested in Walter Benjamin. He wrote this one. You're gonna see it in a second if you open up that one, Les Anges de l'Histoire, the Angels of History, which is on Benjamin's notions of angels, particularly of his obsession with that Paul Klee image that we all see in the internet very often of the angel of history, which I have a tattoo of it, funny enough. But yeah, I just read that one and it was fascinating. It came out, I think, last year. Yeah. I think that's it for for that one. It's funny how it's like just a couple of authors. Oh yeah, Les Yeux Bleus, Cheveux Noirs. I haven't read that one. I don't know if it happens to you or to some of your audience, but like sometimes when you like an author so much, you don't want to read it all because you want to keep some kind of new things for one day. So I have a couple, Majoras that I'm like, not yet. I'm waiting for the right moment where I will do it. Sometimes it's an article that makes it. There you go. Oh, we're approaching almost at the F.
Actually, I think there might be I thought there might have been a close-up of this.
Yeah, no, I think it's just that one. I see Meister Eckhart, the Deutsche Predigten und Traktate. So like the preachings, the German preachings and Tractatus, treatise of Eckhart. I have not read it, but I'm very interested in going back to mysticism, German mysticism, for different reasons. Farabeuf is a Mexican book that is very interesting, and I've been carrying it for ages. I need to go back to it one day.
Can you talk about how the German mysticism is connected to your other interests, or is it an independent? Like, why are you interested in it?
Oh no, yes, it is. It's especially with the Surfaces book, because one of the main surfaces that I analyze in German is the ground, and the ground in Schelling, in the what is called the Freiheitsschrift, the text of freedom. He talks about how in the development of the world of ontology, right? Like there is an original ground called the Urgrund, and then there is at some point he calls it the Ungrund, so the on ground. And I know that in Eckhart and in the German mysticism, this ground of creation, right, it's also related to the Abgrund, which is the abyss, right? So Eckhart and German mysticism are kind of the background for German idealisms in terms particularly of the cosmogony, the beginning of the world, right? Yeah, so it's like seeing that. I think Eckhart has this famous line about how God is an abyss on which you want to sink and drown, right? So that's why. But yeah, I have to go back to it. Speaking of German, I see there Michael Ende, Die unendliche Geschichte, which is the never-ending story, right? Literally the unending story, which when I think about kids my age who grew up with Star Wars or Star Trek, I'm like, I wasn't either of those. I was in the unending story. That's the one that like really got into my brain. And it's about Sebastian with his books and, being a nerdy kid. And then later when I learned that it was a German movie and a German book, I was like, oh, that explains my weird interest. So it's a beautiful edition. It has like drawings and so on. And I have not read it, the whole thing, but I have it there. And Arnaud, I mean, the latest French Nobel Prize in Literature, right? Like 2 years ago, I believe, 3 years ago. I really like her, even though she's way more realistic than my traditional literature. I read that one that says "There infâme, a mother," that is one of the most touching and heart like wrenching books. All of her books are autobiographical, and this one is about her mother's Alzheimer or loss of memory, and like dealing with a parent like that. And at the time that I read it, my dad was going through that, and it was just heart wrenching. Like, and then later when I got to know her, she's very interesting too because she's one of the few French like literary stars, right? That A, did not grow up in Paris, B, did not go to any of the big schools, like came from the province, went to like a regular school, right? And yet made it to becoming like the most amazing writer. And I recommend for people to read her acceptance speech of the Nobel Prize of Literature. I teach it sometimes because it begins by saying that she was trying to think of a sentence for this speech, a sentence that will summarize her career. And she comes up with a sentence, which is a paraphrase of the French poet Arthur Rimbaud. And the sentence is, I will write to avenge my race. And it's about all the overlooked ones, all the minorities, like, it's fascinating. So anyway, I read a couple of books there. L'Événement, The Event, is the one that made her famous because it talks about getting an abortion that she did while it was still illegal in France in the 70s, I believe. So anyway, all of her books are fantastic. I really recommend. And people know that she's great. I don't have to shout out that much to her. Fanon, there's a Frantz Fanon. I was teaching recently. Peau noire, masque blanc, so black skin, white masks, right? I didn't get to read the whole thing. I just read passages, but it was very, very good. Yeah, I'll get more into it later. And then, okay, those are all my Faulkners, which are upside down, so we can talk about it in a second. Pierre Sadida, great psychoanalyst. That's pretty much all I can say about that. Flaubert, I do have Madame Bovary, obviously, but I really recommend Bouvard et Pécuchet, which is his last book. And it's all about these two, I best term to call them is dum-dums.
Autodidacts.
But they're really funny because they're dumb, right? They're like not very smart. They're smart, but they're autodidacts. Have you read it? Do you like it?
I was just talking. I did a bookshelf tour yesterday, and the guy was had both of these on his bookshelf, and he's into Flaubert. So
There
we
you
were
go.
talking about it, and he was kind of summarizing it for me.
Yeah, I love it. It makes me think of Beckett. It's like the characters of Beckett. Like they have a lot of knowledge, but they're also very dumb. So it's
He was
very
telling me that he
enjoyable.
like went to he put so much effort into each novel, and he like died doing the research. Like he puts so much, he like worked himself to death.
Yeah.
And we talked about how there's this is, I'm sure somebody else has thought of it, but my kind of theory, like we were talking about Joyce, he was almost became a Joycean, and he like had a bunch of stuff on Finnegan's Wake,
Mhm.
and I just kind of, there's a tradition of like the original epic poems to be sort of encyclopedic and capture the knowledge of a society. And there's something similar about the Finnegan's Wake and
Mhm.
some of these other books or novels where like Umberto Eco, where it's kind of
Mhm.
like the author is showing off how much they know,
Mhm.
and it's sort of like being hoisted by your own petard if you like work yourself to death trying to show off how smart you are by
Mhm.
like doing all this research, and then you end up and the stories about these two guys who are like idiots. So it's
Mhm.
just kind of, I don't know, there's some kind of almost like later in life. That was the other thing that I think we got into, where it's like these novels tend to like come out later in life, and it's almost like a
Yeah.
lifetime achievement. And it's like, do you get all the references? And it's like a final exam. So yeah, I've just kind of noticed that pattern of It's, people have different opinions on. There's value to it, but it's also maybe self-indulgent sometimes, or showing.
Yeah, I think so. So going back to we talk about Deleuze and difference and repetition and the origin of stupidity, right? In that passage, he says that philosophy has not been able to think stupidity in itself, but literature has. And he says, Bouvard et Pécuchet. He sees that book as an amazing accomplishment of thinking stupidity and how from there you can actually think thought. So it's like an amazing accomplishment precisely because it discovers the limit of, and as you mentioned it perfectly, like it's Flaubert's last book, right? So it's kind of like this last moment. But instead of going like Joyce into a serious cyclical book, as Finnegan's Wake is, it goes into this kind of like parody. Like there's some comedy to it. That's awesome that you had.
I was thinking of Don Quixote as well.
Yes, totally. Absolutely. Yes, right there. That's what I would say. Madame Bovary is great, but Bouvard et Pécuchet is the thing to read. And it's unfinished, sadly. Like it ends kind of like he could have written more, but yeah. But it's an amazing book, and I think it's a very important book.
Just made me think of the movie Dumb and Dumber. Did you ever watch that one?
Yeah, I watched it in the movie theaters. My God, I almost peed myself laughing. It was so funny. I need to watch the sequel though. I would like to. I want to see the sequel. I haven't been able to do that. Quick, they mentioned that Theodor Fontane Fibriste. That is kind of like the German Madame Bovary, right? The only thing that I'll say is that Beckett loved that book, and he will write in letters like that. He will be at night reading it, and he'll say like, "I'm crying again, reading Fibriste." So it's a random thing about Beckett, but yeah, he really liked this book about adultery and society abandoning women. Yeah, fascinating. Let's see. We'll go back to.
Oops.
No worries. You still do it way better. I will be like stuck. You should see me trying to use PowerPoints in class. Sad. There you go. I think that's the one. Let's see. That book had no shade to Fleece Feather, but that book wasn't as great as I thought it was gonna be. It was just interested in psychoanalysis and social media. I think it can go further. Yeah, Northwestern University. It's good, but I needed more from it. That one I haven't read, but that's gonna be like a beach reading, like Sylvia Beach and the Lost Generation. Sounds like a good gossipy, Joyce and Ezra Pound and all of them. I haven't read that Mark Fisher, I'll confess, but I bought it at an anarchist bookstore in Edinburgh, so it was pretty fun. I need to catch up with my Fisher.
Do you know anything about Zero Classics?
No.
I was just Googling them. Says it's a imprint of Collective Inc., which is now part of Watkins Media Group.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if I feel like I've maybe seen that before once or twice, but
yeah. Let's see. More of my friends Beckett. It's fine. Not much to say there that I hadn't said before. Faulkner, what I will mention, I like Faulkner. It's not like my favorite, but I do like Faulkner quite a bit. Particularly The Sound and the Fury, I think is fantastic. But I thank Faulkner for the job I have because the person that interviewed me when I came here he is still alive, a Faulkner guy. And when I was interviewing, I smartly brought my Faulkner book. I was reading Light in August. So I got to talk a lot about Faulkner, and I think that helped my hiring. That's the main thing to say. And I do like him. I need to read Absalom. I know it's the masterpiece, but just there's not enough time. More books on fascism, Deleuze on fascism.
Is this good?
The dictionary?
Yeah.
I'll say it is good. It's just funny because I was listening to a psychoanalyst the other day on this French radio show, and at the end he said something. It's this radio show. I like the format. you could think about a podcast with this format in English, because the idea is like you talk about, they give you a topic and you talk about your favorite book on that topic. So for the whole show you talk about the Anti-Oedipus. That's all you do. But at the end of the show, they ask them, tell us a book that you don't like, or that is hard for you, or that maybe you like but it's hard, or you don't like but it's the opposite of your favorite book. And there was a guy, a psychoanalyst, who said, I hate psychoanalysis dictionaries. They should all die. and I was like, I like them because sometimes I need to check a term, and but yeah, it's good. That is a good one. But there's so many. I have like 5 or 6, maybe less, maybe 4. Let's see. Medea, obviously, I love teaching Medea. It's a fantastic text. So I have very different copies there. I don't know what's that book there. Ellman, the biography of James Joyce, best biography ever. You see another Ellman there, which is the funny thing here. So The Nets of Modernism is a book by Maud Ellman, my advisor. James Joyce is the biography by Richard Ellman, who was Maud's father. So that's why I have the two Ellmans together, and always made me feel close to Beckett, because Richard Ellman knew Beckett, interviewed Beckett for the Joyce biography, right? And then I ended up having as an advisor Maud Ellman, so that made me feel very happy. Maud is hilarious and great.
I just remembered where I think actually with the bookshelf tour we were talking about earlier, with all the Deleuze and Guattari, I think we actually did look this up, because I was just putting into AI and it said there was a split where another, I think, imprint or publisher called Repeater Books, there was like a split and then a reacquiring. So there's something interesting with that. It looks like it was a little bit messy, but
Okay.
some interesting
Excellent.
books there.
Yeah. Well, now we got to the Umberto Ecos that I need to read. I have not read those. I read In the Name of the Rose, but I got those books to read for later. Okay, so I was saying how, funny enough, while we were chatting and I went to the bathroom, some more books arrived, and we have Carl Schmitt, Concept of the Political, which, given my research on the reflections on masculinity and politics and neo-reactionary stuff, and I was going to show you what we were talking about, that this other book that has not been translated to English, and I don't see any plans for it, but it's really making the rounds in France. It's called Les Lumières Sombres, or the Dark Enlightenment, the dark lights, right? Because in French, enlightenment is lumière. And the subtitle is To Understand Reactionary Thought, right?
Nice.
Yeah, and like and more anecdotes that I know a person who knows this guy, but anyway, that's just funny. But he talks about how all of the people behind Trump and behind Nick Land and behind what's his face? Oh God,
Peter Thiel.
No. The engineer who created
Elon Musk.
No, Curtis Jarvin.
Oh yeah, Curtis Jarvin.
Yeah. So how behind all of them is Thiel, and Thiel, and what he calls the Thielverse, right? So I read. We were talking about this during the post as well. I read a couple of months ago this one as well, right? Which is quoted in that one. But anyway, so Thiel, what is interesting is that Thiel is going back. I wouldn't call him an intellectual, but he is smart. And he's reading Schmitt, Carl Schmitt. He's reading Strauss. And another guy that I have around here that we will get to the M's. And then René Girard. René Girard was his professor at Stanford. And when we get to the G's, we'll talk about Girard. But is this kind of political thinkers very close to fascism, but also to like political theology, right? Like to this kind of like investing modernity, or getting rid of modernity to go back to a traditional way that involves an absolute, right? Which is an absolute that is embodied either by religion, by nature, or by technology. And what it does is that you cannot question it. So you can go back to, gender dichotomies that were still wants women not to vote, right? Like to this horrible like pre-Enlightenment era, right? So that's part of the research I'm doing. And Schmidt, I don't know him that well, but you might know on Twitter, we're in the Twitterverse, Jonathan Fine, which is a professor at Brown.
Could you spell that last name?
Fine, just Fine, like Fine.
Okay.
So Jonathan Fine is the hilarious, like one of the best academic shit posters you will ever find. But also he's at some point was a specialist of Schmidt, kind of went more into becoming a specialist of Lessing. But he did a podcast. I forget the host of the podcast name. She's at Yale now. But there's this podcast called That Guy Sucks or This Guy Sucks.
Oh yeah, the Behind the Bastards.
I think so. And Fine was the one doing an episode on Carl Schmitt and talked about how when he was at Irvine doing his PhD, he was choosing between doing a dissertation on Carl Schmitt or on Hegel. And the people who were the Schmittians, the specialists, were trying to get him, which happens in grad school, right? You want more students. But also, like, now they are working with Vance and Thiel. So these academics, like, move from academia into government with a very dark ideology, right? So anyway, so that's part of the research that I'm doing from my side, although I don't know Schmitt that well. I know, and the class I'm teaching right now on Introduction to Literature, I always give them themes. And this year I gave it the theme of my enemy, because I wanted the students to reflect on how we conceive of enemies and enmities and friendships and neighbors and not neighbors, because that's Schmitt's main trait, that he thinks that politics are reduced to the question of who your enemy is. And there's other levels to that, but yeah, like when you read Schmitt or around Schmitt, it's kind of mind-blowing how nauseous the politics are, and how, yeah, like it's just, for somebody who grew up in like liberal democracies, right? Or like you as well, like it's kind of hard to see these things questioned in ways that are, yeah, just radical. But anyway, that's part of the research, and people from different places were coming into it. And but a person for Schmitt will be a good scholar will be Jonathan Fine. I recommend him for a tour too. He will be interesting because an interesting library as well. Yeah.
Were there any other books? I think there was those two.
I got another book on the mail. Okay. Talking about Robert Antelme. So I got this book, which is, it says Texte inédit sur l'espèce humaine et ses témoignages, which means unedited text on the human race, essays and testimonials. And we've been reading this in the English version. It's called On the Human Race. I don't have it at hand. It's around here, but I drown in books. It might be in my other office. But I just got this one because I wanted to look at the French original. And for example, you asked me earlier about death in French, and you see like an essay that says straightforward, penser la mort, to think death.
Thoughts on death.
Yeah, and it's like, again, this comes from the Holocaust, so like it's more than, for writers who were in their 20s or 30s during World War II, like death was just an everyday experience, and mourning like a basic concept, right, of life.
Hey, I've got a fun translation quote in Italian that you might like. I'm curious if you ever heard of it. It's traditore.
Oh yeah, trader, translator, trader. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Traître. Yeah, it doesn't work in French. Traducteur, traître. But in Italian works really well. Yes. Mm, I don't translate much. Sometimes I have to, but yeah, it's an amazing job. Oh, I see my Freud. We're getting close to the Fs.
Got Foucault here.
There you go, our friend, Michel Foucault.
What about TEL down here? TEL.
Tell. Great question. You know what? This is
I haven't seen
something.
it yet before, so
If you give me 3 seconds, I'll grab it because this is
Okay.
something that is not that far away. Here you go.
because I see on the top of the spines the numbers go up to at least 280, so there must be a lot of books in this series.
Yeah, I got here too because. So, tell. So I got Histoire de la sexualité. So it's Gallimard, right? It's Gallimard. So I think it's just a series, right? So it's the series. Let's see if it has more information. Gallimard, Michel Foucault. No, I think it's just the series.
Hmm.
Just called Tell, which means such, right? I grabbed this other one too because the spine we cannot see the title, but it's the first one that you just showed.
Oh.
Right. Let's see. I know why I didn't take off because it's spilling the title. But I got this book recently, Le Désordre des Familles, right? And it says Lettres de Cachet, les archives de la Bastille, right? Because, and it's edited by Foucault, right? By Arlette Farge and Foucault, right? Because if you guys remember, and I speak to guys to your audience.
That's good.
But
Can you show the back of the book also?
Sure. If you remember, part of the main thing that happened in the French Revolution was that the people who were at La Bastille were people who were, there were not many really, but the prisoners were sent through what is called a lettre de cachet by the king, right? Which was when, if you had influences, you had push, you will ask the king to just, without any trial or anything, kind of like a presidential pardon, but the opposite, just by decree send somebody to jail, right? So this book is called the Disarray of Families, right? Because it talks about how many families or many problems about who was going to be sent there, right? Had to do with just snitching on somebody or betraying somebody, right? Sade, like the Marquis de Sade, he was sent there by his mother-in-law.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So yeah, so the back that we were showing, right? It says for a long time the lettres de cachet, or these letters, right, seem to illustrate the great pleasure of the king and the arbitrariness of the old regime, l'ancien regime, right? So the archives from archives of at La Bastille, Arlette Farge and Foucault proposed here a very different reading, right? So one wanted to see that the rage of the sovereign, right? But what one discovers are the passions of the little people, right? Or the regular people, right? So pretty much it's like you see the letters that will make the accusations and so on. So I just got this book, which is very interesting. Yeah. I haven't dug in yet, but what is one of those soon. That'll be an interesting one. So yeah, so that was the first one that we saw. Lettres, the Sort des Familles. That's that one, right? And then yeah, like we have some of the classic books by Foucault. Since Foucault is very known in the Anglo world as well, right? So the titles we can just translate them, right? So Les mots et les choses, I think it's the order of things in English. Literally the words and the things, right? Then History of Sexuality 1, the will to know, La volonté de savoir.
Bon mots, good words.
Yeah, les mots et les choses. Yeah, les bons mots, voilà, exactly.
We sort of borrow that from French.
Yeah, that's what I tell my students always. Like, we already have so much French. Then we have the Histoire de la Sexualité 3, so the third one of the History of Sexuality, Le souci de soi, the care of the self, I think people translate it into English.
That one's, I think, this is like so important to like understand the history of Foucault in terms of how he was developing this, where he sort of eventually realized he needed to read the church fathers and he needed to go really far back. And he had this sort of self-care, care of the soul, which he wasn't originally thinking he was going to have to understand for his project. And so it became sort of like the history of, in my mind, sort of the history of spirituality and a lot
Yeah.
of the self-help talk we have today. You can sort of read about that in here, and you wouldn't think just on the surface that you would be getting that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think you might know more about Foucault than me, and this is great. I Something that I heard recently is that there is some questioning about if his politics change at the end, like
Yeah.
if this, and also if they were influenced by American culture. So that's just the gossip I get. I don't have a beef in this in this situation, but I find it very interesting.
I think
I
that's
mean,
probably covered in the Foucault 2.0, and I haven't finished kind of figuring all that stuff out, but there's definitely something there.
yeah, you should talk to. There's a Nikki, I forget her last name. There's a big Foucaultian at Rice, in Houston, and she's been going to the archives and going to his house. I can send you by email the full name of her, and
That would be great.
she,
Yeah, I'll make a
yeah,
note of that.
yeah, she's the Foucault expert, for sure. I have my regular Foucault. Like I grew up reading like the history of madness was one of my favorite books.
Yeah.
As you know, there was a big beef between Derrida and Foucault, so obviously I was like siding with Derrida. Um, but yeah, I find him interesting, and I like his race on or he's jumping into the arts. So you see there a blue book that I have not read, but I bought it there. Yes, I bought it very excitedly. It's called La Peinture de Manet, or the Painting of Manet, and I love Manet as a painter. And when I discovered that Foucault had written on Manet, I was so excited. So I have it. I have not read it, but I'm very excited to jump into that one.
Do you like Impressionism?
Yeah. I love Impressionism. I'm more of an expressionist at the end, but I love. Yeah, my favorite painter is called Balthus, who's
Could you spell that?
yeah, Balthus. And we'll see. I do have you'll see a picture of the book, his complete work, and we'll talk about him too because he was the brother of Klosowski, the philosopher we were talking about. They were both brothers. So yeah. So anyway, that's the Foucault. Then we have a different Foucault in the history of libertinage. That one I read when I was doing my sad book. That orange book without a title, little tiny thing, that's Freud. That's inhibition, symptom, and anxiety. And then you have my Freud collection, which is small but very honest, and very proud of it. Because I have some beautiful German old version, new versions. Now the Abriss de Psychanalyse, that's the summary of psychoanalysis. I forget what its exact title in English. Maybe Introduction to Psychoanalysis. Then you have the interpretation of dreams, in German, die Traumdeutung, right? All of them in Fischer. You see the fish there at the bottom, right? We have the Zwei Krankengeschichten, so two stories of a sickness or sick person, right? Then the famous Dora case, Druckstück einer Hysterieanalyse. So it's the little case of analysis of hysteria, right? And then that one, I think I got that one because I went recently I was able to go to Vienna and London 2 different years. And I went to the museums because I've never been to the museums. I went to the Freud Museum in Vienna and the one in London. And that one I got, the Zur Erfassung der Aphasie, is about aphasia. So I haven't read it, that one. But that white one I just got, I'm very excited. It says Notice Bücher, because that one just came out. And apparently is just like a notebook that they found
Wow.
that had never been published, and it's like 35 years of notes, just like a regular notebook. So I'm very excited to read it when I get the time.
So you can read pretty good French or German to be able to get through these.
I can. I read way slower than I read French. I need dictionaries, obviously. But yeah, and Freud is easy to read because he's very scientific.
Yeah.
So no many tenses, right? But yeah, like with a dictionary, yeah.
It's always great to see the classics sort of in their original language and
Yeah.
not just translated into English or French.
Yeah. And I love, if you go back a little bit, well, I have a little bust of Freud there, which is hilarious. But that, like that black one, I love that old, like, is Freud Gesamte Schriften? Yeah. Oh my God. Sorry, I made you like do this right now.
Okay.
But I just, and I think it's leatherish. I got it recently. So both are part of the complete works. Sigmund Freud, Gesamtwerke. So that one is on technique and the ego psychology. And then the next one, Schriften aus dem Nachlass. That's like, Nachlass is kind of like the rest. So these are the texts that, like, when you do a full collection, full works, right? Whatever notes, whatever things that are not complete, right? Miscellanea, you can call them. That's one. And that has one of my favorite sentences by Freud. When he was about to die, shortly before he died, he wrote this sentence where he said, in German, he said, Psyche ist ausgedehnt, which means the psyche is extended. And then he said, weiß nichts davon, which means knows nothing about it. So the psyche is extended, knows nothing about it. And Derrida and Nancy and other people and myself, we are obsessed with this sentence and write about it quite a bit. So yeah, I agree. I love my original editions, and those are old, so those are very nice. Then you have a French German version of the Uncanny, das Unheimliche, andere Texte. In French, it's called L'Inquiétante Étrangeté, which is interesting, right? Because in English we say unheimlich, uncanny. It's very easy. But the French, there's no term like that. So they have to call it the disturbing strangeness, l'inquiétante étrangeté. But people who work on psychoanalysis, like, that's what they call it. They say l'inquiétante étrangeté. That's a synonym for das Unheimliche. And then, yeah, you have the presentation of psychoanalysis, Darstellungen der Psychoanalyse, Totem und Taboo, obviously, a couple of English versions, which obviously the titles are split, or rather, upside down. A German book that I want to read.
We've seen a number of these DTV.
Yeah, I wonder. I just got that book. Sometimes I'm reading things, a reference pops up, and I go to Abe Books, and if it costs $5, I'll buy it. So this was one, right? It's Fuchs. It's a painting book, I think, and the Science of the Sphinx. Yeah, it's a painter. That Christian Gailly, I got by accident. They sent me the wrong book, but I kept it. So one day I'll read it. That one, Vivre avec les hommes, then Manon Garcia. I've been working on that one. Manon Garcia is a French philosopher. Vivre avec les hommes means to live with men. And that book is on the Gisèle Pellicot case. Manon Garcia went to the trial as a philosopher, just like Hannah Arendt went to the Nuremberg trials, kind of. She went there, and what she witnessed, she wrote this book about, and it's shocking. It's a very interesting book. Gisèle Pellicot just recently published her own book. But yeah, that book, I was working on it recently. I think that's it for those, the ones that you can read that way. Then here, there you go. Gachet. Yeah, that's a new book by Rodolphe Gachet, which is a Derridian thinker. I haven't read it, I just got it. The classic book by Gachet is The Taint of the Mirror. It's a book on Derrida. So I'm excited to go to read it soon again. Juan Garcia Ponce, he's one of the few Mexican thinkers when I was growing up, who, one reason I didn't go into Mexican literature or was attracted to it was that it was very local. It was always about Mexico, like it didn't open itself. And this book called La Errancia Sin Fin, or the Wandering Without End, is on Musil, the Austrian writer, Robert Musil, Borges, the Argentinian, and Krosowski, the French one. So it was a good introduction for me. So that's why I have it, and I'm pretty excited about it. I don't remember that entertaining the idea what it is, some kind of research thing. Yamanda Galas, great singer, and the only book she wrote is called The Shit of God. I quoted on an article on Beckett and David Lynch that I have coming out this year. I finished with a quote from that book, so it's fun. Finsk is a great thinker, a Blanchot scholar. I do recommend those works. Let's see, the one I'll mention, Absorption and Theatricality is really good for people who are like to think about paintings and theater in modern thought. But the Gerhard Fichtner, Freud, Binswanger correspondence, a friend of mine gave it to me when I was in Hull in England, and he's really obsessed by it and gave me a copy, so I'm very happy about it. But he says that Binswanger, like Foucault was studying Binswanger, who apparently also was related to Heidegger. So anyway, my friend was like, you need to read this, and I got a free copy, so I'm excited. And then there's the regular Freud in English, right? Dora, the stories on hysteria with Breuer, Iwan the Eighth, yeah. And then the first book that I've read, well, I have read little pieces, but my copy of The Interpretation of Dreams, when I read it in English, right there. Yeah, I like my Freud section. I really, really like my Freud. The Lacan section is bigger, as we will see. Let's see. Oh, we get to Genet. Jean Genet. He's a fantastic, very interesting writer, right? Because it's one of those, like the opposite of the American tradition of workshop writers, right? Like that you go to Iowa and get trained and so on. Jean Genet was I think he was an orphan. Anyway, at some point, a kid in the streets ends up in prison. Very early on, he's gay, and he's like at some point like a prostitute, and he writes about it. He writes novels about it. He writes about what it is to be. He doesn't have any like formal education. He's a kid of the streets, but he writes some of the most amazing literature in the history of French literature. Sartre loved him. Everybody loved him. Derrida, the book of Glas that I show you, is on Hegel and Genet. So yeah, Genet is fantastic. Yeah. And that play that I have there in French is Les Nègres, the Blacks. When we flip it, you see the translation in English. So it also says the Blacks. It's an amazing play on just colonialism. He came to the U.S. and was hanging out with the Black Panthers. And then he also was a fighter for the Palestinian cause. He's not even buried in France. I think he's buried in Africa. You can find interviews with him. They're fascinating. So yeah, Genet, I need to read more Genet, but he's one of the like main authors of 20th century French literature for sure. From the real, I think we'll say the school of life kind of writing, right? Like, but yeah, like amazing genius and poet. Yeah. And one of those that came to the U.S. So there's a lot of connections there. So yeah, that will be Genet. Then we go Giacometti. I love that little book. Pourquoi je suis sculpteur? Why am I a sculptor? As you'll see later, I own faux Giacometti. I don't think it's true, even though they fake the signature. But it's one of my favorite sculptures for sure. And then André Gide, famous early 20th century, also gay writer. Derrida really like him. I like Les Moralistes. It's an interesting story. And Les Nourritures Terrestres, I haven't read that one, but that's his main one. But it's still kind of closer to the old stylistic kind of literature a little bit. So it's enjoyable, but maybe sometimes a little too harsh for our tastes. Oh, voilà. And that's René Girard. We got there. Speaking of Thiel, that's Thiel's professor at Stanford. Famous for two things, and they're related. His theory of mimetic desire, right? Like the idea that every act that we do is an imitation of somebody else. And every conflict that we have is through envy of somebody else, right? That is one of his theories. And the next one is that societies resolve their conflict always through a scapegoat. And the main scapegoat in the West's history of the world, at least in the West, is Christ, right? So I recently went back to Girard because my research that I was talking to you about on Thiel and the neo-reactionaries and so on. I had read him back in college as a literary guy, but when I went back and I read that one, I read these two books. So the first one, the one below that says Mensonge romantique et vérité romanesque, is like a novelistic lie and the truth of the novel. And it's an analysis of like French literature. Is very reactionary already. Like you can tell that he has some impulses to go back to a tradition, a pre-modernity, right? And then the second one, René Girard, Je vois Satan tomber comme l'éclair. I see Satan falling down as a lightning, right? You know how Peter Thiel talks a lot about the Antichrist? That's
He
kind of
gave
where
those talks. Did you look at those talks that he gave?
Yeah, I read the notes from the Paris one. I got some notes from the San Francisco one, and I'm not sure he changed much of the one he just gave in Rome. But he gets a lot of the idea of the Antichrist from Girard, especially from a book like that one. And from Schmidt and Strauss. They all kind of really think that that's a thing. Yeah, it's very complex. But anyway, that's why I got those Girards, because I the Thiel research. Then we see, oh, that's funny. Those Fausts, those Germans are flipped. Interesting. We have the Goethe, the two parts of Faust, Erster und Zweiter Teil, so the first and the second part, literally, right? I love Faust. It's just an amazing. It's my favorite Goethe. I didn't like Werther that much. I see L'existence prépositionnelle by Irving Goh. He's a friend, and it's a good book. Yeah. And I want for him to tell me how to publish in Galilei one day. Gérard Granel, I haven't read that one, but that's a friend of Derrida, a Marxist. I want to read that one. And then Günter Grass, Die Blechtrommel, which in English is The Tin Drum. Amazing book, one of my favorite novels. The movie is fantastic. If you haven't read the book or watched the movie, 100% recommend. A great narrative about World War II. And then, let's see. I think that's it for that kind of those books. And then we get these ones. Let's see. So more Beckett, The Lust and the Body, the autobiography of Peggy Guggenheim, fantastic book to have fun. Like a read at the beach is great. Elizabeth Gross is a great thinker, so I have a couple of books from her. I'm getting more into her work. Great Lacanian. There you have the Grimm brothers, right? The yellow one in the Reclam. Brüder Grimm, ausgewählte Kinder und Hausmärchen, right? So selected children and house fairy tales, right? Not the whole thing, obviously, because it wouldn't, even though the font is small, it wouldn't fit in that tiny thing. But it has some of the good ones. Let's see. Then I still have to read some of those books, like the Radical Technologies. I haven't read it. I'm a big Peter Greenaway fan. So that's the script for Prosperous Books, which is his version of The Tempest. So it's really good, very beautiful books. Gontarski is a friend of mine, and I love his research on Beckett. Gogol, I need to read more. Then my English version of Faust when I teach it, together with Werther, which I just read recently again. And then there's the German Die Leiden des jungen Werther. And I got into a discussion on Twitter because I feel Werther is like manosphere and like horrible creature. People were like, but he's beautiful. And I'm like, yeah, he's well written, but he's still scary.
Did you watch the Louis Theroux documentary?
Yes, we just watched it. My wife and I, yeah, that was a hard watch. Yeah. Then Ulysses Annotated. I love that book because I have a picture of my dad holding it, so it has sentimental value. It's just for Ulysses scholars. And then The Plastic Turn, Ranjan Ghosh, he's a friend of mine, thinking a lot about plasticity. And then Masha Gessen, who they are now, they have this book on Pussy Riot, but they are also a correspondent for the New York Times now. I always read their columns. They're really, really good. They know what fascism is, and really warn us. And then the English version of the Jeanette that I told you, The Blacks, the Nègre, A Clown Show is the subtitle. Really good book. Difficult to teach sometimes, but really good book. Yeah, that was the G. We're on the G almost. Oh yeah, and that's the complete works, right? So it's the Nouvelle Revue Française that we said, and it has many of the plays. Le Balcon, so the balcony, haute surveillance, high surveillance. Yeah, and then like comment jouer. So how to, if you're a theater person, you buy this copy to read the notes. Also like how to do it. The Mad Woman in the Attic. That's a famous book also of like gender studies. And then Louis Gluck, who won the Nobel Prize. And I just got that one about citizens without sovereignty. I didn't used to be a political writer or thinker, and I feel that I need to the most. And that talks about like French revolution and the development of citizenship and sovereignty and so on and so on. There you go. We're going to the H. We have some hard hitters here. But all of them seem to be upside down. Hegel, Phänomenologie des Geistes, right? So the phenomenology of the spirit. That is the cheap version you can get in German. Since it's in the public domain, you get that version for a couple of bucks, and it's great. Then we have Mythologie der Vernunft. I think that's just some essays on German reason, because mythology of reason, that's what it says. Oh, my Heidegger. So Kant und das Problem der Metaphysik. So Kant and the problem of metaphysics. Because I'm a Derridean, like Derrida is very influenced by Heidegger. So want it or not, you end up reading a lot of Heidegger. And Heidegger is so idiomatic that it's like you need to go to the German. So the English translations are great, but he's always doing puns, right? So there you have Being on Time, the official translation, which is the one I read back in college, and then the next to it is the German version, Sein und Zeit, right? A friend of mine brought it to me. Nicolas, a French book of essays on Hegel, Lectures de Hegel, readings of Hegel. I haven't read that one. And then you get the aesthetic, which is, before I got into politics, I used to be more into aesthetics. So the lessons on aesthetics by Hegel are very important. This is the one on the Poésie, so the poetics, right? And then in the English version, we have rather 2 volumes, and I only have the first volume there by Knox, the translation. And then the elements of the philosophy of right, and a super important book, obviously, for us to think modern politics. And then 2 versions of the phenomenology of the spirit. The Miller one is the most recent translation. I think a new one came out recently, but that's the one that they made me read in grad school. And the black one I bought before that. Yeah. And then the Aesthetique, the first and the second part. Then Heraclitus, I'm people say like, are you a Plato or Aristotle guy? No, I'm an Heraclitus guy. That's kind of my real love there. And then The Blind Owl that I just read recently as a recommendation. I really enjoyed it. Kwaidan, fantastic short stories, Japanese short stories, beautiful film too. Beowulf that I teach sometimes, and then it's more research on monsters and so on. Not really important. Hawthorne that I need to read more. If they have the stickers, it means I have not read them. And then I at some point I was quoting Stephen Hawking, so I ended up getting the book just to have a good quote of it. Yeah, Hauptmann, Van Werter Thiel. Nothing to do with good Peter Thiel except the German last name. Van Werter is, how would you translate it? Like van is like train. So it's kind of somebody who works at the trains. I read that one when I was learning German. Like a train guard, I guess. I got my copy of Hart and Negri's Empire in an antique store recently. So I'm very excited about it.
Object-oriented ontology.
Yeah. It's part, like it's what we're talking about, the speculative turn, right? Like at some point, these philosophers came with the idea that we needed to think beyond the subject into an object-oriented world. So I always disagreed with them because I'm a Kantian that I don't believe we can see noumena. I think we're always still phenomena, but there's discussions with them, and especially between Derrida and, because I'm also a materialistic thinker, so it sounds like a contradiction. But anyway, there's a dialogue between deconstruction and the speculative or object-oriented ontologies. Yeah, part of that. Halberstam trans. I've been working on trans studies a little bit. So that one was a good reading for that. And then Martin Hägglund, This Life, Secular Faith and Spiritual Freedom. Hägglund, a famous former Derridian, not anymore. He feels more like a Hegelian these days, but that book is kind of less academic, a little bit more for the general audience, and it's a good book, like kind of like talking about how can we rescue secularism in order to like have a valid democracy in the U.S. He teaches at Yale, so that's an interesting book, yeah. That I quote here and there. I think that's it for that. I saw the Cyborg manifesto. Yeah, I was working on it too for other things. So the transhumanists also are driving me crazy. Kind of trying to understand it. And also because in trans studies is related. That's when we get to Paul B. Preciado, we can talk about that. But yeah, it's part, again, if you see them like that, it's because I haven't put them away. And I saw you got to, yeah, there you go. And it's still like that. Like I still have not put it into the books. Those are, I love antiquing. That's a thing to do in Arkansas, is to go antiquing. And I discovered this beautiful collection of the Arabian Nights, right? Exactly. Right there on the top where I can barely get them. Apparently, it's also like a famous translation, one of the first translations. And when I went to Japan a couple of years ago, I was obsessed because I saw a sculpture of this creature that you see there next to the books. I forgot the name of them right now, but they're famous because they have that very protuberant thing underneath their belly. And I saw this gigantic sculpture, and I was like, "Oh my god, I need one!" And I was all around Japan trying to get one, and I couldn't. And then one day in an antique store, I found it. So I was, I was like, "This is fantastic!" So I have it next to my Arabian Nights collection. One of them upside down because it's, as they saw from the picture, it's so high that I probably was just barely holding together to put in it there. So I need to fix it. But yeah, it's kind of like a reference. It reminds me of like other types of bookshelves where people have more like reference books, right? But then we go back to the real line of books, right? Funny enough, the Germans seem to flip quite a bit. That book is very important. Martin Heidegger's Holzwege, which translates as like paths of wood or paths in the woods. I think I forget what is the right translation in English, but yeah, it has some of the most important texts by Heidegger, like Anaximander saying and so on. So yeah, it's like a reference. Heidegger we wanted it or not, it's a reference for critical thinkers. And then in the titles that we can read, we have Michel Houellebecq. I don't know. Do you know Michel Houellebecq, Timothy?
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you about his connection to just some of your work on fascism, or if you see a connection there.
That's a great question. I mean, I haven't directly, but like I read him long time ago. Actually, I read like the Lanzarote, which is there, in a class in college, and I like him, that one in particular. Then I read the Elementary Particles, which is there, Les Particules Élémentaires, and I liked him, but there was something kind of nasty. I was like, there's something here weird. And then at some point I realized when I became a French scholar that the most popular, and I underline popular, not like the best, but the most popular writers in France were Virginie Despentes, the one I told you about, King Kong Theory, and Houellebecq. And then he released that one that is there, Soumission or Submission. Have you read that one?
No,
Do
but
you
I've
know?
read about the connection with, you know, the whole discourse around civilizational collapse and demographic change in Europe and in France.
Yeah, and Islamophobia, a lot of it. So when I read that one, I was like, oh. And then and after that, I think a little later he started saying some things that people finally we're talking about canceling, right? At some point they were like, oh my god, okay, this guy is really crossing the line here. Then he recently he wanted to film himself with a prostitute having sex. He's just all over the place. But I mean, I think in terms of fragile masculinity, he's a very interesting writer, because he does show, especially in the elemental particles and so on, he does show like a lot of how masculinity has gone through these, like, very different stages or new questions throughout the end of the 20th century into the 21st century. And yeah, he's good. He's symptomatically really good, and he is a good writer. Like he's fun to read. He writes well. But yeah, but at the same time, it's kind of going back to Celine, right? Like, would you enjoy some parts and discover other parts, but also question the representations and the ideology behind it? Yeah.
I mean, if you think about like some of the stuff happening today and you connect it back to books like Fight Club or stuff like that, I think there's interesting connections there. And even, the connection of UFC, for example, with, I think they're about to have an event at the White House. Joe Rogan being sort of the announcer of UFC and having the largest podcast. So there is kind of, there is something interesting there.
Yeah, and it's very interesting in terms of France because France doesn't have that tradition, right? Like, wrestling is not a thing in France. NASCAR is not a thing in France, right? Yet I see more and more, especially in French comedians. Like, there's one that I really follow. I really like. I think her last name is Perriot, and she dressed herself up like a Joe Rogan character and goes to the radio, and those kind of like and he throws a lot of like Americanisms, even though it's in French. So it is getting there a little bit. There is one, oh my god, it's so good. I recommend it to everybody, if they know French. On Instagram, there is a guy called Le Trema who created these kind of sketches, that's it's kind of mocking these documentaries, like small documentaries that you will have on TV, where you have a question, right? You say like, for example, like are the kids okay? And they go and check what kids are doing after school, blah blah. But this guy, what he does is, the question is, are heterosexual people okay? So he's like, est-ce que les hétérosexuels vont bien? And it is music, and then he shows a video from social media like two men like hitting each other in the balls, and then he just comes back and says no. So there's like a lot of so Wilbeck is interesting in that sense because he also like was in the movies. There's a movie where he plays this kind of like uh middle-aged crisis husband who ends up like going into the woods and he just gets lost and then like stays in the woods for 4 days, and at some point he hallucinates Black Sabbath music and he's just like dancing. So it makes this kind of what you're saying about like Fight Club and the UFC and this kind of like, you know, dimension of men asking what to do, what to be a man, more interesting in that tradition because it doesn't fit. I mean, Ulbeck, you've seen him. He's like this skinny little guy, smoking, you know.
I
Yeah.
mean, you think of Curtis Yarvin almost.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like when you think if the French like UFC will be Jean-Claude Van Damme, right? Like which is Belgium, but yeah, it's interesting. But anyway,
Could you spell the names? So you said there was a woman comedian and an Instagram person.
Yeah, the comedian, I don't remember her. Let me see if it pops up into my Facebook. The last name is Perriot, is Perrio, and then I'm gonna take this enough, it's coming off. Let me one second. Let's see. Yeah, Lisa Perriot. So her first name is Lisa, Lisa, and then the last name Perriot, Perrio. That's the one that goes into. She does a show on France Culture on the radio, but you can see the video, and she gets dressed up like the masculinist. And then the guy on Instagram, his name is Le, as L-E, and then it's blank, Tréma, so T-R-E, with an accent, French accent aigu, M-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's yeah, lower dash, le lower dash Tréma. Yeah. Okay, so we keep going. That I'm telling you, French humor is very funny. Or at least I really like it. Let's see. So we have obviously like in modern poetry, Hölderlin. We have the odes and the hymns there. That's one of the books. Other ones are with the title The Upside Down. I think that's it for that part, yeah. And then here we go. Leslie Hill, Blanchot. I have a lot of Blanchot scholarship, so that's just an important one. I think The Shape of Chaos is on Beckett, I believe. Then this series of feminist interpretations of different thinkers. I have the one on Hegel. This is on Derrida. And then another, one of the first Hölderlins that I got from Spanish, the Archipiélago, El Archipiélago. Yep, just like a poem. And then L'Homme qui rit, Victor Hugo, which you notice is the only Hugo that I have. That is, you might know this. So it's The Man Who Laughs. That is the original, let's say, like the first version of the Joker. That is a novel.
wow.
Like, yeah. I think I haven't read it. I read just like parts of it, but I think it's, I don't know. I think he's born that way. There's like a disfiguration, and he's not a villain. It's rather a regular character, I believe, if I'm correctly. But anyway, at some point I was working on the Joker and interested in where did it come from. And there's a film too, and the film when you see it really looks like the Joker. I think it's like a 1930s film or something. Then you have more Ulbeck. Then my psychoanalysis books, obviously, with modernism and phallic mothers, maternal past, feminist futures, Hume, the only Hume. I hope the Hume audience doesn't get mad at me. I think Metaphysique from Heidegger, and then the Heraclitus seminars between Heidegger and Eugen Fink.
Could you explain the concept of the phallic mother?
I mean, in general, it's like Freud's idea of, you know, the one of I mean, Freud is very complex, right? Because his thinking evolves from the beginning to the end. But at the beginning is the idea of there is a traumatic encounter or realization when the kid, for example, say, has seen his father naked, and then one day sees his mother and sees nothing. Right. So there's this kind of like, and so kind of the theorizing about what does the kid think about that? Like, does he think that she's hiding it, that she got it cut off, and then fear of castration happens, right? That is in other place and so on. So there's different kind of like logics that like Freud follows there. But then it also means, for example, that one thing could be that he thinks that she has it someplace else, right? Or later it could be seen if particularly the mother is the one that is, let's say, more masculine or imposing in the relationship with a leadership role, then it's seen as like she is the one that actually has the phallus, right? Because the phallus in Freud obviously means the penis up to a point, but also it rather means the main signifier, right? So like with the signifier of power and so on, especially in Lacanian psychoanalysis, which is kind of where this is going, right? So the phallic mother is kind of like a mother that in general we see as having the power over the relation or the family or so on, in very, very, short strokes there. Then we have, that's funny, the Heidegger, the Nietzsche, the first volume of his Nietzsche. I have not read it, and I remember one of my professors in college saying how doesn't matter what you study in philosophy, you need to own it. Heidegger's Nietzsche, even if you don't read it, but I need to read it. And it's very important book, especially in terms of understanding Heidegger's attempts to go beyond metaphysics, because he sees as Nietzsche as the last step of metaphysics before Heidegger can come, right? But all the philosophers, especially in France, that criticize Heidegger will see rather a bigger potential of emancipation and new creativity in Nietzsche, right? So that's why that book is very, very important. Let's see. And then, Hölderlin, like sämtliche Werke, so collected works of Hölderlin. Yeah, those are more referential books. When I have to look at a poem, I just grab them. I mean, we can find them online these days, but it's just nicer to grab the book. That's pretty much it with Heidegger. That shelf. So I used to have, in those 4 shelves that are like by itself, that's where my art books were. There were only my art books. And now, because I just got more books, I needed to reclaim them for my regular books. I did that, but this one still survived with some art books. So that's why you see a Monet book, Jean Dubuffet book, a Valerio Adami book, which is the one that did this painting. Later we have a picture of the painting, of this painting, at least without colors. And then, let's see, you have a David Bowie book that somebody gave me. I believe those two. So I think the one that you can barely see there, Lind Walden, is from an artist that I saw an exhibit in Denmark. And then the other one is a book. Yeah, exactly. Like that one is from an artist. And that gray one that is the upside down doesn't matter too much. It's just sometimes when I was in grad school, they will, the library will be recycling some books. And sometimes there were art books. Oh, there you go. Important Old Masters engravings, I believe they are. So it's just these books with amazing engravings. Like, he's not a famous artist, right? It's just a collection. And I'll just get them for free and, and you have them. I love books, and especially art books. Then those two beauties, right? I don't have many complete painting books because they're so expensive and so heavy. And actually that's just above me, and I live with the fear that it's gonna break the bookshelf and fall on my head. But Egon Schiele is one of my favorite painters of all time. I was lucky enough to go to Vienna recently and see the Schilles, and it's just mind blowing. And then Bruegel, I just love Bruegel too. I love it so much that I have not finished seeing the book because it's just too much excitement, takes me too long, and I think I'm half through it, and then I put it back. I'm like, no, later, because it's just something that I adore doing. There we go. So now we are still at the H, kind of getting to the last part of the H. Can begin with that one. That's just a book on Jean-Luc Nancy, because I wrote a piece on Nancy a couple of years ago. So at the limits of presentation is that. Oh, I do have more Hugo. Um, some of my, the other one must have been in the wrong place. Notre Dame de Paris, which is a classic that I need to still read. More Beckett stuff. Husserl, for those of you interested in philosophy, obviously, super important, and especially for Derrida. And then that book, Fantasie und Bildbewusstsein, because I'm very interested still in what I call plastic thinking. So how do painters think? So anyway, that's fantasy and the conscience of images. Very interesting book. Huysmans à rebours. It's called, oh God, I saw a presentation recently. What is it called in English? À rebours means kind of going backwards. I forget the English translation, but it's your classical book on decadence and like the Belle Époque in France. So if you guys take a class in Belle Époque, they're probably going to make you read that book. Very interesting. He later became Catholic and very conservative. I see there, though, one of my favorite books of Lucie Régaré. It's very small. It's in French, it says Passion élémentaire, elemental passions. That book is, if you guys like the type of theory that is also kind of personal and literary, that one is amazing. And especially for people interested in queer studies, that book is amazing because it kind of narrates some love making, but you don't know the gender, you don't know anything. It's just beautifully described as a relation. And recently I was writing a chapter for the Surfaces book on Irigaray, and I went back to that one and other books there. You see underneath, we have Le Temps de la Différence, so the time of difference, as a more recent book of Irigaray. So yeah.
I just looked this up in AI and I thought it gave kind of an interesting summary. So it's one of her most difficult but central works because it abandons conventional argument and instead performs a new kind of language for sexual difference. What the core problem is Western philosophy has no adequate language for female subjectivity because language is structured by what she calls a phallocentric symbolic order, which privileges unity, identity, and a singular subject. She argues this structure reflects a male model of subjectivity. Women appear only as lack, mirror, and object. And so she uses fragmented, poetic, and elliptical language, no stable I or literal linear argument. Sentences repeat, dissolve, and mirror each other. You cannot describe a non-phallocentric subject using phallocentric language.
Yeah, that's a good description. It's a fantastic book. It's one of those, like, you gotta jump in and read it because it's just a wonderful experience. And some of her later work is a little bit more kind of old school feminism, not very like gender, like queer conscious. That one is more queer, so it's even more interesting for me as I try to think beyond binaries. Yeah, it's a fantastic book. Really, really recommend it. Probably her best. Well, Speculum of the Other Woman, which is right there too, is also very important.
Did you have the Laugh of the Medusa?
I don't. I've taught it many times, but I don't have a copy because for a while you can find it online very easily, and like it was out of print for a long time, and they just released a new version, but it's a little expensive, so I'm waiting for it to go cheaper. Yeah, but a fantastic text as well. Yeah, by XIXe.
The summary reminded me of the Écriture Feminine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think it's absolutely part of the Écriture Feminine. Yeah.
And the Laugh of the Medusa is a key work in that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Kind of the inaugural one. Yeah. And this section, because I always like Irae, but because I worked a chapter on the Surfaces book, I had to like catch up and get many more. So that it has grown happily quite a bit. We have one French one there that the title is upside down, funny enough. There you go. So that's the Speculum of the Other Woman is the most famous one, right? Next to it is the French version. It just says Speculum. That is very, very, because it goes through the history of philosophy, examining precisely the figures of women. And the one that I mentioned, Cora, which I've been working on for a while, it has like a huge part there. And we'll see it back again with Kristeva very soon.
Could you say a little bit more about your projects relating to queer?
So the queer part has to do, in the Surfaces book, at some point, I realized that a surface to be thought, particularly in terms of the body, was the trans surface of the body, or the body of the trans body. No, the surface of the trans body. Because I was reading, and we're going to get there soon, Paul B. Preciado, the trans man queer theorist from Spain, but who writes in French, right? And it's the idea of like the possibility of changing your sexuality and your body according to your own identity, right? So it kind of breaks even further the idea of the own surface, right? So it became a very useful way of thinking of the question of the surface in philosophy at large, particularly because genetic surfaces or surface of creation were always analogized with the feminine or the maternal, right? The Cora as the land that is fertile and where you create cities or build or plant things is a term that reflects also to the body of the mother, right? So kind of reflecting on bodies as genetic surfaces, which makes you think of wombs, in terms now of trans theory and the freedom of trans identities, make us kind of reflect on the ultimate kind of like limit of the surface being the own body and how we can go beyond that. So there's a chapter on the chapter on Giselle Pellico in my book. It's also on trans studies quite a bit. And yeah, that's as much as I can explain. Then Ibsen, obviously a classic, especially Georgia Joycean. I think that's pretty much it there too. Yeah, because it's Hugo. Hemingway, not a big fan, so I just have one book. Emily Herring, this Herald of a Restless World, this it's a biography of Bergson. If Emily sees this, I'm sorry. I won that book on a raffle on Twitter, and I have not read it, but I'm very excited to read it, Emily. I swear. And I have not read Dune. I want to read Dune. Oh, and then you have Hoffman. Der Struwwelpeter is a fantastic child's book that terrorizes German kids. Yeah, that's all I can say about. And Nachtstücke is just night tales. They're kind of like horror night tales. They're very, very interesting. I love those German books being so small. They fit so well. Yes, a book I got on King Lear. Oh, I think somebody gave it to me, I think. I love King Lear. I mean, usually it's the things that I'm working on that I remember the most. Oh, there you go. That's the top shelf of.
That's right there.
So we can barely see it, but Shiver, that blue book, yeah, that's a Japanese book by Jinjo Ito. I have trypophobia a little bit, so I'm afraid of like surfaces with many holes, right? Like and there's a story there called Shiver about a kind of like a curse that makes people all their bodies full with these holes, and I use it in my book in that chapter precisely as like a reflection on how we always think of surfaces in terms of the two sides, and why when you have like holes that let you see the other side, there's some kind of freaking out about that. So that's why there's Shiver there. Next to it is Edmond Javès, Le Livre des Questions, the Book of Questions, one of my favorite books of poetry. He was an Egyptian, I think it's Jewish poet. Fantastic, beautiful book, kind of utilizing the religious or certain religious forms to create a secular on the questioning or mystical, maybe we can say, call it mystical. On matricide was part of my research. Let's see what else they're catches our attention. A lot of the English titles. Yeah, most of it. Yeah, more Beckett. Yankelevich is interesting thinker, but that's pretty much it. Elfriede Jelinek, I have not read Lost. That's the German version. She won the Australian writer, won the Nobel Prize of Literature. If you guys know her probably from watching The Piano Teacher, the Michael Haneke film. She wrote the book for it. Anyway, hyper feminist in an amazing way with that kind of Austrian literature has a particular type of violence that is very interesting to me. So I really want to read this when I got it recently, because I was like, I need to, now that I was reading a lot of German, I was like, I need to go back to Jelinek. Still alive as well. Oh, we got to the Joyce section. Oh, yeah. A lot of Joyce. If we begin there with the Joyce section, we have there the three, I think there might be another volume, but at least 3 volumes of the letters, right? You can tell the two last ones are edited by Richard Ellman, the one who wrote the biography. My ex-father-in-law gave those to me. He did English as a PhD, but then he became an assessor, a real estate assessor, and he just gave them to me when I was in grad school. And then you have all the Joyce, all the joy. The occasional critical and political writing that nobody works too much on it. My own copy of Ulysses that I read is that first one. Then one that I found in an antique shop. It's not a first edition, but it's an old edition, so I like it. My version of Exiles, collected 2 versions of Exiles, collected poems. My Finnegan's Wake, which I must confess I have not finished it, and you can tell because there's the wrinkles there. They go to the half, and the reason I haven't finished it is, if I had a photo, I'll show you, is because when I began reading it, I had this stupid decision to write down all the meanings of words that I didn't get around the margins. So at some point, it became this crazy palimpsest of writing, and it was taking me like ages. So at some point, I had to stop. But I will finish it soon. Stephen Hero, the prequel, if you will, to the portrait of the artist. Yeah. So all my Joyce. And we have some French philosopher, Adrian Johnston. I just got that book, The Geschlecht Complex, so I cannot talk too much about it. Then this is the shameful era of how much Jameson I own that I have not read. I'm not gonna lie, his style is so hard for me. There's something that just it's funny to say from a Derridian, but that it takes me a while to understand what he's saying. But I do have many books that I want to read from him or go back to it. I love Henry James, I'll say that. And then Ian James is a friend. I met him I knew of him as a scholar of French literature, and then I met him at a panel, and then he was the sweetest, not only the most brilliant, but also the sweetest, nicest person on earth. And he helped me get a scholarship in Cambridge last year. Yeah, and he became a friend. And he just released this book, Rethinking Literary Naturalism with Liverpool. I reviewed it. You guys can, if you Google my name and James Rethinking Literary Naturalism, you'll find a review. It's on Proust, another writer called Pascal Quignard, and then Biosemiotics. So it's this attempt to get like biology and literature together. It's fantastic. Yeah, so Ian James, I recommend his work, and he's a mensch all way around. Let's see, I think there was. Wait a second. Was there?
Yeah,
we had
extra books.
Yeah. So Contre-jour, that is a very interesting book, if I remember correctly, on World War II. It's very. I got it because Jean-Luc Nancy recommended it. It's upside down right now. I'm sorry, but it means it's hard to translate. Contre-jour is against the day, sort of. There you go. if you guys like narratives of World War II, especially of bad parts of it, but in a very beautiful literary way, I really recommend it. It is translated to English, I'm sure. And that's it. That we don't. The other ones are not that important.
Okay.
We can move on. Yeah, that's just because I remember it. Yeah, I thought there were 3 volumes of letters, but I guess there's only 2. So we get to, oh yeah, my Kafka. I love Kafka so much. Kafka is one of those that I wish I could read him more. I read all the novels and probably all the stories, but I still want to read, like, the Tagebücher are his diaries, and that's just one of the volumes. And I was reading some of it for a paper, but then I do read German, but it takes me a while. So at some point, sometimes I have to move on and do something else. That one, the Hochzeitsvorbereitungen auf dem Lande, is the, like, wedding preparations out of the land, I believe. So it's also like some of his reflections on getting married, which, as we know, in Kafka is a huge thing. So it's a fantastic book. And then you have the Castle, das Schloss, das Urteil, or the trial. I believe that Kafka Blue is the novels in German. Another Tagebücher, so other of the diaries, der Prozess, the trial. This one I just got. I want to read the Zur Frage der Gesetze, which is on the question of the law. Because again, I've been working more on politics. That got me really into it. And Die Verwandlung is the famous Metamorphosis, right? That's the German title. Yeah, that's all my Kafka. Yeah, that's it. I think that's it for those. Lenteur ambigu, that was it's okay. It's not that interesting. Yeah, for that section, at least for the ones that I can read. Amour bilingue is an interesting book for Francophonie. You want to, like, reflect on places, like when you think about French Africa and growing up with different languages, right? The idea of some of us who grow up bilingual and so on. Like, what does that tell about our way of relating to the other? So that one is about falling in love into languages. It's an interesting book. Paul Klee, we have there. I have it in French, although I think the original should be German. But I'm getting more and more into Paul Klee. I didn't used to like him because he's too childish, but now I like him because he's childish. It's kind of how it changes with life. And then you have Melanie Klein, right? Like, we talk about psychoanalysis, right? So one of the most important influential psychoanalysts, and also a woman, which changes from the perspective. That Cacophonies that is there, that's a book on the Kim one. I just got it recently, but it's a book on literally representations of excrement in French literature. A lot of it. So it's very, caca, I like etymologies, and caca is one of the oldest etymologies, like, and it's in many languages. It's so fascinating that long time ago. And also, and I think in Greek, in ancient Greek, it means bad, right? So you can, like, see all the signification and how they relate to the body. And anyway, I got that book and I'm pretty excited.
It seems that there's something kind of trendy right now to write books that sort of collect all the examples of something in literature.
Yeah. I mean, my own is like, my book on surfaces it's not all the examples, but it is kind of like a general view of surfaces.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's something to it, right? Like, if you are kind of going back to that, the Wordsworth that we talk about, or with Desartot, about the history of everyday things, or little things, right? So at some point, like, and I have skimmed the book, so I'm not gonna lie, but it is, if you know French literature and somebody's like, hey, there's a book on shit in French literature. If you know it, you're like, oh, that makes sense. Like, yeah, like, when we talk about Sade, we can talk about that, right? So yeah, I think that makes sense. And I mean, for me, like, it's obvious that the surface is a thing that we needed to think about, but there's no book ever written on it. So so hooray.
It's
then we
sort of
have
a study of metaphor in a way.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and material things we can think about, and it's fascinating when we think about intellectual pursuits. Kierkegaard, obviously a fantastic thinker. So you gotta have your Kierkegaard. Kerouac is funny that that's all I have because I read my favorite Kerouac is Tristeza, and I don't have it. Yeah, those are like fine. It's more Beckett, the scholarship. Kant, the nightmare for all of us. I got that on a trip. The five. Thank God, there's only three. The three critiques in German, and then the Cambridge Companion, and then some other Kantian books that we need to go back. And then Peggy comes with a friend and a scholar. So yeah, that's pretty much from that shelf. And more Kafka, the English ones in this case. Let's see. Did it got to? Yeah, that's where we were.
Okay. And then
Oh, there were like any? Only that one. I think the vertical ones was only. And another of the Abdelkebir Katibi, just essays. Yeah. It's funny how some sections you don't go that often to when you're working. So here we got to Klosowski, right? So something about Klosowski, it's hard to summarize, but the brother of Balthus, the painter, they both came from like royal Polish family, but live in France. Their mother was allegedly a lover of Rilke, the German poet. And they grew up like Rilke would encourage them to become writers and painters and so on. Klosowski also becomes the main translator of Nietzsche into French and of Wittgenstein as well. He also does drawings. I have a couple here. Anyway, that book there, well, we'll talk about when it's vertical. But there's a book on Nietzsche there, and there's other books, a book on Sade. That one is, you can read it, right? But he becomes super influential, but because his thought is kind of related to both eroticism but also theology, because he was studying to be a priest. And at some point, yeah, and because it's kind of too erotic, so people distance himself from him a little bit. He died like in the early 2000s. Ian James, my friend that we saw the books, met him when he was very young. Ian met Pierre Klosowski. Voila. So that blue one, that's called Nietzsche et le cercle vicieux. So Nietzsche and the vicious circle. That book influenced like tremendously French philosophy. Also because that book influenced tremendously Deleuze. And Deleuze's Nietzschean philosophy, like he says, is based mostly on this book. So Klosowski is one of the main reasons why Nietzsche became so important in French philosophy.
Wow.
Yeah. Fascinating writer. If you guys watch, there's a Bresson movie called Au hasard Balthazar, or Hazard Balthazar. Balthazar is the name of a donkey. He acts in it. You can see him acting, which he has a presence. He's had a gigantic presence. Yeah, enigmatic writer, hard to describe his thoughts, but super influential. Sarah Kaufman there. We have two books by Sarah Kaufman, Jewish writer, close to Derrida, scholar of Nietzsche, particularly. She sadly killed herself in the 80s, I believe. I think she lost both of her parents in the Holocaust, and was there's a particular term for the lost child, so the lost children of the Holocaust who lost family and they survived. So she's very interesting in that sense. I think with the Klosowski, if you can go back above, there was another book that I wanted to mention really quick, just before the Klosowski. Oh, but it was it was vertical. Yeah, Kleist, because we had talked about Kleist. So when we talk about the B side of German literature, there he is, Heinrich von Kleist. That's the one who read Kant and thought that after reading Kant, there was no worth living anymore. So that's the collected works in one volume. Sämtliche Werke in einem Band. Sorry, Remy, you do that. And we have nothing there that is in Kokoschka. I got that one recently. I didn't know he wrote this beautiful green book. He's a great painter, but apparently, like for David Lynch fans, Lynch went to Salzburg to study painting to a school that Kokoschka had founded. And it's interesting when you look at Lynch paintings because they are kind of Kokoschka-esque a little bit. Let's see. All of these are English, so they're upside down. Yeah, this is like kind of my... Julia Kristeva, that is the other French psychoanalyst and writer, yes. Soleil Noir, is Black Sun, is a book on depression. I really recommend it. La Révolution du langage poétique, or the Revolution of Poetic Language. That's the one where she talks about Cora, which again is a term that I work on. And then the one below, Pouvoir de l'horreur, it's called Powers of Horror. That's in English is very famous because that's where she develops the notion of the abject. That's a very influential notion in theory and psychoanalysis. And it's in that book where she developed it. And because I was working on the Kristeva Irigaray chapter of the Surfaces book, that's why you have way more books there from her. Still alive, yeah, fantastic thinker.
What's that one in Greek?
Oh God, I just got that one. It's another literature. It's literature and essays. My Greek etymology is not peak. I cannot read it right now. I just know there are essays on literature. Yeah. Showing my ignorance sometimes on my own books. There we go. Okay, so yeah, another Kristeva book there. David Creel, I have a bunch of them. The Purest of Bastards, The Tragic Absolute, Nietzsche, Phantoms of the Other, Derrida, and oh God, cannot read what that. An Hour, something. Postponements, Contagion, Daemon Life. Man, I have way more Creel than I thought. The Sea, Son of Spirit, amazing Derrida scholar, coming from German literature, but also a good writer. So he knows everything Nietzsche, everything Heidegger, everything Kant, everything German idealism. Really strongly recommend. Like everything, death and contagion and body. He's the expert in German literature. He's a keynote in a conference I'm going in July, so I'm very excited to see him again. Then we have the recent winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature, Laszlo Krasznahorkai, The Melancholy of Resistance. I have here in front of me, because I'm teaching it, Satan Tango, both made into movies by Bela Tarr. The Melancholy of Resistance in the movie is called Werkmeister Harmonies. Satan Tango is called Satan Tango, and it's 7 hours long. My students are going to hate me if I make them watch it. Then I see some Beckett. Yeah, a lot of Beckett scholarship, because James Knowlson, the biographer, is there. So quite a few books from him. Just very good stuff for Beckettians. And then we're talking about Naomi Klein's Doppelganger. And there it is. Very, very interesting book.
Did you talk about this one, Damon Life?
Not much, but I can't I don't know if I've read that one completely, but it's like the daimon, like the Greek term of daimon, yeah. Right? So Creel is also very much into Plato and Socrates. So the idea of the daimon as the intermediate being, right? Like I always, when I teach Plato to students, it's hard for me to, because we have so much after Christianity link the idea of the Greek daimon with demons. It's hard for me to tell them, like, daimon does not have that pejorative connotation. It's not an evil, right? It's rather an intermediate being. And if you're reading Greek philosophy, you have to think it that way, right? So it's hard to separate it, because obviously, especially younger freshmen, they just hear demon. And it's like, no, it's hard to explain it. But yeah, it's a fantastic book. That one I don't know as well, that book, but I know it is about the Greek. Okay, we got to my Jacques Lacan section, which is pretty big. So Lacan, famously in comparison to Freud, actually did not write that much, but he talked because he had a seminar for years in Paris. I think from the 50s till the 70s, and we have the seminars because people took notes and they were also recorded, and they haven't even all of them been published. Like, we are still waiting for some publications of seminars. So you see, I have them more or less in order. You see it's for example, the second one there, Livre 2, right? So it's book 2, Le moi dans la théorie, so the self in the theory of Freud, and then la technique de la psychanalyse, and in this technique of psychoanalysis, right? The one before is the first one, les écrits techniques de Freud, so the technical writings of Freud. Number 3, les psychoses, no? Les psychoses. 4, la relation d'objet, the relation to the object. Then I don't have 5. I don't even remember now if I don't have it because I haven't bought it or because it hasn't come out yet. So the ones that have not come out yet, you can still online, psychoanalysts like have the copies. You can find the unedited copies of it. So people who really work seriously on Lacan, I work quite a bit, but not as seriously as other folks. They will have them. Like, they will, hide them for sure. So anyway, I'm not gonna read all of them. You can tell the ones that have come recently, like that one, 14, La Logique du Fantasme, because it looks so new and beautiful, right? While Langlois, number 10, the first one I had, so that was so dirty there. So yeah, they goes all to the seminars. The last one is the Les Symptômes. That one there. I wonder if we skipped something above, because there were other books by Lacan. Maybe, let me see. Did we skip? Oh yeah, together with the Krell books. Sorry, there were other Lacan books there that I just want to mention quickly because they are as I said, he didn't write that much, but he did write. So
You want to go back to the previous photo?
if it's easy, if it's not easy,
Yeah.
okay. There you go. There they are, right? So next to Cristeva, there you go. The samurai. Perfect. So there below. Fantastic. So first of all, you see Sibylle Lacan, Impair. That is a daughter of Lacan. There is a book called A Father. So I haven't read it. I'm excited. It's like a gossipy, like how was Lacan. But anyway, there's écrit 1, écrit 2, so écrit 1 and 2. If you guys have seen it in English, it's just écrit. And if the audience watched the first season of The White Lotus, what's her face? Sydney Sweeney is reading Lacan écrit at the beginning. And it's this one, right? The writings of Lacan, except that in French is 2 volumes, right? And the one above it, De la psychose paranoïaque dans sa rapport avec la personnalité, that's his doctoral dissertation, who was very influenced by Dali, by the text of Dali on the paranoia. Anyway, yeah, so that's those are the writings of Lacan, and you can compare from the size the writings vis-a-vis the seminars, which are so many. There you go. And again, those are not even all of them.
Did you watch White Lotus?
Yeah.
What do you think?
I like it. I mean, I watched all the seasons so far. I'm excited about the new one because it's in France and it has some of my favorite actors. Really? Yeah, it has Vincent Cassel. I'm excited. I think the first one might be the best one. The first one was really good. Yeah, I enjoy it. It's a good show. It's fun. It's deep, but also silly. Anyway, so then we have Laclos, Les Liaisons Dangereuses. Dangerous Liaison, famous book. Also a writer around the time of Sade, right? Yeah. I think in English it's Cruel Intentions or something. They did the movie. Very famous novel. Lacoue Barthes is a very important thinker of deconstruction. Yeah, that's kind of what I was. He is also good talking about fascism. He wrote with Jean-Luc Nancy, which we're going to see soon below, one of the main books on the theory of fascism. Yeah, so I have a couple of books on music and so on that he wrote. Then all of those are upside down. Bruno Latour, we have never been moderns, an important book. Comte de Lautréamont, very important too for French studies. Leclerc, another psychoanalyst. Annie Lebrun, a very famous, she died recently. That book called Soudain un bloc d'abîme, Sade. She was one of the best scholars of Sade. That one is called like Suddenly a Block of Abyss. Sade. It's a very, very interesting book. And then Leibniz, obviously, a very important philosopher. My bottle of poison there that I got from an antique store. Then here, there you go. I think they're vertical books, besides the poison, the arsenic bottle. I don't think there's any vertical books, really. We have, moving on to that one, Claude Lévi-Strauss, The Wild Thought, La Pensée Sauvage, a very important book. Villiers de l'Isle-Adam. I saw some young kids presenting recently on this book for a conference. When we think about the images of like Siri or the movie Hair or these kind of like female robots, that's like an amazing precursor to that from the 19th century. Then the one there, the big one, then Jonathan Litte, Les Bienveillantes, in English translated as The Welcoming Ones. That book won the Goncourt in 2008, which is the highest literary prize in France. Maybe it was 2009, around that time. That book won it, but was very controversial because it's the first narration of the Holocaust through the eyes not of a victim or a survivor, but through the eyes of a Nazi officer, and not one that redeems, like not like a repenting one. Like it's very, and Little is not a Nazi or a neo-Nazi or anything. Little is a very good thinker, but it is interesting to take that point of view and tell the story. It's a fantastic book. It's very hard to read, but it's
How did he
fantastic.
do the research for it? Like, is it based on a true story or is it a combination of interviews or something?
I think most, I mean, he's young. He's maybe 10 years older than me, but I think mostly it was archival research.
Okay.
And yeah. Now he's talking, next to it, you have this kind of book that you don't see the title, you just see above Jonathan. And that one is on the Ukrainian war, because he's been very vocal about criticizing the Putin regime. Yeah. He, funny enough, I forgot to mention, he's American. He wrote and won the like best literary award for France in French. That's how good his French is.
Wow.
Yeah, he's fantastic. I see then Antonio Lobo Antunes. The title, sadly, the light is covering it. I think it's Inquisidores. Oh wait, Manual de Inquisición. No, Manual de Inquisidores. So a manual for people from the Inquisition. That book, Antonio Lobo Antunes. I wanted to mention it because he just died. He's one of my favorite Portuguese writers, and he died like 2 weeks ago. Fantastic writer. I recommend it strongly. Then we have Lyotard. We're talking about Lyotard. We have one French book there. Dérive à partir de Marx et Freud. So the dérive, how to translate dérive?
You know, I've noticed a lot of these 1018 things.
Yeah, it's like another of those collections or series. I think it's anyway, I have a couple of them, of his books. The Dispositif Pulsionnel, that one is very famous, like libidinal dispositives or machines, if you will. Very, very important book, that one. And then he is also the one who wrote the postmodern condition, who was one of the few. I think in France we didn't talk about too much about postmodernity, but he was one of the few who theorized it in France.
I think he's the one who said he defined postmodernism as a incredulity of meta narratives.
Yeah. That would be Lyotard. Yeah, for sure.
And that's considered by some to be the most sort of famous definition of postmodernism.
Yeah, no, I don't work too much on postmodernity, but he's an amazing thinker of art as well. That's why I follow him. And a big thinker of Freud and Marx together, particularly. So now we get here, Lacan avec Derrida is a fantastic book by René Major, which tries to put together psychoanalysis and deconstruction, which is something I work on. But then after that, we get to Catherine Malabou, who's one of the most important French philosophers alive. And like,
but before we get to that, could you say a few more words about bringing together Lacan or psychoanalysis and deconstruction?
Yeah, I mean, so Derrida was married. His widow, who passed in 2020, was a psychoanalyst. And okay, I can give you some interesting gossip. So Derrida came to intellectual gossip, though. Derrida came to one of the first things he did, like he became famous, is he came to a conference in Johns Hopkins in, I believe, 1967. And he read, I think it was the structure and design text. And Lacan was there, Jacques Lacan. And Lacan loved the guy, but he was a pompous bastard. He was so pompous. And like, he was so famous and so like, you guys, if you haven't never seen him, Google him, like wearing like a fur and just fantastic guy. Anyway, so Derrida gives this talk, and it's a very important talk. And like, and there had already been some rumors about Derrida in France. Already people were like, this kid is very smart, writing these things and so on. So Lacan had heard about it. So Lacan meets him and tells him, Derrida says that the first thing that Lacan told him was, like, I cannot wait to know what you will say about me when I die. And then Derrida was like, okay, bro. Like, so then, like, I think in some seminar, Lacan made a point about meeting a guy. He will do this thing. He was brilliant, but he was very annoying. He will do this thing where he will talk about people without calling their names. So he will just say that he met this philosopher, but that the philosopher said that he will never go into psychoanalysis, but that he knew he was in psychoanalysis and lying. And Derrida heard about it, and he's like, I'm not. Like, you gotta stop. So anyway, and then later people asked Derrida, like, why are you not in psychoanalysis? Again, his wife was a psychoanalyst. And he said, no, I will never do it. But he wrote on Freud a lot. And he wrote, after Lacan died, he wrote a book called Pour l'amour de Lacan, For the Love of Lacan, where his critique of psychoanalysis was, it is great. It has many fantastic things, but it also doesn't question a lot of its own principles. Kind of the same with Marxism. And famously, one of the points that he made the most was that psychoanalysis, one of the things that only psychoanalysis could think and needed to think more was cruelty, was to really develop a thought of cruelty as a thing in itself.
Could you say that word again? I'm not catching that.
Like, it's probably my pronunciation, cruelty, to be cruel.
Cruelty, yeah.
Yeah, cruelty, right? Like, he was like
is that like sadism?
Sort of, but like sadism for him, like that touched it, but didn't go exactly into like kind of the core of what is to be cruel and why. Okay. Right? And Derrida love etymologies. So if you go to the etymology of to be cruel, is blood, right? It has to do with blood. It comes from a term that refers to blood. So anyway, so that was one of the questions. And then there were psychoanalysts who were open to Derrida. So it started being like, hey, we could actually use some of the deconstruction of Derrida in our line of work. And I go every 2 years for the most part. I go to the biggest Derrida conference in the world, Derrida Today. I'm going this year. And there's usually panels with psychoanalysts. Like they come and they discuss and they see deconstruction as something almost like a sister discipline to psychoanalysis sometimes. So there is some approaches, but there are other people who are like, no, screw that, right? But I'll say, like, in general, like, deconstruction involves a lot of self-analysis and a deconstruction of the self. So, and that's what René Major in that book says. So I think that's why, yeah. If you watch the American documentary of Derrida, just called Derrida, you see Derrida with René Major at a dinner, eating chips, funny enough. So anyway, that's that part. And then we have Catherine Malabou, as I was saying, the most famous, one of the most famous, most important French philosophers right now. Famously, she developed the notion of plasticity, and then she's one of those first recent thinkers who try to do an approach between philosophy and the sciences, particularly neurology. So where your cursor is right now, that black book, Que faire de notre cerveau, is called What to Do with Our Brain. And I believe, if I'm correct, it's a conference that she gave in front of neurologists and talking about the plasticity, how philosophers can learn from the plasticity of neurology, just as neurologists can learn from the plasticity of philosophy. But she's been running for a while, and that big book there that you have, Ovoleur, with the red thing between the white, that one is on anarchy. She's one of those thinkers trying to rethink anarchy as a viable political option, particularly in front of the fascism we're living. So that's one of the most recent of her books. Yeah. So yeah, deeply recommend Malabou for sure. A very nice person too as well.
What about this pink one?
Oh, that's fantastic. So I really like that she's going, like, for ages she worked on, philosophers like Hegel. That was her first, then Heidegger. So she was very much like just like this philosopher dealing with big topics and no questions of gender, for example, even though she's a woman. But then recently it's decided to start kind of like going into gender studies. And this one is called Le plaisir effacé, or the erased pleasure, clitoris and thought, clitoris et pensée. And it's a series of essays on the figure of the clitoris as a non-thought philosophical concept. It's very interesting. I really like it. The one above, Changer de différence, is also a book on sexual difference. So I think I really like what she's doing there, moving beyond other stuff. Then you have Mallarmé, which is potentially next to Baudelaire, the other most amazing French poet of all times. So yep, you got, and I have it. It's covered by my pink axolotl from Japan, but we have the Pléiade complete works of Mallarmé as well. Those are kind of the tools of my trade in modernist poetry. Then we have Thomas Mann, kind of like the A side of German modernism, with Dr. Faustus, which is a good book. I don't love it. I like Goethe's Faust better, but it is good. It's a good book. Okay, let's see where we are. Okay, so that's the Dr. Faustus, the German version and the English version. That plasticity book is edited by a friend of mine, Tyler Williams. So shout out to Tyler there. It's a good introduction to Malabou's thought. I'll say that.
Could you define plasticity in just maybe a sentence or two?
Oh my! The way,
or an example, maybe.
Yeah, so the way she thinks it is, she develops it as her own concept. So I'll call it about Malabouian plasticity. And it's the idea that we can think of different phenomena like ontological, mental, physical, and so on, in terms not of like matter and form, but in terms of like a thing that is plastic enough to change without being destroyed, sort of. Right? So like her example is like the life of neurons and thought. how like, if you get into an accident and you lose part of your brain, like your brain can reconfigure plastically, like a plastic, right? And rebuild itself. It's very complex, but that's kind of a way of explaining it.
Another thing I was just thinking about, and I put into AI, is like the difference between French and Anglo feminism in terms of like some of the feminists we've talked about tend to maintain a difference between the genders or reconstruct it, but still kind of preserve it in a way, which seems more so than maybe in the Anglo world, Anglo feminism.
Yeah, that's a great point, and it's something that has happened. Even though the French wave of feminism up to a point might be seen sometimes as earlier or at least more radical in some ways, at the end, when you go to queer or post-binary, so we haven't gotten to another of the writers here because it's at the W. So at the end we'll see it, but there's like a thinker like Monique Wittig, which thought beyond. It's more like lesbian feminism. So she actually left France because she felt that the US was more progressive in terms of feminism sometimes because it goes beyond binaries. And
Did you
Lucy
spell her last name?
Wittig, yeah, Wittig.
Oh yeah, okay.
And Lucy Rigaret, that we were talking about earlier, now she's in a type of feminism that sometimes I'm afraid it's going into a TERF direction. It's going. She's also like 80 something, so it's not time to be like, hey, you need to fix your way of thinking. But I like she's very worried about like the disappearance of woman and so on. Malabou herself, like she's very leftist, but at some point she does think, and it's something to discuss with other gender studies folks and thinkers, right? But like she does think that the capability of the body to reproduce on the female body, sex female body, is something that we cannot just erase in our discussions. So I think there is a big discussion there that I agree with you. Maybe make some of the French tradition more conservative of the point, but Paul Preciado, which we're going to see in a second, even though he was born in in Spain, he's now a main figure of trans studies, straightforward, in a very, very post-binary world, as a trans man thinker as well, right? So yeah, so it's never black and white, right, in that sense. But it's a fair observation for sure. Let's see. I have the beautiful The Marquis de Sade and the Avant-Garde book by Alice Mahon. I really like that book. People are into Sade and the Avant-Garde. It's a good reflection.
I don't know if you think like English not being as gendered as a language versus the Romance languages.
Yeah. Yeah, because we have it and the instead of le, la, le. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. It's easier, especially with non-binary pronouns. It's easier in English. French has tried to do it. I've heard from the Spanish colleagues that they did it too there, but I say in English it's easier for sure. My students ask me sometimes. We have more Lyotard, some Lovecraft, of course. David Lynch, because I've been working
What's
on
this
Lynch.
one?
Tragic Ways of Killing a Woman. I got it recently. I believe it's on Mythology, I think, but I haven't read it.
It sounds
but
kind
I-
of like the other women under the like one of the first shelves.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. I think I can grab it. Here you go. Oof. Let's see. Yeah, I got it recently. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's on Athenian women, right? So Nicole Leroux is director of
Antigone. I don't know if
Yeah.
that kind of similar.
Yeah, one of her other books is The Invention of Athens, the funeral oration in the classical city. So it's a classicist. That's what I got it recently. I remember that I wanted it in French, but I couldn't find a cheap copy. So English is gonna be.
Maybe you could show the front and the back. People
Yeah,
who
of
might be
course.
interested.
Happy to. There you go. Yeah, it's one of those that I got recently, and since I work on gender studies in the history of Western literature, I was like, this is fantastic. This is something.
Do you know what that painting is on the front?
It is The Sacrifice of Iphigenia by Balestra.
Oh,
Yeah, it's beautiful. And what is it? Oh, it's Harvard University Press. Very good edition. Yeah. when you told me Laurent, I was like, oh, haven't read it. Just got it. And I think it's still in the book.
so that's the
think so.
famous story of. I just refreshing my memory with AI here. Iphigenia, daughter of Agamemnon, and
Mhm.
Clytemnestra, Greek army is gathered to sail to Troy for the Trojan War, but there's no wind, and
Mhm.
Agamemnon sacrifices her in order to basically get to Troy and solve that military problem.
Yeah, that's what I told you about the history and of Western literature being written on the bodies of women. That's like one of the main or the first big myths in that sense.
There's another. It almost looked like Abraham and Isaac and that famous painting. That's what kind of when I saw it, I was thinking that wouldn't make sense to put it there, but it's got a similar look.
Yeah, and it's another sacrifice, so for sure is, and that's the when we think about our tradition being the Greco-Judeo tradition or Judeo-Christian tradition, right? So it's like the parallels between Athens and Jerusalem or the Middle East, right? Which is something that, to go back to the neo-reactionaries, they're also very, very worried about because a lot of them are very anti-Semitic as well. Yeah. Then Clarice Lispector needs a shout out as one of the most amazing world literature writers. So yeah, either the stories, which I'm going to teach more, or again, or the novels, The Passion According to the Age, a fantastic novel. Yeah. Let's see. As I was saying, working on David Lynch. Now I moved it because I put it on my bedside table. That's what I'm reading.
What is this thing?
that's the durian. That is the fruit, the durian. That is the shell of the durian. I love durian so much, and I love the spikes. So after I ate it, I kept it there. I have a couple of odd objects. Finally, we got to the M's. Okay, so we have a book by Serge Margel, Le Tombeau du Dieu Artisan, The Tomb of the Artisan God. That one has a prologue by Derrida. That's why I have it there. And then let's see, a book on the French Revolution, because you gotta. I just finished it recently, and it's fascinating. Let's see, there that Guy de Maupassant, just a classic of French literature. Les Horlas, a great horror story. I need to reread it. It's been a while. Let's see. All of these are English, so their titles are upside down. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a fun. Quentin Meillassoux, just to mention that one, Après la finitude. That is one of the most hip, if you will, French philosophers alive right now. I think he's even younger than me. After finitude, but yeah, it's kind of like materialistic. I haven't read the book. I read a lot about it. But it's a materialistic like philosopher trying to think beyond the human again, kind of like in the object oriented ontology tradition. But yeah, it's one of those. Like, you ask me like what is hip right now in French philosophy? Quentin Meillassoux, for sure. He has worked with Badiou as well, even though they're like he's half his age. Okay, I think this one is mostly exactly upside down.
I see a Martell book there. We'll get to it in a little bit.
Yeah. So first, like, I'm a huge Moby Dick guy. I love Moby Dick. One of my favorite friends, or my favorite friends for sure. One of my best friends, Eric Larson, with whom I just did a podcast on video games, is a Melville scholar. So yeah, he gave me that Moby Dick in pictures, one drawing for every page. He gave it to me as a gift. It's a beautiful, beautiful book. White Jacket I haven't read, but yeah. Maurice Meyer is an amazing writer. She's a very young writer. She's alive and very young. So yeah, I teach her, and it's just great, like contemporary American literature. And then that's the guy I was gonna tell you about when talking about.
Before we get to that, could you just say which course this belongs to that you teach?
Oh, I mostly like introduction to literature.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I teach French. I'm a French department, so I teach all the French courses. I am the film department, so I teach all the film courses. And then I help English with introduction to literature or world literature. And occasionally I get to do some kind of like cool, like next semester, I'm going to teach a class on French art.
Wow.
So I get to do some cool things. But usually the fun happens a lot in intro to literature or world literature, because I give a theme. So I think I taught Myers with the theme, I think might have been resistance or good and evil. No, monsters. It was monsters. I remember now. And because it has a lot of stories of like real violence, I taught it at the end. It's also like very new. So it was interesting for kids to look at, like there were some horror stories about social media. So I see how that happens there. Yeah. Maurice is great. I really recommend her work. So then the next one, the lesson of Carl Schmitt. So Heinrich Meyer, I think he's still alive. He's a thinker, a German thinker, and he's also one of those like very influential figures for Thiel. I think somebody told me that Thiel took some seminars with Heinrich Meyer recently. And yeah, Meyer is a Schmittian, like straight on, like believing that it's a viable political theory that we should implement. So very scary stuff. So yeah, that book. See, they're very smart, and you read it, and it makes sense up to a point, but other point sounds very crazy. James McNaughton, the one that I was telling you about, my friend McNaughton. That's the first book at least is the first one I know, the Samuel Beckett and the Politics of Aftermath. But the one that I'm more interested in talking about is Sending the Clowns, which is a book that he wrote with Sean Kennedy on the Joker, the movie, but rather on the political implications of the movie and how it suggests how to get out of this impasse where we are right now, which is through collective organization. So it's a fantastic book that they wrote together, and it really inspired the first chapter of my foiled reflections book that goes into the Folia 2, the sequel to Joker. So I recommend that book. Yeah.
Do you talk about the Joker in the Batman, Christopher Nolan movies, Batman?
No, I like those. Even though I just rewatched The Dark Knight, and I was like, whoa, this was way more like reactionary than I remembered it. But no, I focus on. So I talk about Sean and James's book, Sending the Clowns, and how the sequel of Joker, instead of kind of this political potential, goes into more the fragile masculinity and the what I call the dreams of male parthenogenesis, right? Like the idea that the Joker, what he's so worried about is to have children, right? He wants to have a kid. That is the last song, or the song that he sings. And his conflict now is with the woman, right? So I talk about that in terms of the manosphere and Elon Musk's attempts to reproduce himself, and yeah, that's pretty much where that chapter.
You know, the
is
Russian founder of Telegram, he apparently has like 100 children or dozens or something. I forget all the details, but
I didn't know, but it makes sense.
yeah,
It's so crazy. Anyway, that book is amazing. Sending the Clowns, I recommend it tremendously. Then we have the Cormac McCarthy. I really like Blood Meridian. I don't think I haven't read The Road, but I have it there to read it soon. I used to like to relax. I will read Ian McEwan. The Comfort of Strangers is a beautiful book if you like Venice and the Labyrinth of Venice. And there's a movie with Christopher Walken. So those are again like my English enjoyment books. When I don't want to think too much on and other stuff. Yeah, The Daydreamer. Somebody gave it to me. I have not read it. The Value of Everything is a economics book that I read when my economist friends will tell me that I'm saying nonsense. I read that book, and it's a really good book about how to get out of this horrible place we are, by a very progressive economist, Mariana Mazzucato. And then more Beckett books by friends. Ulrika Modd is a great intellectual, and friends. So Beckett, Technology and the Body, and so on. My Communist Manifesto, of course.
What is
Verso.
this companion to what?
To the body in literature.
Okay.
Yes, to body studies. Yeah, it's Modd as well. Ulrika Modd, a good friend. My Political Writings of Marx. Then we have the book that we recently edited, my friend Charlie, Eleanor, and I, on Beckett and Nature. That was a book that came out of a conference that I organized here on Beckett and Nature in 2022. So finally it came out as a book, and I'm very happy with it. Then there is the edition that also came out, the volume came out recently, the Understanding Modernism, on that series that we saw earlier with the Badiou one by my friend Arca. Yeah, it's my essay is okay, but there's some really good essays on that book, and a lot of folks. Some people think that I'm just like, I love Sade. It's like, no, I think he's really interesting, and we need to think about it. But he's not like woohoo Sade.
Could you explain just briefly like why he's so important as a thinker?
Sure. So I did it I like the introduction that I did in that book because the way I introduced it is that I was listening to a podcast on a professor in France who's a specialist on genocide. And he was talking about Gaza and other stuff that was going on a couple of years ago, sadly. And he suddenly said that he's a French person, and you know that he's dedicated his life to studying why do people commit genocides and so on. And suddenly he said like that later in life, he's in his 60s now, but later in life, like in his 50s or something, at some point he grabbed a book by Sade. He doesn't know why, but it was the first time that ended up like grabbing a book by Sade. I started reading Sade, and he was mind blown because he was like, all that I've been studying on why people commit genocides and why this violence happens is right there, right? Like it's right there when you read it. So that's how I begin the introduction of the book. And then, you know, it's more complex because there are indeed, and I'm actually reading a dissertation, a thesis right now that from a student in Australia about this, like, for example, who studies like potential emancipatory traits in Sade. So, for example, in queer studies, there are some queer studies folks who see Sade as having some liberating moments beyond binaries and beyond stuff. So there are some sides that you can tell, like, okay, this is, you know, it explores these things. But also, I think because it took place at kind of the verge of political modernity with the French Revolution, right? Famously, the anecdotes goes that shortly before the Bastille was taken in France, a couple of days before, Sade was on the window, like the real Marquis was on the window, yelling, "They're killing us! Please come and save us! They're killing us!" And apparently that excited some of the protesters, and they did indeed come and took the Bastille. They had taken me away by that time. He was in another prison. But anyway, and he also wrote speeches for the Republic, like for when Robespierre and all of them were still there. So I think it's hyper symptomatic of what modernity is, for the best and for the worst. And I think, the worst thing we can do is close our eyes to phenomena. And the last example I'll tell you is like anybody else, I also went into the Epstein files to see what I could find in relation to what I do. And at some point I found like receipts from Amazon, like buying some sad books. And I'm like, color me surprised. Like, of course somebody bought some sad books. Like, he has Nabokov books. Like,
Do you connect Sade at all to the Manosphere?
I can, yeah. But it's tricky because, for example, if you read Juliet, right? Like so you have Justine as the good sister who gets abused over and over again, and you read Juliet as the bad sister who, instead of being abused, abuses everybody, right? I don't know how the Manosphere will take that type of like liberated woman that is like not only liberated but also like more phallic than anybody of them, right? Like, I think, I wish the Manosphere could take seminars and learn stuff, but Andrew Tate says that he doesn't read. He's too smart for that. So anyway, I think Sade is very interesting in that sense, and I think because I got, when I was sharing some things, and my Twitter can be really funny sometimes, sometimes just stupid, but I was sharing my book again, or our book, because it's a collective effort, and I got some dirt because people are like, "Oh, Sade is horrible," and I'm like, "Yes, it is. That doesn't mean we have to stop reading or thinking about him. Like, maybe more than ever, we need to think about him." Right? So that's kind of like, yeah, my position. And the book, when you read it, I don't think there's anybody in the book that is like only focused on the positive. I think everybody at some point has a critical point of view. There are positive factors, but like we passed a couple of I think on the shelf above, there was this book by Alice Mahon from Cambridge, on Sade and the avant-garde. And she focuses mostly on the good influence in the avant-garde and the liberation of sexuality and so on. But other people are way more critical, and we should, right? Mm-hmm. But it's a complex, yeah. I didn't pick to do it because I love Sade. I find him interesting, but mostly, yeah, I'm excited because of the other essays, for sure. Then we have my own book on Beckett and Derrida, which is, as small as it is the fruit of many, many years of a lifetime. And the format is great because it's 30,000 words, no more. So I was managed to compress everything there, and it's good. And it's also a cheap academic book because they tend to be ridiculously expensive. That one costs like $19. So that's great. And then the Modernism, Self-Creation, and the Maternal, that's my first book. That's where I examine like the relation of the mother with like Beckett and Baudelaire and Joyce and Derrida. So that was my dissertation for the most part. And the Tattooed Bodies I edited with my friend Eric Larson, the Melville guy. And it's a series of essays on tattooing from different like anthropologists, tattooers, literary scholars. It's a good book. It's too bad that it's too expensive. It's a good book. I really like it. And Mexico is a novel I wrote, and I published together with a publisher in Mexico. And yeah, it's just, it's in Spanish, actually. Maybe one day I'll translate it if I have time, but it's a funny Kafkian, Beckettian kind of little novel there. Alex Maracini's With the Parasites is a great book, so I'll give it a shout out. Not that it needs it. Everybody knows that's a great book. And then
can you say a little bit about it?
Yeah, like it has this amazing way of which probably has become obvious to you from our discussion, how I love when people can theorize in a personal and experimental way. And she, as a historian of art and as a good critical thinker, manages to do that, to think about we, like art or literary critics, in our role. That's why we are the parasites, right, of other works of art. But with an amazing erudite, like understanding of art and literature, and particularly visual art. So yeah, I find it fascinating. I'm excited about her new work coming out soon.
Do you want to see
Yeah.
something cool?
Yeah, you have it signed. Oh, that's nice.
She's
Is
going to
that
be
the
coming
new-
on the channel. So
Sweet, that's amazing. I was
Yeah.
gonna say she's also a great mutual. That's amazing. Awesome, awesome. Great, great. Love to share the space with her. Then we have Murder.
what about Mexico?
Oh, that's the novel I was telling you about.
Oh,
Yeah, that's the novel. Yeah.
can you
That's
can
it.
you just repeat it? Because people might skip to this section and just want to see all the
Sure.
books from you.
So Mexico is a novel I wrote during grad school in Spanish. Literally a summer, I was like between preparing exams, I just decided to write like a funny Kafka-esque Beckettian novel. It's about a guy who he's working like any other scholar at home, and he runs out of cigarettes, so he goes out to get cigarettes, and he never comes back. He just ends up in this funny land, and yeah, I just wrote it as an exercise, and I decided to publish it, and it's fun. Yeah. Then Elisa Marder, I do want to give her a shout out. She's one of my intellectual parents, one of the main thinkers of maternal and mother figures in modernism. So yeah, I recommend her books for sure. I think that's it there. Yeah. I think yeah.
Is this about the artificial womb?
Sort of. So it's a little of a play on Walter Benjamin's The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction, right? So she does talk about more different types of matrices, and especially in relation to photography, right, and representation. But it is related to the womb in a certain way. Yeah. I read it in a long time ago, so it's not the freshest in my memory. Klaus Mann, the brother of Thomas Mann, Der Wendepunkt. I haven't read it, The Turning Point. I think that was it for, well, Marx, obviously, the political writings. And yeah, the possibility of writing a chapter on David Lynch. So that's why. A great book on psychoanalysis and David Lynch. I go on. For sure. Let's see. So we have, that's funny, we begin with El Poder de Juzgar en Immanuel Kant. That's from my first professor of modern philosophy back in Mexico. I last time I was in Mexico a couple of years ago, I found the book and I was like, oh, amazing. I was trained by a Kantian. Then we have Merleau-Ponty, which we have been coming back more to Merleau-Ponty. We are mistaking my categories. Michaud should not be there, but a little after that. But yeah, I like Merleau-Ponty, but I'm not a specialist. I like Michaud better. One of those amazing cases of a writer who's also an artist, right? Henri Michaud. Once in 20 years ago, I almost bought a painting of Michaud, but I would have been very poor if I had done that. So I didn't do that. Let's see. I haven't read that book by Catherine Millet. I just have it there. Patrick Modiano, another Nobel Prize of Literature in France. I think I read Chien de Printemps, The Dog of the Spring. It was okay. I'm not in love with Modiano. Modiano, sorry. I bought that one, the Pour que tu ne te perds pas dans le quartier, so that you don't get lost in the neighborhood. I bought it at the airport in France. That I remember. But yeah, I haven't read those or the second one. Montaigne as the most traditional and important writer of essays in France, at least, if not the West. And then Molière, you're pointing out those. I like Molière. I'm more of a tragedy kind of guy in theater, but they are important. Tartuffe is very important, especially for hypocrisy, for religious hypocrisy. That Edouard Meuriquet, there was a pink book there that you pass. That one, Die Historie von der schönen Lau, the story of the beautiful Lau. I bought that book. We were traveling in Germany, and there was, I wish we had a picture of it, this beautiful, beautiful lake small lake in a tiny town, with the like turquoise water. And there was a legend that there was, especially the Germans have these legends of kind of like mermaids that will drown you, right? They sing a song and so on. So not only in the ocean, but also in lakes. So the legend of that particular lady, and they had a sculpture of her, is this one, the Schönen Lau. So I bought the book with the legend. I saw it and I was like, yay. Musil, which I'm reading the Man ohne Eigenschaften, the man without attributes. That is the earlier book, the Verwirrungen des Säuglings Törles, or the tribulations of the young Törles, which I think I read in Spanish a long time ago, but now I need to read in German. Jean-Luc Nancy, we have 2 books there. We'll next, when we go down after we finish with this shelf, we'll see a lot of Nancy, one of the most important, French philosophers, died recently, a friend of Derrida and so on. Let's see. So now we can do, yes. So Lolita, that I have not read, but I have it there. I need to read it one day. Michael Nass is a good friend and an amazing thinker, specialist of Derrida and Plato, and Don DeLillo is the one that I was telling you about. That I learned about Don DeLillo through Michael Nass. So anyway, great thinker. All those books are fantastic. Hyperobjects, I have not read it. I've read just pieces of it. Very important in literary theory. I teach Toni Morrison sometimes. Beloved was also really fun to teach. Olivier Morel is a friend and a former professor of mine at Notre Dame. Boy on Fire is on Nick Cave. I didn't finish it. I got kind of bored.
When you teach Toni Morrison, what was that theme was that connected to?
So I did it for Monsters when I taught Beloved, and it worked well. But it is a difficult book, and it is a difficult subject, and I can tell students sometimes are not very comfortable, but we gotta talk about it. So yeah, I want to teach more Morrison in the future if I can, but I need to prepare myself for it. I'm too Eurocentric. Interrogation Machine is on Leibach again, my industrial thing. Picture Theory is a great theory book on pictures and images. The one that I told you about, the feminist interpretation of Hegel. And then Paradise Lost. I love Milton. I think he was the first heavy metal musician. And when you showed my desk at some point, I have a statue of Milton that I found antiquing. Yeah, I still have to read that Henry Miller. I have it there for another time. I think that's it there. I told you my topology. Introduction to the introduction, because it's not easy to think topology. Oh my, we're at the Nietzsche shelf. So yeah, that's a lot of Jean-Luc Nancy. Jean-Luc Nancy is a phenomenologist, amazing one. He wrote many books. At some point, I knew him a little bit, but a friend of mine, Cosmin Toma, we'll see one of his books later. He asked me to write an essay on Nancy for a book, and I was like, I don't know Nancy that well. He's like, you have time. And I was like, damn it, Cosmin. So I got as many books as I could, and I don't regret it. Nancy is amazing. He's like an artist of thought. The way he thinks is almost like creating paintings. So he touches things like religion. You have one called Visitation de la peinture chrétienne, so visitation of Christian painting, right? You have, right there, right? Above it, l'autre portrait, the other portrait. So again, about portrait. Naissance des seins, the birth of breasts. So he talks also about bodies. Himself, he went through a heart transplant, and he wrote a book about it called The Intruder. So yeah, very interesting thinker. And he, together with Philippe Lacoue-Labarthe, they used to write together, wrote this book on the Nazi myth or mythology, which is one of the most reference books on theories of what is Nazism. It's a short book. I think it's around there. In a second, it will pop up. They wrote a couple. Yeah, there it is. Le Mythe Nazi. That little book is one of the most important references. They talk about how one reason why Germany fell for that myth is that Germany have not had a mythology like France did or like Spain did, because by the moment they come together as a country, all the territories, they were too divided, they were too different. And what Hitler and the Nazis came with and tell them about the Aryan race was to give them a mythology that was easy to guide the people into this. Again, one of the reasons why mytho or theological political discourses are dangerous, because you can make people believe anything and follow anything. So anyway, fantastic book for thinking about Nazism. So yeah, many books about bodies, corpus, and so on. All the ones in French. There are a couple there in English. Then Gérard de Nerval, that white book there, Livre de Poche, Les Filles du Feu, or the Girls of Fire, and Les Chimères, the Chimeras, an amazing writer. Sadly, like some of these writers, he also took his own life later. Very depressive, but beautiful, beautiful writing from the 19th century. And then we got to my Nietzsche section. Yay. Some in German, some in English. That's orange one I bought I remember it in outside of the Freie Universität in Berlin. And then once we flip it, we can look at the titles. And then a bust from Nietzsche that I got. It cost me $200, but no regrets, because it's very nice. I really like it, especially at night. It looks very pretty. There it is. So you can tell. So all those green ones I bought together for a class on Nietzsche that I took at Notre Dame, and I did not take the sticker out of the last one because I didn't finish it. I read all the other ones. I read before the Antichrist, Ecce Homo, and the Toilet of the Idols, but for that class I didn't do it. So the sticker stays until I go back. Then you have the German versions, right? So that first one, Gesammelte Werke, that's just collected works. Same thing with the Werke there, the orange one. That yellow one, the Jenseits von Gut und Böse, or Beyond Good and Evil. A friend of mine gave it when I was in Berlin the first time. We were studying German. She gave it to me as my birthday gift, because it was my birthday around that time. So it was pretty nice. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Plasticity in the Life Sciences, very good book if you're interested in what does plasticity mean in biology and so on. I reviewed it recently. Another of those Lacan and Deleuze instead of Derrida and Lacan. Interesting book. I think that's it, because I think all the Nancy ones are, yeah, the other way around.
Let's give a quick look to that bust.
Yeah, it's from a guy in Brazil. He also makes one of Freud, but I haven't had the financial confidence enough to drop another $200 on a bust. I bought the Freud one that we saw earlier that is very tiny, but that was just $30. Ergo the little size. Oh, there's more Nietzsche there. Yeah. So the green one is the Spanish one. So that's probably one of my oldest books. I got it in 2000. It's the Genealogy of Moral, La Genealogía de la Moral. Yeah, I remember those editions. Also the red one, Poesía Completa. That's all his poetry, which is beautiful because it's bilingual. So you can. It was my first encounters with German, looking at that one. And I think the white one is Weisheitsübermenschen. I think that's the white wisdom for the Superman. There we have one of the most, Amélie Nothomb, most popular recent French writers. She must be 50, maybe approaching 60. Very fun to read and to teach. Deep, but not super deep. Like, yeah, enjoyable. Novalis, very important German thinker. Novalis makes me realize how much of German philosophy is still very religious, because he has like that kind of like very striking religiosity sometimes. That sometimes it makes me a little uncomfortable, to be fair. My Loups, I think it's the only ones in Latin that I have. That Cuentos de Barbarie it's a collection of stories that a guy published, that has a short story that I wrote called Agape in Spanish, because I tended to write my literature in Spanish. It's one of my favorite things that I've ever written. It's a just short story. It's a nice short story. So anyway, for Spanish speakers, they can try to get that book. Tales of Barbarism. Blaise Pascal, obviously, one of the main thinkers of our modern philosophy and modern thought. And then the Ambroise Paré, the Monstre et Prodige. That's an old, like, medieval text with engravings that talks about. It's by the time where like people will consider monsters both like these animals, mythological animals, or animals that travelers had mentioned about. It's a Renaissance book, not a medieval book, sorry. But also like deformities in births. So it has like diagrams of like Siamese twins and things like that. And that kind of complete mix between religion and science, right? So it's an interesting book, for sure. From Pasolini, I think a little bit of the Italian books that I have. I don't have many. So the Corsari writings, Scritti Corsari.
What about this secularization with that end?
You know what? That might be one of those that I got as payment, and I have not read it. Yeah, that one, I don't even recognize I'm gonna guess it's like the Edinburgh or SUNY Press, because those are the ones who pay me with books for the most part. But I'm interested in secularization for sure.
How much do you get paid in books for like a book review?
Books review. So usually the last one that I did was like, it was like $150 real dollars or $200 in books. But again, academic books are expensive, so sometimes you're like, what am I gonna get? 2 books? So,
yeah.
But you get discounts. So with Bloomsbury, I get discounts. So I'm still waiting on a box of big books, because they couldn't pay me the money, bank situation and so on. So they have Pasolini, one of my favorite Italian thinkers. So they have the script for the Theorem, great movie. And then we have the Oedipus Rex script as well. The biography of Derrida, very important. And then Georges Perec, a very important French writer, part of the Oulipo, which is this type of French thinkers or writers mostly, who wanted to make like a workshop of literature. So La Disparition, that novel there, is very interesting, because the most used vowel in the French language is E, right? And that novel tells the story of La Disparition means the disappearance. Tells the story of the disappearance of the letter E. Somebody kidnapped it. And the whole book doesn't have the letter E. So it's an insane prowess of a skill, right? And the English translation exists, but I think they use another vowel. I think it's not E that disappears. I think it's other letter. Or anyway, very fun literary experiments there with Georges Perec. I think that's it for that one. And then
we can say maybe a word or two about the lobes before we.
Yeah. Ovid, because I love the Metamorphosis. And I was teaching it because one of my seminars, the world literature seminars, the theme was Metamorphosis, which also sometimes gives me a pretext to read something that I always wanted to. And I had never read the whole Metamorphosis of Ovid. So I was like, this is the chance. And I got the lobe because I wanted, even though I don't speak Latin, my wife does speak Latin, or reads it well.
Is she also an academic?
No, not at all. She's she is an English major. but she works more on PR and real like job and situations. Yeah, it's pretty great. But we were not together at the time I was doing this. I don't read it. I want to look at it and see the terms. So that's why I got the Lobes. Besides the penguin one that is there right there, and I love them. They're just so pretty. So it's always great. Yeah, I think that's the only one that was vertical there. Yeah. And again, more of my research on David Lynch, as I'm wearing my ring, my David Lynch ring.
Okay, so we're on our final column now. Maybe you could tell the story of this ladder here.
I mean, there's not much to it. Just went to Walmart and discovered that ladders are very expensive. And they had that one, and it was fantastic because it does reach. So you see there,
I'll go back.
there's another ladder, right?
Yeah.
The one on the left. So that one I bought at antique store. I went with my wife, and we were like, "This is great." And I had not put the books in, and I was trying it, and I got to the third step there, and it just, and I grabbed myself, so I was hanging there, asking my wife to bring it back, like, which was really silly because it was like less than 2 feet, but I was like hanging for dear life, and then she brought it back. So that one is just for decoration. I can stand the one on the first, and it's fine, but otherwise it falls down. So I got that big one, and yeah, it's been working. It's pretty solid. I don't know if I will get one of those the rail ones, right? That's what people recommend, but this is a 1909 house, so any changes that you do, anything, it gets a little tricky. And the bookshelves are hanging from the wall, so it's already kind of spooky. Okay, so we're here at the P now. So Robert Pinget, I have not read that book. Pinget is famous in Beckett studies. I need to. I'll just jump into Dialectique du Monstre is interesting. The Dialectic of the Monster. I'm always been interested in that. I think it's like also Renaissance text that was like re-edited. But you mentioned how I have interest in many things. Sometimes they go a little too far afield. So one of them is like teratology and medieval things. And that book, a friend got it for me, and I have not read it, but I have it there ready.
You said teratology, so it's tarot cards or tarot?
Like horror, right? Like monsters, like
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So then I have the complete poetry, Poesía Completa, Alejandra Pizarnik. That's one of my few. I never did Spanish really well, but like if I like somebody, it's Pizarnik, great poet. I don't know if you know Alina Stefanescu, the poet. She sometimes shares a lot of stuff on Twitter about poets, and she has shared some Pizarnik. I have a book of her here. You might have seen it.
Yeah.
Let's grab it so I can see it. Give a quick shout out to Alina. There you go. My heresies. So yeah, she's one of my poetry.
Can you show the back?
guides. Yeah, sure. There you go. It's very recent. I think came out last year. I'm reading it very slowly because I like doing that, especially with poetry. But anyway, she has shared some Pizarnik. So I have that one there, and you cannot tell, but it's covering like markers on top of all the poems I like. Then we keep going down. We'll talk about those lobes in a second when we go vertical. Ponche, Francis Ponche is a poet from France. Derrida really likes him, so I like him. A lot of poems like objects. So interesting. And then what I see there is what we mentioned earlier. You see the French version of Poe, Nouvelle Histoire Extraordinaire. So that's the translation of Poe's stories. And as I said, they are translated by Baudelaire, right? So Baudelaire he died poor. He wasn't that successful. He died young too. But later, after he died, he became one of the main poets of France, and and Poe became famous because of him. And so now in the mind of Baudelarians, or Baudelaire scholars, Poe is very much linked to. I don't think Poe scholars, especially if they are focused in America, think that much about Baudelaire. But if they did transatlantic stuff, they would. So anyway, that's I got it precisely because I want to see the translation of Poe. That Le Métamorphose du Cercle, the Metamorphosis of the Circle. I've been obsessed with circles too. I have a tattoo of a circle. You can barely see it there from a Beckett book. Here, you can see it better there. There you go. It's from the book What. This painting appears in the book of What. Now it's a little tricky because I have a scar from surgery. But anyway, so that's a book that if one day I end up writing about circles, that book, The Metamorphosis of Circles, analyzes the different philosophical notions of circles and how they have, especially taking place through art. Okay, so Poe, you want to go to the top or keep going from? I think there were a couple more on the top.
Okay, well, yeah, let me do that then.
Yeah, I don't know if many. Oh, there you go. Okay. So we have Proust, called Sainte-Beuve. So Proust is the French modernist, right? So I do have a story about that one. So that is Marcel Proust, À la recherche du temps perdu, or In Search of Lost Time, right? That is the famous quintessential modernist French novel. It's usually sold in 7 volumes, and it is split in 7 volumes. The first one is A Love of Swan, right? Anyway, I read that one. Like anybody who does French or even just modernism, you have to read that book one day, right? It's like Ulysses. But when I read it, I was in grad school, and I was reading it for a class in English, so that everybody was reading translation except for me. And this is where I was finishing my French studies, so my French wasn't the best yet. Not that it's the best now, but it was, let's say, way worse. So anyway, I just read it in French, and I was so happy when I finished it that I threw a party in my small studio apartment. That 2 people came, but it was very exciting to read it. It was a certainly like a celebration to have done that, and I recommend it 100%. So, and that is the edition now that I sell with the whole. It's 2,000 pages. It's beautiful. So yeah, that is the last one there. It did need a shout out for sure. Then we go to so Pynchon, as I confessed with De Lillo, I have not read it. I feel really bad, but my friend Wes has made me buy them, so at least the first step has been taken, and the books are in the bookshelves. But I really want to read Pynchon soon. More Proust. Jean Protevi is a colleague, French scholar. I haven't read that one. I read the other one there next to it. I forgot the title, but it's anyway. Political philosophy is interesting. Not much to say really beyond that. Your Presocratics books. So that's Paul B. Preciado. Je suis un monstre qui vous parle. I am a monster that speaks to you. That is a conference that Preciado gave in front of one of the biggest associations of psychoanalysts in France, talking about how they didn't recognize trans people or queer people. And he's playing on, I don't know if you have read or remember Kafka's A Report to the Academy, where it's like a monkey talking to scientists about how it was captured and then he learned human language and became civilized. So it's very critical of obviously human treatment of animals, but also of human civilization and so on. So this is a take on that, but this is a trans man speaking to psychoanalysts. It's a very, very interesting book, for sure. Yeah. And then art and experience in classical Greece. It's just an amazing short story. Let's see. There we go. There's the Poe, the classical English Poe. I have many editions because when I find them, and there's no like great edition with all the works I found. So sometimes if you want some text, you have to buy a different one. So the portable Edgar Allan Poe has different things than the other Edgar Allan Poe, than this red one that is underneath and so on. So, and I really want to read the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket. My friend Eric recommends it tremendously. There you go. Now we're
You want to do
looking
the loves
yeah.
now?
So those are like all my Plato is there, right? The lobes particularly are the ones that I work the most on, right? The Mino, we teach it here. The Timaeus, the one next to it, that's the one that I use the most because the Timaeus is where Cora appears. So I read and reread and reread that text. The Republic, again, very important, as well as the Symposium, one of my favorites. So yeah, when I want to look at the exact Greek text, and if I find a copy that is not too many dollars, I go ahead and get my lobes for Plato. And the one that you see there next to the lobes, that black one that's in Spanish, Diálogos, that's kind of the Spanish version of a lobe. It's not. It's called Gredos, the publisher. It's Gredos there. It's from Spain. It's not. Doesn't have the bilingual, sadly, but any like philosophers and classicists in Spanish-speaking countries, they will have that collection, the Gredos of Plato, Aristotle. Like that's the lobes, right? It doesn't change colors for the Latin text, but I remember professors having beautiful bookshelves full of those. So if you interview somebody from Spain or Latin America who does philosophy, you're probably going to see those Gredos. The Aristotle one of metaphysics is trilingual. He has it in Greek, Latin, and Spanish, and it's huge. I almost bought that one back in the day, but it was too expensive. Let's see. I think we did. We have just Plato with the Apology, right? I think that was the Republic again. Igual Terrigo for my double, and then yes, body modification for the tattoo book that I was doing. That's a sociologist book actually. It's interesting. A little old, but interesting for sure. Yeah, I think that's that's it for that shelf. Unless I think yeah. Yep. The Pynchon that I will read one day, I promise. I already see more psychoanalysis dictionaries. So Pascal Quignard, oh my God, he's so good. He's still alive, rather old, but one of the most amazing and interesting French writers. Particularly in the sense of, I think a lot of French writers right now, and in general, writers in general, have become less interested in being like very deep and very erudite and more like sticking to very normal situations or to describe life beyond books. Because Quignard is not like that. Quignard is still like knees deep into like literature culture, art culture. He also trained as a classicist, particularly in Roman times. So you see there that book that says Le Sexe et l'Effroi, which means the sex and the fear. So that's an history, well written in a very literary style of sexuality in Roman times, right? Because he learned that. He's also a musician. So you see there 2 books on music. La haine de la musique, that book is super influential for me. It's mean the hatred of music. At some points, it kind of questions the relation between German music and the Holocaust, and the fact that in some of the camps they would play very loudly, like Beethoven or Mozart and things like that, which then if you were a music lover but you were in that camp, like it would completely ruin for you the experience of that music, right? Um, so very, very good. That's an essay book. La Leçon de Musique is rather, I think it's a narrative book, but a lot of his books go with music, and there's some of his books have made into films as well. One, if you zoom out, I can tell you there's one there, Villa Amalia. That one has been made into a movie. It's okay. It's not a great movie, but it's okay. And there are other ones there. We'll see more in a second. Let's see. Yeah, Tous les matins du monde, All the Mornings of the World. That one was made in a movie with Gérard Depardieu. And it's kind of like a Renaissance movie, or a little after the Renaissance. It's really, really good. And then he's been writing this novel that I think by now is like on volume 14. He's been writing it for ages. And it's those books that you have there. It begins with Les Ombres Errantes, Sous les Jadis, Abîme. So Les Ombres Errantes mean the wandering shadows. Sous les Jadis is on the past. Abîme, abysses, and so on and so on. It's called, the novel is called Dernier Royaume, or The Last Kingdom. And he's still running. He's 80 something and he's still writing it. And the book by Ian James, there you go. Sorry, I was talking about them. Well, they were not even there. So Les Ombres Errantes is the first one, The Wandering Shadows. Sous les Jadis is on the past, or in the deep past. Second, Abîme, the Abysses, the third. Le Paradisiaque, I believe, is the fourth. And then I missed some of them. All of those, and I don't have them all, are part of Sordidisme and Mourir de Penser. Mourir de Penser is to die of thinking, right? Are part of Dernier Royaume, or The Last Kingdom, this novel that he's been writing. And I think if I was a writer, that's what I would do. I would just write this gigantic book in the last 30 years of my life. And I think that's what he's doing. After that, I do want to mention Queneau, because Raymond Queneau is a writer, but also a philosopher and thinker, and wrote books that are very cute, like Zazie dans le métro, that black book there. Zazie is the name of a girl in the metro. It's a beautiful kind of children's book about a girl getting lost in the metro, and it kind of shows you Paris and the life of Parisians. It's very cute. But then the other books are rather complex. Like, he was also very involved with philosophers and so on. So Queneau is, yeah, it's a big name in French culture, at all levels, for sure. Let's see. Then we have my friend and mentor, Jean-Michel Rabaté, professor of literature at Penn in Philadelphia. He's French originally, but he's been living in the US for ages. So he publishes mostly in English. But that one there, Étant donné l'art, le crime, la modernité comme scène du crime. Étant donné is given, is that art by Duchamp that I told you. Art, crime, and modernity as a scene of crime. This is the book where the theory that piece by Duchamp that I told you about, the woman, was based on the Black Dahlia's murder. This is the book where Rabaté throws that theory out. It's very interesting. I think it's translated to English, but I don't have the English. When we flip, we'll look at the other ones. We have Rabelais, very important figure of Renaissance literature. Gargantua and Pantagruel, that's Pantagruel. And Gargantua is there, right? It's giants, very carnivalesque situation. Then finally, when we talk about classic French theater, Racine, that is my guy. I like Molière, I like Corneille, but Racine is the guy. Super dramatic. Beckett loved Racine. So yeah. And I have Phèdre, Andromaque, and I think he wrote fewer than Molière. Okay, I think that's it for that side. We can go to this one. Okay, Claudia Rankine, amazing American poet, just a contemporary poet that I like. I recommend her. Yeah, that's pretty much what I can say about that. A good modernism anthology. More books that I got that critiquing sovereign violence. The green one I got as payment. I'm very excited to read it because I'm thinking about violence inherent to sovereignty. It's part of my current research.
Which project is this part of?
That's part of the foiled reflections, right? Like the idea of how much like politics have to do with how you reflect on the other, and how the attempt of not reflecting on the other is it's an attempt at full sovereignty, right? And Derrida talks a lot about that. How much the idea of a sovereign involves the right of exception, right? Thinking about other political philosophy. So yeah, that would be my most political book is the Foiled Reflections one. So that's where I think it will go when I finish it, hopefully this year, in the summer. That is my plan. Then we have two editions of Gargantua and Pantagruel, a classic of Renaissance literature, and a bunch of books by Rabaté. He writes so much about modernism, about Beckett, about Lacan. He took classes with Lacan. He met Derrida. Never met Beckett because he said he chickened out to meeting him, but because he was very young. But anyway, yeah, one of my mentors and an amazing thinker, for sure. I think that's it for that's the All the World's Morning, the translation of the Quignard that I talked to you about, the English one that is made into a movie. Yeah, there you go. Awesome. Okay, let's see where we are right now. Okay, Renard, it's okay. I just got it because of Beckett. I don't know that much. We have Rilke, which is one of my favorite poets in German, right? We have the novel Erinnerungen des Malte Laris Brigge. It's kind of like the portrait of the artist, but in German style. It's the yellow one above. And then we have yeah, exactly that one. And then we have the Rilke das Stundenbuch, or the Book of Hours, right? And that one underneath Mitsu, it's a book. I told you that Balthus knew Rilke as a kid, together with Klosowski, with Pierre. So that's a story that Rilke writes about a cat, and Balthus illustrates it. So the drawings in the book are Balthus. So yeah, that's a fantastic little book to have. And then we go to one of my favorite French poets, and I think everybody should be loving Rimbaud, a famous poet that stopped writing poetry, I think, at 19. I think he was like, I'm done, and became a mercenary, or not a mercenary, but an arms dealer. Became an arms dealer in Africa. Yeah. There's a movie about him. He gets played by DiCaprio, funny enough. And he's the only one that I know by heart a big chunk of one of his poems. But I need to learn more by heart. That's a thing that I miss, that we used to do that, learn poems by heart. But yeah, fantastic. Alain Robbe-Grillet, that one is also another of the Nouveau Roman, the new novel that I told you. And then there's Pour un Nouveau Roman, that's his text explaining what is the Nouveau Roman. So for people interested in 1960s French literature, that's the spot. That's where you read that fury. Der Ängstliche Adler, that's a biography of Nietzsche. The Anxious Eagle. Haven't read it, but I have it there. We'll look into those in a second. Rousseau, Les Confessions, right? Like the Confessions of Rousseau. We have to name a very important book of our tradition, and of literature in general. So I read it in Spanish a long time ago, and now I have my French version. Let's see. That space is because I'm trying to move books still. And now when we flip, oh wait, yeah, that's Venus in Force, right? If Sade created the term sadism, right? Masoch created the term, or we created the term from his literature, masochism, right? That's the original text. Venus in Force is a novel that will make people describe masochism following the name of this writer, right? Yeah, good catch. It's too small. I didn't see it. Let's see. We flip here. So we have there some books on by, I forget the first name of Russell, but like to understand the figure of Satan in Christian tradition. Those two volumes are really good. It's like when I taught the seminar on good and evil, we began with Genesis and then looking at these texts. Then I have the Satanic Verses by Rushdie that I have autographed because I met him briefly in Kansas. So, at the end of the talk, I was like, please sign it. Some books by Nicolas Royle, amazing professor and theory person. He also writes novels. Quilt is a beautiful novel. The Social Contract of Rousseau. It's vertical, but you can barely read it. So that's why I'm just going ahead and saying it. Yeah. Du contrat social, it says there. Then I'll skip mentioning the vertical ones. Medardo Rosso, I'll talk about that one briefly. He's an amazing artist. I don't think we think too much about Medardo Rosso. Most of his pieces are in Italy, but occasionally you will see them. He's like Rodin, but he uses wax. So actually a lot of his works got lost during the war because they melted. Yeah, there was some beautiful, beautiful works. My friend, I give a shout out to Adam Rosenthal. Poetics and the Gift. It's a fantastic book. His most recent book is called oh God, I'm blanking. Is Prosthetic Immortalities, and it's a book that analyzes transhumanism, a la Peter Thiel and all these guys. So like the attempts of becoming immortal, right? Like either through uploading of your mind to computers or through parabiosis and like vampirism of blood of young people and so on. He examines that in an amazing way. I recommend Adam's work completely. He's a mensch too. He's a cool dude. So yeah, I'll mention that one there.
You talk about extinction studies?
Yeah, I read that a long time ago. It was because when I wrote my book, The Modernism and the Maternal, and talk about the eco-criticism side of it and how the Mother Earth is also a figure that we step on and so on. One of the readers was like, you need to talk about extinction studies. Because, and this is around 2018, 17. So it was how, we are not only talking about the Anthropocene, but talking already about living through an extinction and living and like every day, like a kind of like a horizon of understanding that no other epoch had until us, right? So yeah, not an expert, but approach it sometimes, and that's it's sad, but that's where we are. I see my complete poetry of Rimbaud. It's funny how a lot of my Spanish versions are on poems. So I guess I used to read way more poems back in the day than I do now. Polygraphies, I never opened it because it's a book on, it's an academic book that by a friend that I should read, but I haven't read it there. That Olga Raven, my work, somebody recommended it to me while I was in Denmark briefly. So I'm really excited because I think it has to do with maternity as well. So I'm excited about that at some point to approach it.
About the history of O.
Oh, that's a famous, right? Famous erotic novel that for ages people thought that it was written by a man, and then they discovered that actually it was a woman. I forget her first name, Réage. So yeah, I have it there as a reference. With sometimes I go into like feminist and erotic feminism in France. The movie is also like very. I think they just did a remake, but the original one was also one of those events of cinema because it was so out there.
Do you connect this at all with like 50 Shades of Grey?
Oh God. I never read 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, okay.
But I mean, I guess like in sense of like it's like a little of a bourgeois kind of I don't know about say petit bourgeois, but it's kind of like a, I don't know. My take on 50 Shades of Grey, it sounds to me, I have never read it, but from what I gather, it's like a very vanilla version of Going Wild, right? I feel Histoire d'Eau is a little bit like that, maybe, but maybe that's just my more like European, Latin American sensitivity, and somebody will be like, no, this is really going out, right? If I remember correctly, I think she shows up in a brothel or something, but I don't think I don't know. Makes me think of Eyes Wide Shut, right? Which was based on a novel that I do have someplace by a friend of Freud.
I'm just
yeah.
surprised you haven't gone through that, given that you're sort of into Sade so much.
I haven't say what again? That I haven't.
Because you've written so much about Sade or researched.
Yeah, I think it's because honestly, maybe my interest in Sade is more political.
Okay.
I think maybe that's the case. I do like eroticism in French. Like I think Bataille is very interesting. Duras, Ernaud has a novel that we skipped that is way more erotic.
Which one is that?
I got recommended to me by Alina. It's here. I'll show it to you so that we don't lose the. Where is it? Alina, no. Here, it's co-written. Let me see. No. This one, l'usage de la photo, the usage of photographs. To give another shout out to Alina, Alina did a review of this book, the English version, for I don't remember which website, but if you remind me, I can totally send you the link. It's a beautiful review. Because of Alina's review, I got it, and then I started checking out, and I was like, oh, this is very erotic because it talks about photographs. After it's like about a love affair, I think. So there's a lot of photographs after the love making and so on, in a way that is I find way more sexy than some attempts that are just like explicit or I don't know, like titillating, right? Yeah. So Sade. I mean, it's like questions about getting canceled. Like, is there any real eroticism in Sade? Sure, like there are some scenes you can always find something, but it's not like I would say it's hard to find. Like it depends. Like sometimes maybe in some stories, but I mean he wrote also regular novels that are not like Sadian. Aline Valcourt is one. Aline and Valcourt. But anyway, but if I'm thinking about the eroticism, I think of other writers for sure. So there you go. We're talking about dictionaries of psychoanalysis. That might be the definite one. Elisabeth Roulinesco is a complete, like the authority in at least French psychoanalysis. That's her biography of Lacan. I was quoting her 2 days ago because she wrote a column recently or an interview on the question of is Trump crazy, like psychoanalytically crazy. So she gave this interview where she talks about it. It's rather interesting.
How would people find that?
It's in French. Well, the internet can easily translate things now, right? Let me, if I give me 3 seconds and I'll find it for you because it's on my history. So Roulinesco, Trompe Fou. Voilà. It's on I don't know. If I share it in the chat, does that do anything, or should I just tell you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Here. Oh, it says that the discussion is not activated, so I don't know if I can.
Yeah. Do you see that?
Yes. There. Okay. Perfect. Here you go. So this is the column. It's on a journal called Le Grand Continent, right? You don't have to. You can close. You don't have to pay for anything.
Okay.
Yeah. So the title is Donald Trump completely crazy? Elisabeth Roulinesco on the delirious power of the White House. Very interesting. I show her. So when we're talking about psychoanalysis, when I teach psychoanalysis and I get so many students who my own colleagues tell them to never read Freud, it's all BS, blah, 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 blah. I always ask them the question in terms of, or explains to them in terms of cultural relativity, because I am like, France, as we talked earlier about, France's most common way of therapy, psychoanalysis. And the example I give to show that is that I show Elizabeth Rodinesco speaking at some point in one of the government meetings of the senators, I believe, as a psychoanalyst, ergo as a like mental specialist, on the question of gay marriage shortly before it was passed. So I showed her giving a testimony as mental health. So I was like, this is a psychoanalyst. So in other words, I tell them there are many countries for whom the therapy that psychoanalysis gives is the official accepted therapy of mental health. So what I tell them is, don't be American exceptionalism. I just think that your own therapy is the only one that counts. That's just straightforward, right? So anyway, those are the book by Elizabeth Rodinesco. And she gave a talk in Mexico once, and I missed it. But very interesting thinker. Super active too, and she must be like 80 by now. Okay, now we're getting to this section. Oh my God, so much Marquis. So yeah, when you decide to write a book on somebody or edit a book on somebody, you have to read it all. So this is most of Sade, if not all, from The Philosophy in the Bedroom, La Philosophie dans le Boudoir, right? The 120 Days of Sodom. So the book that I edited, the format is that the first section of the book, the person in charge of the chapter, the scholar, has to pick one book and write an essay. It can go into other things, but it has to be on one book. There's another section where they can write about more things, but for the one book section, I picked the 120 Days of Sodom, because I find politically that as the most interesting, also ontologically in some ways. So that's the one that I work the most on. That's why I have it there. The Crimes of Love, Les Crimes de l'amour, that's one that a friend of mine writes on queer theory in the book. Then we have Letters. That one that says Flammarion, that is covering the title, is the Voyage en Italie, so the trip to Italy, which was a book that Sade wrote as a traveling book during his trips in Italy. So it's interesting in some ways. The Colloque de Cerizy is what I was telling you about, these colloquiums in France. The one that was done on Sade is there. This fantastic, beautiful red book, Oblique, is like a journal with text on Sade that my friend Tony gave to me because he, I don't know what, he did something not too bad to me. He was late for something, whatever, and he felt so bad that he gave me a book. And I was like, that's fine, Tony. Tony, thank you. And then the ones that we'll see in a second when we flip the screen are the main collection. It's funny because I see there Saint-Exupéry, right? Citadel. He's the writer of the Little Prince. When we flip it, we'll see the Little Prince. But I remember I bought that Saint-Exupéry Citadel, that novel, the same day and in the same store that I bought the 120 Days of Sade, of Sodom, Sade. And I was in Belgium, and the clerk at the bookstore was like, look at the Exupéry, which is like children's literature, and the Sade, and we just made a comment like what choices, man. Like, I was like, that's what we do. Anyway, Nathalie Sarraute is another of the Nouveau Roman, very interesting writer. Most of her novels would not have really a character. It's more like affects and emotions, just speaking. They're very interesting. People like experimental novels and going to find something different. I really, really recommend her books, especially the one that says "Tu ne t'aimes pas," you don't love yourself. That one is very, very, very good. After that, I think the next one, the black book there, is Sartre. Yes. So the black book is Qu'est-ce que la littérature, or what is literature? Which I think is very outdated, and I disagree with Sartre, not my Freudian slip. I disagree with Sartre quite a bit in that book. La Nausea, fantastic classic of French literature in general. And then L'Être et le Néant, Being and Nothingness, was the first philosophy book I read, the first big philosophy book I read. Sartre also like died a couple of days before I was born. So I do the meme that like, he died, like, welcome back, Sartre, with his picture on mine, because yeah, if there's reincarnation, I might be Sartre. A very important book on Kant's notion of transcendental schema, but that's very nerdy. And then Schlegel, German thinker and writer, with his writings Schriften zur Literatur, on literature. Oh, what is that one? Oh God, Schelling. That's my Schelling section. I believe that might be, yeah, I think that is the essay on freedom, which is a super important essay for me, because it's the one that I was telling you about, the ground, the original ground and the ground. Yeah, it's that white one. I have, so German books sometimes, especially now when you're buying old books which are in the public domain, so anybody can edit it and sell it to you on Amazon for $5-6. So some of those white ones is what it is. Sadly, they're not that pretty. So this Sämtliche Werke is the collected works, so it has some of the essays.
What about
yeah,
this
that's
aesthetic education of man?
Oh, that's Schiller. That's just Schiller. Like, it's a really long time ago. It's like a friend of Goethe, and it's just kind of, they were very much into the belief that something that I wish people would, we will go back to this nowadays, which is like any good education to create good citizens needed to go to the arts and the humanities, and like that was the main thing, right? Like, it was not even like a thing to add, but that was the curriculum, right? So the idea was like, if you had an aesthetic education, you would have a moral education, right? Yeah, that's what I remember from Schiller a long time ago. Yeah, and the Schelling and so on. I need to read the Persepolis. I haven't read it yet, but I do have it there. Let's see. Okay, all of those French books. Sappho I teach sometimes. Eric Sandner is a fantastic scholar of German literature. I really recommend The Royal Remains. That book is a great book to understand the transition from monarchy with the French Revolution to democracy, and the current problems that we have right now. How he calls it the flesh. So he says how the divine flesh of the body of the king tried to be embodied in the demos, in all the people. But sometimes the reason why we go back to these neo-royalist tendencies is because we don't embody it correctly, or the mess of what it is to all of us share the transcendental flesh of sovereignty. Very influential essay, even though he's a German scholar of literature for the most part. I was reading some historians that still quote the text. Yeah, very, very, very influential, and great dude too. He's a good mensch, Eric.
Where do you what class do you teach Sappho in?
The world literature. Yeah, introduction to world literature. Sometimes we'll do Sappho. Yeah. Yeah, I wish I could read Greek better and enjoy it, but yeah. We have a book, Salis. I'll mention John Salis, another of my guys. I never met him, but I did publish recently on a volume, or rather a special issue of a journal, included a text by Salis and one by me, and I was like, oh my God, goals. Because I love John Salis so much. And that book, Chorology, and then shortly after he passed, sadly. But Chorology, that is like the book on Cora. The book on Cora in Plato's Timaeus. So if anybody's interested on Cora, that's the thing to read, Chorology. It's really, really good. He was a friend of Derrida as well.
What about this Peter Salmon biography?
Oh yeah, so there's two biographies of Derrida. The one we saw earlier by oh God, I'm blanking on his name. Oh, will come back to me in a second. But the main one, the first one that came out, was the red one that we saw, and this is a new one that I bought on a trip. And it's a little shorter. It's a little more kind of like trying to look at his intellectual path. So it's kind of explaining a little bit of Derrida's philosophy through his biography. So it was enjoyable. But the other one is rather is more complete biography, like from the beginning, less about the works and more about he was born here and like archival research and yeah, fantastic. I'm blanking on the name. I hope it will come back to me in a second. But yeah, and then some Laura Salisbury, that Beckett, Samuel Beckett, Laughing Matters, amazing book and amazing person. I love Laura. She's great thinkers and great people. And then we're gonna go on to do the really quick the vertical, so that we look at the beautiful Pléiade of Sade. That's interesting too, because if you guys think about how Pléiade is the classical collection of French literature, the fact that the Marquis de Sade entered the Pléiade, as complex as he was, or he is, was an event. And this happened around the time that the French government acquired the manuscript of the 120 Days of Sodom. Like the French state bought it, right? Which is as part of the patrimony of French culture.
Wow.
So yeah, so there is like a question. It makes me think of when people gave the Nobel Prize to Beckett, and the Nobel organization had to say why. They said something like because in the work of Beckett shows kind of like the human perseverance through all of the horrors of life, and a lot of us Beckettians, I'm like, does it? Like, is that exactly what is going on, right? So I think it's kind of the same thing with Sade, like how, and I think there was an official the statement of the government when they talk about like the power of emancipation or something, right? But it's a tough kind of situation. I think it's granted that they did, because I don't know if you know the story of that manuscript. It's like Kerouac on the Road. It's a roll. Like
Yeah.
if you Google it later, right? It's this gigantic roll, but it's smaller too, because he was in prison. He wrote it in prison in this like tiny thing of paper, and it became this kind of like toilet roll. And he put it inside this cylindrum that we don't know where it went, but it may not have gone into good places. And the anecdote doesn't end there. It ends that when he gets taken out shortly before the revolution, he doesn't take it with him. He thinks he's lost, and he writes in letters. He's sad. He's like crying, like, I lost my manuscript. It was my biggest work of art, blah blah blah. And he dies in prison in this asylum, thinking that he's lost. And then, like decades later, I think almost a century later, somebody found it. Like it was kind of hidden in a rock or something. They found it. Somebody took it. Like there's a lot of like hiddenly taking things away because it's bad things. So anyway, just because of that story, I was like, that's fantastic. It's a relic from the revolution. That's great. But anyway, they're my sad, beautiful.
So does this contain most of these books here?
Yes. I would say it doesn't say, as you can tell from the other Pleiades, it will say œuvre complète, so the whole works. This one doesn't say that, because he wrote, besides all the pornographic, if you will, complex things, he wrote some novels, like there's one in those volumes called Aline en Valcourt, which is mostly a regular novel about adventures, but it has some parts that are a little bit salient, but very little. It has the 3 versions of Justine, because he wrote it 3 times, and they are all different in size and violence. But then he also wrote these other gigantic novels that you can get, but they're not included in the Pleiade, because they're seen as just boring and just like, literally, it's kind of like if he did rom-coms, and then some of them were just like another rom-com, and really there wasn't anything at all different. So you can get them if you are really into a big researcher of Sade, but the Pleiade didn't include it because they don't have any particular value in that sense. So I don't own those. I read all of that, and that was enough. Like it's some of it is interesting, some of it is funny. You have dark humor, but some of it is just drudgery. Like, so much. Yeah. Okay, so we go to my Schopenhauer, I see Die Welt als Willenvorstellung, the world as will and representation. That's one of those that I bought it and I was like, finally, I'm going to have it. And then that's an abridged edition and I hate it. So, yeah. And I don't like Schopenhauer that much. So that's fine. That one is interesting. Daniel Paul Schreiber, Den der Würdigkeiten eines Nervenkranken. So that is the President Schreiber's, what is it called in English? Kind of like highlights or thoughts of neurosis. So Freud wrote about this. Schreiber was a judge in Germany, and he had a psychotic crisis or neurotic crisis, if you will. Ended up in an asylum, and he had deliriums that God spoke to him, and God was trying to seduce him, and he wrote a book, and it became like a bestseller. And Freud wrote on that case, which was one of the few cases that Freud wrote without knowing the patient, just from the text that he read. So it's a very famous book on psychoanalysis and German literature. When we saw Sandner, there was a book about my own private Germany. That's on that guy, Dr. Schreiber, yeah. Or Daniel Schreiber, sorry. President Schreiber was his name. Then we have Sebald Austerlitz. I haven't read it, but has been recommended to me so much that I need to do it. Michel Serres is an amazing, he died not so long ago, amazing intellectual. He was a scientist at the beginning. I think he was a physicist. And then you started writing about everything. The five senses is there, status. Le Contrat Naturel is one of the first like eco-criticism books. Yeah, I thought I had more from him. But anyway, he wrote about so many things. And yeah, and I like him. Let's see. We have another book that goes. Gilbert Simondon is one of those theories that is becoming super important right now. Imagination Invention is a class he gave on imagination and invention. It's a really good book. And then Du mode d'existence des objets techniques, of the mode of existence of technical objects. Amazing thinker for people who are interested in the links between like biology, technology, and epistemology. Yeah, when we flip it, I'll tell you more about the thesis there. Claude Simon, another of the Nouvelle Roman, amazing writer. Yeah, just read anything that you guys can. He's been widely translated. He also won the Nobel Prize for literature. So French literature has won the Nobel Prize many times, and I think they deserve it. I see there at the bottom, Philippe Soler, also an intellectual that died recently. One of those, we'll see more when we switch, but one of those intellectuals who were, communism is very common in France, right? But he went so communist that he went Maoist and later had to regret it a little bit. Okay, let's see. A couple of things there, but nothing really catches my attention. Some Derrida scholarship, spatial justice was okay. Film noir, because I took a class on it. A book on Jean-Luc Nancy, because I was working on Nancy. Bowie, Beckett, and Being, it's from a friend, Rodney Sharkey. I love Rodney. Great Beckettian and great lover of music. So he finally wrote this book that I call BBB. I really like it. I love Shakespeare, especially Hamlet. So I'm very excited. Senatore, Mauro Senatore, Germs of Death. That's a fantastic book on Derrida and death. I really recommend it. And biology too, so biodeconstruction as we call it. Yeah. That's pretty much Birth, Death, and Femininity. I know the author, but that's okay. And then we go to the vertical ones. So Shakespeare, obviously, all the complete works. One day I'm gonna buy a more expensive, fancier version. That one is nice, but I would like to have something nicer. The complete poems of Shelley. I wish I could read more poetry, but it takes me so long. That's the one I was telling you. Gilbert Simondon, that's one of his dissertations. I think he wrote more than one. Individuation and in the light of the notions of form and information. It's a wild ride explaining how the process of individuation goes from crystals forming, chemical crystals, through organic material, through biological material, to plants, animals, humans, psychological, and then like sociological processes. He connects everything. It's a wild ride, but it's very influential right now. Simondon is one of the most important philosophers, even though he died like 20 years ago. We're all really, really excited. Okay. So we get to the section with Peter Sandy. He's a French philosopher, mostly famous for, he's alive and he teaches at Brown, actually, for music and listening. So that one, Écoute une histoire de nos oreilles, is the listening, a history of our ears. Beautiful book. So anybody interested in French theory on music or listening, I recommend these books, either of them. They're very fantastic. Then let's see.
What does this title translate to?
Esthétique de l'espionnage. So aesthetics of espionage. Because it's sur écoute. So when you add the preposition sur, right? Like it's kind of saying like on the listening. So instead
Sur
of
la table, on the table.
yeah, exactly. So sur écoute kind of it's kind of like if you were being listened to, right? As in somebody's spying on you. So this book is rather on listening, but not only musical listening, but rather on the fact of other people listening on you and on surveillance technologies, right? So yeah, he's a very good intellectual that connects all those dots about how listening structures our reality, right? I see the only one that I see besides the L'Armée du Salut. I don't remember that book, but Introduction à la littérature fantastique, or Introduction to Fantastic Literature, a very classic book of fantastic literature theory. Let's see, all of those. Tournier, you see, there's a book there. It's kind of wrinkled, but you see Gilles et Jeanne. That is the one that I told you, Michel Tournier, who wrote a book on Gilles de Rais, that soldier who fought with Jeanne d'Arc, but also was a murderer. So that book is on both of them, Gilles et Jeanne. A fantastic writer, Vendredi ou les Lames du Pacifique, Friday or the Limbus of the Pacific. It's a retelling of Robinson Crusoe. It's fantastic, and everybody should read it. The title in English is different a little bit. Jacques Trilling, James Joyce, ou l'écriture matricielle, or matricidal writing. That is a book that influenced my dissertation enormously, and Derrida writes the introduction. That's the book where I was like, oh, there's some matricidal drive in modernism, for sure. Let's see. Then we have Paul Valéry, a classic of French literature. Monsieur Test, kind of like a criticism of intellectualism as well. Van Gogh, if people are interested in art and they haven't read the letters of Van Gogh to his brother, which is those, Lettres à son frère Théo, it's amazing. It makes you cry. It's so, so beautiful. Hannah Gadsby, the comedian, quoted those letters in one of her specials. It's really, really great. Let's see, we're flipping here. Okay. Okay, body criticism. I haven't, that's just a reference book. I haven't read it. It's on body theory. We have Annihilation, by Jean Vandermeer, or Jeff, sorry, not Jean. Jeff Vandermeer, amazing sci-fi stuff for people who like it, and the film is amazing too. More Beckett Scholarship by Ullman, a great, great thinker. My friend Christina Tudor Sideri, Schism Blue. I love her writing. She has a new book coming out soon, so I'm excited to check that book out. Three Sides, another of the Beckettians. Thinking Sex with the Early Mothers. I just got that book, so I'm excited to read it. Let's see, by Trub.
Who would be considered the early moderns?
I think in general would be probably from late medieval to, I'm gonna go with, it depends the periodization, but I think probably until the early 17th, early
With Shakespeare? Shakespeare,
so.
early modern English.
I think so. I'm not a specialty in that area, but I think that periodization has moved so much that I think it will be like that transition between late medieval and like Renaissance, so like close to Shakespeare. Yeah. Tumayan was my advisor. He passed, so I do love him. Encountering the Other is a great book. And he was also like a mensch and a fantastic guy. Freedom and Ground, that book by Thomas, is an amazing book on the Schelling essay that I was telling you. It's a book on Schelling. Because Schelling's essay, even though it talks about the ground of existence and so on, ultimately it's about how to like explain human freedom in a theological background. So it is fantastic. Then there's another of the books for the Understanding Modernism series, edited by my friend Cosmin Thomas. That's the one that he asked me to write on Jean-Luc Nancy. So I did. Thank you, Cosmin. I recently saw him in Quebec. Nice guy. Naya Tolokonikova, the lead singer of Pussy Riot, A Guide to Activism, one of my heroes. So yeah, I have the book there, and I skim it occasionally. TV Light, the male fantasies. When I got into the male masculinity thing, people were like, "You need to read this." So I've been skimming it. Haven't finished reading it, but yeah, I found, and there's criticisms too of this book. I've seen some people that
What is
think
it?
that is
Theory?
so. Yeah, it's theory on particularly on like the fascist manipulation of masculinity. So and also later, kind of like, because there's 2 volumes, kind of like the embrace of fascist and Nazi imaginary in some of the gay clubs and so on. So yeah, it's in Gender Stories, a very important book. He's still alive too. I forget what was the criticism I was reading about it, but there was some criticism about some like some limits to the theory, like that it didn't go into other possibilities. But yeah. Then there's another book there, Beckett, Derrida, and the Event of Literature. I hated it's what Asia Safranik, when I found that book, because I was writing my dissertation on Beckett and Derrida, and I saw it, and I was like, mother. But it's really good. It's very different from my own book. So I quote it a lot, but yeah. But it was a sad moment there. Interviews with Bacon. I love Bacon. And then I was teaching just recently Gulliver's Travels, and I just read it for the first time. It was fantastic. I think it's a great text. And Irish literature is one of the best ones in the world for a reason. There's another of the collection of the works of Swift. I think that's it. I think there was I think that's pretty much it for those. We're almost at the end, because we're at the S, I believe. No, B. The B. That gigantic book there. Friedrich von Hardenberg genannt Novalis. So the Friedrich von Hardenberg called Novalis. It's a biography of Novalis. I think I bought it by accident. I think it was a works of Novalis. And I was like, oh boy, well, now one day I have a biography of Novalis if I want to read it. Then we have Jules Verne. I was teaching, I like Verne, I think. I like sci-fi, especially classic sci-fi. But at some point I had a student, John Pruden, good student, he's in Quebec now, who was interested in literature and science, because he was a STEM and also French major. So I designed a class on science and Jules Verne. So I bought a lot of Verne, and that's one. Paris in the 20th century, Paris au XXe siècle, De la Terre à la Lune, from the Earth to the Moon, and then White's there, 20 000 lieues sous les mers, 20,000 miles under the sea, right? I see Villon, Poésie complète. You don't see Villon. What is the medieval poet of France? The famous medieval poet of France. That book there, I haven't read it, but I'm so excited. The Anne Vincent Dufault, Histoire des larmes, it's just called History of Tears. So it's again talking about the history of small things, right? Yeah, I bought it because I bought it since I was like that sounds like something very interesting. And then you see Voltaire there, kind of coming full circle, because when I began to be interested in philosophy, one of the first things I read was Voltaire and Candide. I think if I had gone that path, I would be more into politics earlier, Instead, I went more into epistemology and ontology later, and aesthetics. I see Robert Walser, famous Austrian writer, Jakob von Gunthen. One of the first books in German I read. Took me a while. He died in a way that if I could choose my own death, I think this would be nice, because I just love the snow, and he died like he just walked into the snow and got lost. I find it very, very poetic. So sadly, or not, I don't know exactly, but there's pictures because somebody found him. But it's kind of poetic just to see the footsteps and the body of Walser there lying on the ground. Let's see. All of those are backwards. Funny enough, there's a lot of books here that I don't know that well. Wim Wenders and Peter Hanke, Der Himmel über Berlin. That's the script for Wings of Desire by the director Wim Wenders and Peter Hanke, the writer. One of my favorite movies. So I was so happy when I bought it in Berlin. So it was a beautiful moment when I got that book. It's full of pictures. And then let's see. I think that's it for those books that are like that way. Yeah. So now there's quite a few exactly in this the other way. So a mentor and friend, David Wills, great thinker of technology and deconstruction. So his main book is Prosthesis. You see there's the new edition in red, and then other books that he has written, Matchbook and Dorsality. People interested in technology and deconstruction, I recommend David Wills.
You know, I've noticed looking at your books, I think Minnesota University Press is maybe the most popular university press amongst all your books.
Yeah, it's the deconstruction people, Minnesota. I almost got a contract with Minnesota, but it fell through, so I'm a little sad. But one day, I'll say Minnesota, SUNY, Edinburgh are kind of the main ones for my people, my specialty. Yeah, but yeah, Minnesota is very nice. It's very, very nice. Besides Minnesota, the place being amazing. Here, the Undead Mother. I think I skimmed it. I didn't like it that much. A book, yes, a critical introduction to difference and repetition. It's good. It's good. I still wanted more from that book. I do remember that feeling. That book by Kendall. Kendall is a good friend of mine. He wrote a book about rescuing dogs. It's an amazing book because he's an amazing crazy man. But yeah, that's just fun friends writing books. Themes of the New French Extremity. I'm writing an article for a book on French extreme feminism, especially in cinema. So with films like Titan and Raw, and I'm trying to think the other ones. Trouble Every Day. So this French feminism that uses a lot of like body horror, as Cronenberg. So it's a very big tradition, and I'm writing an article on it for a book. So ergo, I have that book there. Let's see. There. Yeah, some of those I bought. Religion and Media is because an article inside. It's not even the whole book. Samuel Weber is an amazing Derridian. Targets of Opportunity is a good book. We'll see another book of him with somebody else below.
What's Targets of Opportunity about?
I think it's, if I remember correctly, I think it has to do with the second Iraq War. So it's kind of like a theoretical reflection on militarization in that particular war, because he went to give a talk about it. Then Robert Walser, Masquerade and Other Stories. I'll mention when a second when you that one was vertical, so I'm gonna keep going then. Yes, because that one is kind of vertical but also horizontal. So that's a great book. Walser is a colleague and friend, at least online. But that's a great book on modernism, romanticism, and literature in general that it's Audrey Walser, I remember her name now. I really recommend it. That projective identification book is really bad. One day I'll get rid of it. I couldn't even finish it. I think it's the first time that I complain about a book, but that one was one. But Audrey Walser is really good. I told you I was thinking about writing a book on Lars von Trier, ergo the interviews. Tristan und Isolde, Wagner. It's my favorite opera. I'm a little ashamed of how much I like Wagner, but yeah, I bought the script, and it's beautiful old scripts there, so it's a beautiful German book. And then Biodeconstruction by Francesco Vitale. I see it there under Vitruvius. Amazing guy, Francesco, great thinker. And he opened this field of biodeconstruction, putting together Derrida with biology, philosophy, and it's been like path breaking. Like a lot of my friends work on it, and I work a little bit on it. So we all thank Francesco for that. I think that's it in well, The Mysterious Island by L'Île Mystérieuse by Jules Verne. Yeah, that's it from that point of view. And I think Verticals was only the Audrey one. Oh, and the Oscar Wilde ones. Yeah, I see them there.
What's your
Yeah.
favorite Oscar Wilde?
I haven't read that much, honestly, but I'll say that the Portrait of Dorian Gray blew my mind because I didn't think it was gonna be that deep. I thought it was gonna be really fun, exciting, but it's philosophically dense in a great way. I need to read more Wilde, but the Portrait of Dorian Gray really gets me in that sense. Okay, we're going to the last one, I think. Well, I mean,
Yeah, it looks like we had some close-ups. We didn't end up needing, so.
oh, okay, well, that's fine. Okay, so this is the last of the regular books. Let's see. I think here, well, you have the Wittgenstein's Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus. That is still a German and Spanish version. I'm not the biggest Wittgenstein fan. I have a picture of me on top of his grave doing the victory sign because that was just fun to do. Let's see if there's any. These all seem to be. Oh, Mrs. Dalloway, funny enough, English, but it's the other way around. Great novel. I like Wolf quite a bit. Marie Jusserna, amazing French writer, especially if you like historical novels. She's one of those that you feel you are there. You read the novel and you feel you are back in Rome, back in medieval times. Just amazing. Not experimental, just amazing historical writer. Yeah, really recommend her. Let's see. I think the last ones are just all the Zizek ones. Oh, and this is Zupanchik. That will be the alphabetically the last of the last. But I think it's going to be the other way around because they're all American editions. Well, Zola, La Bête Humaine, or the Human Beast, an amazing realist novel about, I think they're miners, if I remember correctly, or train. It's been a while. Workers, blue-collar workers in France. And in L'Affaire Dreyfus, I just used it to teach a class on World War II and talk about anti-Semitism in France and so on. And Zola being the first person called an intellectual in the sense of an engaged intellectual in a political cause. So, yeah, going back to Zola was fantastic. Okay, and now we go to. There you go. So, the Slovenian School of Thought is amazing, and among them we have Alenka Zupančič. I just read the Let Them Rot one, was an interesting analysis of Antigone. I haven't read The Ethics of the Real, but I really want to. She's just one of those thinkers that brings along a great combination of political philosophy and psychoanalysis. And I believe the one book that we cannot see because it's kind of there in the bag is something entirely something like What is Sex? Or something about sexuality. That is a very influential book in gender studies.
By who?
By her, Alenka Zupančič. Yeah, the same one. Yeah. Great. Very young, still very young thinker. Then we go to my Zizek collection. I went through a good Zizek phase, and he's very influential in my life. So I have his Hitchcock, this other book that he wrote with Sandner on The Neighbor, The Fragile Absolute, which was one of the first times that I read leftists defending Christianity as a mode of thought that got co-opted by some fundamentals in some ways. But it's a great book. The same Unbelief, I think, is kind of the same thing. At some point, while I began to be very into Zizek, I discovered also that he recycles a lot, and I was like, I don't need to buy all his books because it's kind of the same thing. But then as I find myself being older and publishing sometimes things very similar, I'm like, okay, no shade to Zizek. Sometimes there wasn't any time to
Here's
edit.
another
So,
radical thinker's book.
yeah, for sure. I met him briefly. He was kind. The Parallax View is my favorite. Sorry, that one is, I know it's vertical, but I just saw it. And I think, I mean,
Press.
yeah, exactly. Less Than Nothing, I haven't read it. That's his main book on Hegel. It's very late. I'll read it one day, but I think that's the moment that he really wanted to kind of write like a big, like not so, popular book into cinema, or no. He wanted to like be deep, ontological, and I think that's the one that he tried to do. But yeah, Touring with the Negative, an amazing book on Schelling. And then that one, Stupidity and Psychoanalysis, my friend Sin Desire published recently, and I have an article there on the ground of stupidity, and that one has like, probably the best essay on where I explain that part of difference and repetition that I was telling you. So and I was on a panel online on when the book came out, and I'm very, very proud of that one. And that one, the Oksana Zabushko, Fieldwork in Ukrainian Sex, beautiful novel, very interesting, by a Ukrainian author. But she wrote a column recently asking us, shortly after the massacre in Ukraine, the Bucha massacre, asking us to look at our bookshelves and telling us that if we learned about Russian culture before, we could have seen what was happening. And it's very interesting to read that article because it makes you think about a lot about Dostoevsky and how we read him, and how Dostoevsky can also be, as amazing as a writer he is, he also can be very easily read in a reactionary way. So I recommend Oksana Zabushko for these types of reflection that come from the perspective of a Ukrainian, right? Ukrainian female writer.
You had a book I think we passed over on history of violence.
Oh yeah, the novel, yes.
And it made me think like the military side of Russian aggression, and it seemed like a lot of people in Europe didn't really think that would ever happen again, and we were sort of in a new era of history, and maybe a lack of kind of interest in military affairs or military history may create a sort of naivete.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I thought that, Ukraine, Russian weapons and military, that they were all rusty and, old, and it wasn't gonna work. But I don't know. Turns out rather that nuclear weapons still exist, and I mean, and now we are rearming, right? Like Germany is rearming. Like it's insane what we're living through. But yeah, it's a good point. Like, yeah, this the more I get into political thinking and conferences and so on. Yeah, I don't have any optimistic thing to say. I just feel like we need to keep thinking. That's all. Like, and thinking the unthinkable, right? I think maybe that was kind of the thing too.
I think of it sort of as denial of
Yeah.
maybe something.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Obama won, and we felt like the future was bright, and then it was everything beautiful. I was beginning my PhD, and then here we are. But that's one of the things about reading all of these things, is that then you, especially like when you read Ukrainians, and you're like, oh my God, like this is, I never thought about this, and then you see it that way, and so on. So that's kind of a good thing about opening up like that way. But yeah. Okay, so then we have my wolf, my beautiful Orlando that I taught and I love. Uh, my Columbia Critical Guides. I think I bought it by accident as well. But I have my other two Lighthouse, because my favorite wolf is To the Lighthouse, for sure. Daniel Woodrell, I haven't seen it in a while. I met him. He came here to. We invite writers sometimes from the area, and he lives in Missouri, so he came to give a talk and had dinner with him, and I chatted with him about the episode he did with Anthony Bourdain, and he broke his arm or his hand in that episode, and I was like, oh well, Bourdain paid for everything, and he's like, no, he didn't. So then my love for Bourdain went down after talking with Daniel. But I love his writing. The Outlaw album is really good, and Winter's Bone is a really good novel. I think I have it signed. Yeah, I should have. Then we see more my Hegel work when I was working more into Hegel. Another great book on Schelling, Schelling's Practice of the Wild. I don't remember that much about it, but oh God, what is that one? Huh? Wait a sec. Oh, I think it's one of my German books. Yeah. I don't remember the books. Jeanette Winterson is an amazing British writer. Written on the Body, the one at the bottom, I really recommend. I have a couple. The Passion, I think I've read. Sex in the Cherry, I have not read it. It's a queer writer, but I really, really like her literature. It's been a while. But yeah, she's still producing, and it's pretty good stuff. And then we go here. The Diary of Virginia Woolf, amazing. Volume 1. I need to get the other ones. Even though I don't like that she was kind of mean to Joyce, in her opinion, but that's okay. In Defense of Lost Causes, I just realized it's a guillotine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had not, or maybe I knew before, but I hadn't in a while reflected on the fact that it's a guillotine. Yes. That book begins very funnily, talking about how he realized that Badiou was a true friend when Badiou interrupted Zizek talking at a conference because he got a phone call. So he was like, "Could you stop talking?" Like he wasn't even giving the talk. He was just next to him. He was like, "Shut up! I need to take this phone call." And Zizek said like, that's when I knew he was a true friend. Very funny, those two guys. I think that's it for the main bookshelves. Now you're looking at my old bookshelf. I told you earlier at the beginning how my rule for putting books in that bookshelf is that they must be at least 100 years old. And I don't know how much I'm going to be able to tell you about those books, because some of them is because of the author and the age, obviously, but also the author, I know who they are and I like them. But most of them, I have no idea who they are. Like Understanding South America, no idea. But I bought it because it was old enough. But you see, especially where that figurine is, you see a Voltaire. That one, it cost me a little bit more. Yeah. So that is from the complete works of Voltaire. It is more than 100 years old. And yeah, it's beautiful. And that one, you just pass, exactly, that's the Voltaire. It's volume 2, Tome 2, right? And then to the left, those two with red, that's beautiful book with, it's Heine, that's the German poet. Those two I bought. I think they cost me a little bit more because people knew what they had. So those two are very precious. I think there might be something else. I don't know. I think books wise, Abrégé de Méditation. Yeah, that one. It's not such a famous writer, Dupont, but it's a beautiful French book of meditations, kind of in the Pascal tradition. In fact, that one is upside down. Sometimes it's so dark that I don't realize what I do there. There was Virgil there, the clock and Georgix. And it's interesting here where I live in Arkansas. Oh, Schiller. Yeah, there's Schiller. The one we're talking about, the education. Werke. That's a German collection of works by Schiller. Here in Arkansas, sometimes you find them without people knowing what they are, because they are just, families like take them. And sometimes they brought them from Europe, right? A lot of like, there's a French one. There's Guy de Maupassant, where the cursor is. sometimes you have like language books that families will bring because they were teaching German or French to their kids and so on. So it's a part of the story of America. Rather interesting. Yeah, I think. And then you just have a couple of my different souvenirs from Japan there. Other books, I cannot even remember what it says. Stable something. Figurines I bring from places. Sake, like glasses. The Ultraman there that I got in Japan as well.
Diogenes,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I say. Diogenes.
his lantern.
Yeah, with his dog. The dog. Oh my, that one is so blurry. I'm sorry, but those are there's like a surgeon book there that we pass, and surgery, kind of interesting diagrams and so on. And those are my films. Like I'm a film professor as well. I love cinema. Nowadays we have everything on streaming, but I still have to buy some books. And you see there the Villa Amalia, from the Pascal Quignard. Some classics, right? Like all of you guys, like I love Criterion. So you see White Material, Antichrist, other Criterion things there, Cold War, Criterion, right? These are not organized, so that's why you see Wild at Heart from David Lynch next to a SpongeBob. Whatever is I'm in the mood for. The Turing Horse, I wrote on Bellatar. Reconstruction, I'll say that's my favorite movie of all time. Nobody knows about it. It's a Danish film. The guy made like 2 or 3 movies, but that is an amazing movie. Certainly worth the watch. My Pasolini section, Oedipus Rex, for Chile, Love Meetings. So this is very disorganized. Caravaggio, Easter Promises, right? There's The Dark Knight. Sometimes the titles are in Spanish because I've been carrying these movies for ages. And when I will go visit family in Mexico, movies are very cheap there. So for $2, I will get, a movie. So you see The Passion of Anna there, the Bergman in Spanish, upside down, La Pasión de Ana, right? The Dark Knight, El Caballero de la Noche, and so on.
You had mentioned earlier that when you rewatched one of the Christopher Nolan Batman, it came off as sort of
More conservative than I
Yeah.
thought. Yeah, The Dark Knight. Yeah, I just rewatched it because I taught it to my students. I have forgotten about the whole Palantir tendencies of Bruce Wayne spying on everybody in Gotham. Yeah. I mean, it's still amazing performances, and I love the Joker, Ledger's Joker, but yeah. Nolan's films, I think the first ones are the best ones. High Life is an amazing movie. My favorite director right now is Claire Denis, this French director.
Could you spell that?
Claire, Claire, and then Denis, Denis. She did White Material is one of the most famous ones, but she did this High Life with Robert Pattinson. And I say often that it is the best response that I've seen to Stanley Kubrick's Space Odyssey. It's an amazing. It's my favorite outer space film, and if people like Kubrick's Space Odyssey, they should watch High Life because it really brings something to that discussion. La Haine is a very famous French movie, a fantastic movie. As I mentioned, I'm very much into Lars von Trier, so you have Melancholia there. I Am Cyborg, I've never been able to watch it because it's a different region, so I need to find to get another DVD player with no regions. Arrival, we were talking about that movie earlier. Salo being the 120 Days of Sodom version that Pasolini did, right? Head On, amazing German film. The Lure, amazing horror from Poland. I really recommend it. Effibrés, the film, as I mentioned, the novel that Beckett liked. Mulholland Drive, I'm a big Lynch fan, together with Blue Velvet. Those are Bellatars. That's the Satan Tango 7-hour movie, so it's 3 DVDs. In the Mood for Love, an amazing Wong Kar-wai, Blow Up. So a lot of classic European, I guess people would say classic European cinema. Yeah, but then you can find some surprises like Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I don't know when did I get that one.
Piano.
Yeah, the piano. Yeah, a fantastic one. I love John Wick, so I have all my John Wicks there. Hour of the Wolf, Bergman, World on a Wire, Fassbender, Dancing in the Dark. I just studied really well. Aliens, The Pillow Book, Peter Greenaway, Alien 3, Fargo. Let's see, Life
Quentin
of Brian.
Tarantino.
Yeah. Chunking. What is Quentin Tarantino presents Chunking Express.
Oh.
Yeah, which is a great Wong Kar-wai movie. Hannibal, I love the show. Los Highway. The Teen Drum that I told you about, Gunter Grass, that's the movie. It's in Spanish. El Tambor de Hojalata. On the Shin, Rashomon, Loaded Weapon, the most hilarious movie ever. Le Carabinier, so like a French kind of like action mafia kind of movie. Let's see. There you go. So now it's
There's Derrida.
yeah, exactly. So let's see, Medea, Pasolini, Night Watching by Greenaway is great. Stalker, a fantastic Tarkovsky. Two Inland Empires. I don't know why I have two copies, but there you go. Derrida, exactly the English version. I do have the French one too, the French documentary. Leviathan, very good. The American Friend, I love that movie. A series of Romer, the French director, the Six Moral Tales. That Mephisto movie is amazing. That people should watch now. Hiroshima Mon Amour that I told you about by Duras. There it is. Coffee and Cigarettes. Then The Jerk. Let's see. Yeah, that's pretty good. I think that we're going. And there's no order to this, so some things are lost. Shoah, the documentary, the famous like 6 hours documentary on the Holocaust. I show it once. Robocop, the Art Life by Lynch, Crash, Cronenberg. The Professional, very good. Rublev, more Tarkovsky, more Fargo, because I have many copies of Fargo. Dracula, the original one. Possession, an amazing film. Prometheus, a lot of my Bergman. So Winter Light, The Silence, and Through a Glass Darkly, and there's more. I think it's Kurosawa there. I think that's pretty much. Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah, Dreyer. So Gertrude Ordetz and Day of Wrath, Rear Window, Broken Flowers, and The Simpsons movie. Yeah, I think that was it. I think that Derrida. Oh yeah, that's my art books that I have not, as I mentioned, put them in order because they used to be above me, and then I got too many of the other books. But you see, like a big tattoo book, then a Michelangelo full works. I got that one in an antique store. Then these beautiful drawings by Rodin that I bought in Denmark. There's an art book that I don't even remember the artist. Dürer, a beautiful collection of Dürer. More like Artaud and Van Gogh. Artaud loved Van Gogh, identified with him. So the Suicide de la Société is the suicide of society. Artaud said that Van Gogh didn't kill himself, but that society killed him. And then above that, we got 2 volumes by Taschen on the history of sculpture. So they are fascinating reference books. There you go. Those my dad got for me on a Christmas. And then Cézanne and so on. Yeah. Again, like all of these are not in order. They are just these my art books that I need to. I'm debating what am I gonna do bookshelves wise. Here are a combination of art books with travel books and dictionaries. As you can tell, the Venice, because I went there with my wife. My Italian dictionary, Italian English, 2 Italian dictionaries, a book on witches that I got recently, Italiano Fácil, my attempt to learn Italian, a book on Caravaggio, Akira, one of the books for the anime, Balthus, the one that I told you about there, it's in blue. That is the full works of Balthus. So again, I have like maybe 3 or 4 full works of a painter. They tend to be really expensive because you want good quality. Then you see other like painters like Félicien Robes, some sometimes these big books like Ars Erotica and the red and kind of wine color are these cheaper illustrations of things. The Marcel Duchamp, that Étant donné, that book there that looks like bricks, that's the one that is in Philly, in the Modern Art Museum in Philly. You can see that book is just on that piece of art, because it's amazing. Underneath, you're gonna see the Man Ray writings on art. I actually bought it in Philly as well, and that's because Man Ray was a friend of Duchamp, and we saw a book earlier with Man Ray as an American French kind of expatriate. Yeah. So just art books galore. There you go. Now it's a little easier to see some of them. I apologize to everybody for the mess they are in, but yeah. So Lives of Caravaggio, I really like Caravaggio, so I buy books of him often. Alastair next to the Balthus there. There you go. Another drawer and illustrator was very interesting. Félicien Rops, a lot of illustrators from early 20th century, late 19th century that I'm interested in. I really like some Japanese tattoos, Japanese fantasy kind of like painters. More Chile, even though I have a complete Chile, I have more books of Chile. Another of Medardo Rosso. There you go. There next to it. And the Duchamp that I was telling you, the Étant donné. Anybody in Philadelphia or around should go and see Étant donné. Sometimes they go because it's a room and they see a wall with a door. Sometimes they're like, oh, and they leave. And you have to approach and put your eyes in the holes. Otherwise, you don't see it. So it's very fun. Sometimes to just go see people miss the whole work of art because it looks confusing. Piero della Francesca, Luciano Fontana. Yeah, those are pretty much some of my main art books. And then that's just like my table. Like I could have cleaned up, but I was like, no, I'm just gonna be honest and show everybody. You see, like some of my bands for the gym, but it's how it is because the articles and my keys and the bodies in suspense for a Lynch thing, and then books that I'm reading for some like the Mambé Politique de l'Inimitié or Necropolitics. I'm reading for a class. The United Nations for this text that I'm writing on or more present on the international organizations on Trump. The cast. Yeah, that's pretty much me. My headphones. There's a XIXe book underneath the Kaft book. There's the Peter Thiel book there next to my magnifying glass. To the other side, you can see just the corner of it. There it is, like underneath Les Lumières Sombres, that white book. That is The Contrarian, right? To your right. That's a XIXe book, the one that you're pointing
Oh,
at.
yeah.
That's it. Yeah. So Arnaud Miranda, that's the Dark Enlightenment, the French book that I told you about.
État uni.
Yeah, États-Unis, Curtis Jarvin, Nick Land. You see the names there popping up, Donald Trump, right? Just came out this book, as I said, a couple of months ago. And underneath is the book of The Contrarian on Thiel, because that's what I've been
Oh,
working.
yeah. Yep.
Yep. There's an Umberto Eco book there as well. The Alina's book. Yeah, that's pretty much The Kingdom of Surfaces, because I'm writing on surfaces again. So somebody recommended that to me. And yeah, journals and so on. My keys, because Mosaic is a journal that I have published in. They're very, very, very great journals on interdisciplinary studies. And so that's the main table, and that's my desk. I've been reading Musil der Mann ohne Eigenschaften, because my thing was like, I will, and that's the patch, the man without qualities that I got online, because I was like, I will feel that I know German enough when I read the biggest modernist novel that I can, and that's the biggest modernist novel. And I was so close to finishing it. I was 300 pages to finish it because it's 2000, and then the semester hit and work hit, and now it's laying there, and I cannot go back to it. And then I had to go back to politics, so ergo Hobbes and the Leviathan came back to my life. And that's another view of my desk before I cleanse.
What's this one about?
Oh, Caroline Biltoft. So she's an amazing scholar from Geneva. She's American. That's about the League of Nations. So that was she's the one that, one of the organizers of this conference I'm going on to present on international organizations and Trump in Geneva. So that's her book on the League of Nations, and it's amazing, and everybody should get it. So there's another book on the UN there. You see underneath the magnifying glass. Exactly, you see that one there. Underneath that, there's a book on Lynch, on the paintings of Lynch. That big chunk book there. The red on your left, you see Satan Tango, right? The one I was talking to you about also, Krasnahorkai. Then you see my sad book, another copy, Vampiric Forensics, because I was teaching a class on vampires and monsters. Yeah,
What's the
Yeah.
title of the one under the magnifying glass?
it's oh god, I don't wanna give me. It's here. I don't wanna. I can paraphrase it, but I want to tell you the right title since I have it here. I'll show it to you too. Here it is. Is the United Nations as Leviathan? There you go. United Nations
Oh,
as
wow.
Leviathan.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What's the subtitle?
The subtitle is Global Governance in the Post-American World.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it was written by Roland Rich, who is he used to be an Australian ambassador and the head of the United Nations Democracy Fund in the UN. And he now is director of the Master of Arts program in the United Nations and Global Policy Studies at Rutgers University. But yeah, it's part of my research, and I've been writing on that these last couple of days. It's fascinating to think about, international politics, but now we have to. That is my cabinet of curiosities, as you will call them back in the 19th century. It has many trip things that I have brought from. So the kind of bell that you see there on the left, I brought it from France. That thing exactly. In front of it, there's like a little Roman replica of a toy that they found in a Roman, I think, tomb at some point. Next to it, there's like a half of a soldier that we found in the house, outside of the house. Again, this is a 1909 house. So it's like a lead soldier that a guy with a metal detector found. Then there's a skull that a friend gave me, and next to it is the Berserker from that very famous chess piece set in Edinburgh, in Edinburgh in Scotland. Just went and got that thing. African figurine that my brother had. My brother went to Africa many times. So yeah, that kind of happy, big, yeah, exactly. That thing is from one of his trips to Africa. Then I got that fish at the Natural Museum in Cambridge when I was there last year. And then a fake skull that I got to do a still nature. I wanted to do, so I bought it and then I painted it. Yeah, so that's kind of the main thing. I think that's it for that level. Then you have this Greek phallic dude with a leg, very excited. And then a Gombi, because I remember Gombi growing up and I love him, and I found it the other day. And that book there, my brother got it also in a trip. I think it was to Tibet. He said that book was 1,000 years old. I don't know. But it does seem insanely old, and I opened it once or twice, and I'm afraid that I have hurt it, so I don't open it anymore. But it does look like a very, very ancient book. And then other things that I got, like that little bottle, I don't know how to call it, jar. I bought it in Cambridge at an antique store, 19th century. I like kind of the night watch there. And then my sister-in-law gets me skulls because she knows I love skulls. So I have these skulls of animals.
What do you like about them?
Oh my God. I don't know. I think it's just a little ghost kid in me that still just is attracted by skulls. But it's also like you cannot have animals. You can have your pets, but you cannot have crazy animals around you. But you can have like these figures of what they are and what they eat, and like all the many pictures you guys have seen how I have many horse skulls, and that's because a friend of mine who doesn't come anymore to the gym, but he had cattle around here, and one day he's a farmer. He asked me if I wanted to go and check his cattle with him, and I was like, sure. And I asked if I was like, if you ever have a skull of a cat, it would be cool to have one. And he's like, no, but I have a bunch of horses. So he's like, come with me. And I came, and he started giving me so many that I was like, I don't know what to do with them. So what I did was that I painted them different colors, and that's why you guys have seen them. But yeah, these small ones, like my sister-in-law is now like a tradition that she gives them to me. There's one that in one of the pictures that you guys saw of the whole office, I just got from a deer that I also painted. But yeah, and then little things like figurines that I find in antique stores, a bat there in resin. Yeah, me taking the picture. Um, let's see, I think. Yeah, they're like one of those Russian dolls, but with the presidents, right? So I guess this one came out when Putin was already in power. So you have Perestroika, right? You guys are old as me and remember Gorbachev, right? And the Perestroika, there he is. Let's see, some of the Stalin is there barely in the back. You can see it in green, little guy. And then I forget the name of the guy shortly before Gorbachev, but he's there too. And then yeah, some of the cups and stuff that I like also ceramics, so I get sometimes some cups and stuff. And yeah, exactly. And then we went to Alabama to the beach, and I was like, I'm taking a souvenir. So I got this little crocodile. It's very nice, nicely done. And then like a little I think it's Chinese guy on the left, and then like a totem figure above. Those are bottles that I bought too. That totem figure, I think it's supposed to be like a penis. My brother had it, and I inherited it, and it's fun. Um, yeah, and there's some ceramics that I buy and so on. That's from a book of hours. From when I bought it, I think they said it was like 12th or 13th century. I asked my medievalist friends if it was ethical to buy the pages to a book of hours, and they were like, "Sure, it's fine." So I got the green light to do it. So yeah, I have that framed here, right behind me. Move back to the Derrida thing. That's from a supposed in Cunabula, I think it's pronounced. The books that were just done just before the print, Gutenberg print got out. That looks to print like, I think they ripped me off. That looks like a print, but it does look old. It's about the book of Job. It's in French. I love the drawing, and at the bottom, I think you can see that it has a little drawing. I hope it's not on the back. No, it is. There is the beautiful doodle that looks not print, looks by hand. So I just love these things because, seeing something that was written by a hand centuries and centuries ago in a moment of boredom is amazing. It's just so great. So yeah, I love having things like that, and I run out of space because I have so many. There you go, another of my walls has the mirror with an Alibaba 19th century kind of like, or almost 20th century Art Nouveau, Art Deco. Then postcards that I get at museums. Those all come from a trip I did to Germany. Caving, so one of the postcards are caving. The other ones are from Zurich, the Modern Art Museum. You have Boyce there, Richter. That one on the left below, that's a drawing that a friend of mine, an artist, Agustin, did of me when I published the novel in Mexico in 2016. We went to a cantina to have some drinks, and we were drinking, and he just made the drawing, and they gave it to me. And he's like, "This cost a lot of money because he's a big artist." And I was like, "Thank you," and I just framed it. I used to have bigger glasses back in the day, and then sometimes that's just a cheap print of Bacon, and I just framed it. And I love Francis Bacon, so there you go. I'm surrounded by things like that. That is a painting I did. I think that is the last painting I did. I'm not a great painter, but sometimes I do find it therapeutic. This is from a photograph that came out after the Uvalde killing of those kids. I saw this picture of this little girl, like rescued. This is when they got rescued at the end, and it just like crushed my heart. And I was like, I'm gonna paint it. So I did this one, and shortly before that, I had done one that it's in my office, and I didn't take a picture of it. It's in my other office, but it's of a building in Ukraine that got bombed. And what struck me, it was from a video, and I just paused it and made it into a painting. But what struck me is that they whatever hit it kind of took a chunk of the building, so the building is still kind of standing up, and there's a hole, and you see like a woman coming out of the hole, just kind of with the what the hell happened. So it's a beautiful image, and I don't know, what's one of my ways to process history is to kind of paint it. So yeah, that's the last one I've done. I haven't painted back. I want to go back to painting soonish, but yeah, this one I really liked. Even though it needs work, but I like the eyes of the girl. Yeah, that's pretty much. It looks really really well with that picture and the screen. And if you guys find the picture, or if somebody's interested, I could find you the original picture. It's very different. I obviously exaggerated a lot of things, but it is indeed. It's striking that she does have blood on her. It's not hers, she said, but it was just escaping of that horrible situation. And you see it in her hands, too. Like she does have that kind of. I don't remember. Maybe she covered herself and tried to pretend being dead. But it struck me to have this. I don't know how old she would have been at that moment, and because I like in painting, like, you can use as much as you want. I like that freedom, so I really exaggerated there, obviously, with plasters. And if you came to see it, you will see that it's very textural. Or textural. Sorry, you can see like the blobs of painting there. Yeah. The kid there next to, he was just looking at the window, kind of reminding me of what it was to be in those school buses, and but you never were there, or hopefully none of us were there after having experienced something like that. So yeah, that's just my my way of living in America and try to go through things. Yeah. And that's a portrait I did of my wife before we started dating. And by the moment I finished it, we were already dating. I was taking so many pictures of her. Sadly, the picture doesn't give it justice. But she picked that one where she was closing her eyes. She wasn't asleep. It was just a moment that she closed her eyes for a second. And then, yeah, I decided and did that one. Then I was inspired by a painting by a French painter, Redon, or Didon Redon, I think is his name. Of also a woman like sleeping. So yeah, I'm not great, but I have fun. And that's and oil is so much fun because it does these crazy things. Like the chin there with the hair, that effect. I don't know how it happened, but I love it. It's very very strange. Yeah, like it almost looks. Yeah, that part there. That exactly. You're getting in it. I don't know what it does, but I just love it. Just something about.
How
that
did you take classes or?
No, I always drew. I mostly black and white. Honestly, what made me two things gave me the courage to do this. One, I just live in museums. I just go to museums as much as I can. When I travel, in particular, it drives my wife insane because I'll go there when they open and I don't come out until they leave, until they're closed. And sometimes you have to go back the next day. So I always study the paintings. I really study to see how they're doing it, what kind of brushwork they're doing. Like, I just wonder. And the other thing that helped me is Bob Ross. I just watched Bob Ross as a kid, and I was like, oh, that makes sense. You can just put the colors on the thing before you put it here and create an effect.
You just have a
yeah.
great ability to capture depth and shadow and
Oh,
kind of
thank you.
the three-dimensional. I mean, you're talking about topology earlier and surfaces, and I don't know. You really,
Oh, thank you.
this is amazing.
Thank you. I just try my best and like, yeah, I have fun. you just go and put as much as you can and just try. And yeah, I think it's one of the good things also about getting older, because at some point you don't care. I was, when I was very young, I thought about going to art school. But my two best friends were so much better at it that I was like, I'm just gonna do literature. It sounds easier, and that's where I end up. But yeah, I still like it, and thank you. It is. It's just try your best. That's the best portrait I've done of me myself. Um, uh, when I had dyed my hair white, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna do a portrait of myself. It's not only because I'm narcissistic like many people, but also because it's easier to ruin my face than to ruin my wife's face. So I feel better to just do myself a couple of times. But yeah, that one I did recently. I tried to make it more realistic. I don't know if I succeeded, but I tried to pay attention to the eyes. And if you see later, the first portrait that I did of myself is rather more, I don't care. This one I was really trying to be a little more caring. Even the eyes are a little bit more like, getting the gray and the green and the yellow, and yeah, and the glasses, and that's why there's a lot of white spots, because I didn't even dare to put more painting. Uh, eh, and it was just more meticulous in the lines and so on. While if you look at later, the next one, I believe, which is the first one I did, that one you're gonna see just plasters and kind of fixing it on the spots, right? Like this one is more trying to plan ahead and trying um to be kind of, yeah, that one was the first one I did, and it was like just going for it. And many times I have many pictures of how it was going right and then it went wrong again. Like you can see the ear was completely a mess, and at some point I was like, I'm just gonna embrace it. It's fine. It looks like somebody hit me on the ear. And this one is actually, if you guys go and watch Tandone, the painting that I told you in Philadelphia, it's a woman in a landscape, and that one is supposed to be in the back behind me. So the back, you see the landscape, and that whiteness on my neck, on my chin, is supposed to be part of the body of the woman. Uh, but yeah, that was my 2020. Um, I did it just after a trip to Philly, uh, and I was just like, and you can tell I worked that face many times, and I was not caring, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep going. Um, I can tell you the mistakes because I see them now very clearly. Uh, uh, Especially when I look at the photo from where I took the reference. But I don't care. It's fun. I like it, and I think everybody should try it. Um, Oils are not as expensive as they used to be, so why not? It's fun. And it's a very reflective activity to kind of um, do that. Like I like the in the eye there, kind of the lid, the eyelid of that big eye. I don't know how I did, like, yeah, like I just grabbed the colors from the plate and I was like, this looks right. And I like how that gave like a effect, right? Um, but yeah, it's just fun. It's just fun, and um, especially when you don't have the pressure. Like I don't work. Like this is for me. Like I'm never selling anything. It's just to have fun. And yeah, and it's kind of taking a picture of yourself in time and seeing how it changes. That's before my I had a not a big accident, but I was deadlifting and my bicep went upstairs. So that was before that. So I had a bigger bicep back then. So it's just fun. Um, but yeah, I think that's my office with my masks in my office on campus. You see a Rembrandt there as well. Baudelaire there, also above the the mask there. Masks that I bought antique stores. People have brought for me from trips. I have brought. That's what Baudelaire exactly. And the poet we talk so much about. Next to a mask that a friend brought me from Hong Kong. Before Hong Kong had gone through what they've been going through these days. With China. Um, that one, we'll see another version of that beautiful like false mask I brought from Venice recently a couple of years ago. um but that one I found in antique stores. I remember like where I got most of them. Most of them were usually from antique stores, but also online. The Japanese, I didn't get in Japan. I bought it online after I came to Japan. The Greek one there, that one I bought in the museum. It's a replica, so it's like $50, not super expensive. But traveling with masks is the real like pain in the butt. That Mexican angel I bought in, I think Texas. We're in Dallas. Yeah. The two African ones to the left I bought in Germany. I found it in a flea market in Germany. So yeah, I just brought them, right? Like you wonder about how did they end up there, right? Like, and then they traveled to Arkansas, which is the wildest thing. Uh, yeah, and very, very, very beautiful. Most
Are
of
you
them.
from Arkansas? Or I forget if you said that. Like, what's the connection with Arkansas?
That's where I live. This is where I am. I'm in Arkansas. That's
But is there a particular reason why you're in Arkansas?
my job. That's what brought me here. But then I met my wife. My
Hmm.
wife is from here. So
Oh.
yeah. So I made my life here in Arkansas for that. Yeah. So I've been here 10 years. That's why. That one, that one, my friend Eric, the yellow one, brought from the Melville scholar he brought from Africa, the trip he went to. He brought it for me. The next one is a Greek one that I bought online. I think the next one, the white one, that one is funny. I found it in the antique store. That one I bought online from Venice. They did send it from Venice. I was gonna go to a Halloween party and I bought it. And when it came in, I was like, this is too nice to take to any place. So I just kept it and has been one of my. It's not the first mask I bought, but one of the first ones. We'll see the first one in a second. Those two, that one and the one above the other one, are a pair, as you can tell. I got in an antique store. I really like the one with teeth below. I don't remember where I got that one. I think it was an antique store, but I really like the teeth being this white material. Yeah. And then there's the Venice one that I got most recent trip to Venice, and they explained to us how they made it. And obviously, it's smaller than a real face, but I've never seen this kind of. And I love folds. And Deleuze has a book on folds, so I was just in love with it and very worried that it will make it with all these folds, and it did. It's leather, and it's very, very, very nice. Yeah, that little guy, a friend of mine, I was like, bring me a mask. He wasn't very happy about it, but he did. And that other little guy I brought from Venice too, the Cyclops. There's a Japanese one there, metal, that is heavy, and I like it. And that one is the first mask I got, the one that you are going into the center. Yep. Yeah. That's from Mexico. I got it at the airport. Yeah. And I carried it through grad school. Yeah, the wood, the one on the right, I got on the antique store, and the small one I bought online, and I was hoping it was bigger. It was that size, and that's okay. It's really nice. I like it next to. That's my office, so they're hanging above me, and my students get scared. That one I found in a gas station antique store in Arkansas. And there's a bunch of them, and apparently somebody was collecting them, and you can see from the holes, like they were used for rituals. Like that's, it looks funny, but that's very legit. And they didn't know what they had, so that cost me $50, but they had other ones, and I meant to go back, but some of them had mold. So yeah, I don't know. That's my idea from Cambridge from last year. Yeah, and the Aida. That's like my office on my mirror pig that I found someplace. Yeah, that's what my students see when they enter, and they're like, "Who's this guy?" And I'm like, "I'm the French professor." Yeah, that one's supposed to also be good against mosquitoes. They said, "We'll see." Mosquitoes love me. Let's see. There's another close up of that one. The close up of those. You asked me for close ups, so I have those. Yeah, that one is really fun. I really don't know. I don't know what. I hope it's not like um some kind of animal product, the teeth, but yeah, I really like that one. The problem with buying them sometimes from like on antique stores and so on is that there's no history behind it. You know nothing. Besides, it's there. It's there and it costs this. The other ones I can tell, like that one I can tell, and he travel and it was a good trip and so on. So you have a history of them. Yeah, I think that's it. Those two, so those I inherited from my brother when he passed, and that one, I love it since my brother had it, I loved it. And when he passed, I had a friend coming to my wedding, and I was like, "Could you bring them for me?" And he's like, "Yes." So he brought the one underneath that one and this one together. But when he arrived, he's like, "I have bad news for you." And he had this plastic bag, and he's like, "I'm sorry, your mask is gone." And I was like, "No, it's not." He's like, "Yeah." So he gave it to me. He's like, "There's no putting this back together." And I was like, "Oh, I love a challenge." So I got some glue, and I was like, I'm gonna put this thing back together. And I'm not an expert, but I think I did a pretty good job because that's clay, and that wasn't easy. And you can tell that the glue is still there, but I kind of like it. And it's above my desk. It's there in front of me here. So yeah, those two I inherited from my brother Michel, and I love them. Like they're so cool. Uh, that one is amazing, like the circles. And I know he brought them the one above from Mesoamerica and that one from Africa. That I know. And they are also above my favorite art pieces, which are the by my friend Omar, my best friend. Sorry, I made you that goes too fast because they're in disorder. But I can go back to that later.
Which one?
The paintings underneath the masks.
Yeah, I
Good.
think
Yeah,
I was
that one.
looking for there's a better photo though of
Yeah, we can go back to that later. Right? Here you go. So that's the two of them, right? So it's a series of two. They are called Fire or Incendio, and it's the first piece that I actually bought from my friend when I had some money. I was like, okay, I'm actually gonna buy because he's an artist. So I was like, I'll buy this for you. And I love. I'm looking now at the picture that I sent you and the screen. And I'm looking at it, refreshing my eyes, and the colors change completely. Right? It's having art and seeing how art changes with light and the types of lights, right? Uh, and during the day, that's the beauty of having these pieces. That during the day you can see them morph and change, and depending on the light you have here and so on. So, yeah, so those are my two most precious uh, paintings for sure. Underneath the masks, in the center of my desk. So when I move, if I move, or if we move, that's the things I'm taking first, together with my books and so on. And then I saw that you have yeah, that one I bought from an artist around here. It's called Bully. I really like it. It's amazing. It's huge. I had to there's cables and things behind it so that it won't fall. But I just love it. It's just the colors and the texture and the writing. Yeah, and he's such a funny guy. This he's a professor of ceramics at a university in Missouri. I saw it on Instagram, and I was like, I want one of these. And he was like, oh, people they say they're interested, but they never pay. And I was like, how much is it? He's like 300. I was like, I'll do it. So I think at the end of the day, it's money for sure, but it's art, and I love art, and I want people to be able to do it. It says their devil will tear us that music something something. It's fun to see it like this because I usually just see it in my it's in the gallery in my other room there.
tear that music up.
Yeah. I think you're right. I'll share the link when you post this to the artist and be like, hey, I'm giving you a shout out. Sorry. Yeah, you can see even the depth there because it's so big that it gets out of focus because of the bottom there. Yeah, it's fantastic. I don't know how I'm gonna transport these things when I move. If I move ever, I get worried.
Can't move.
Yeah, exactly. I'm stuck here. That's from one of my colleagues, Dustin Burke, across the field. That one is funny too because one day he was selling his art. He does mostly abstract stuff, and he was selling some on Instagram. And I bought another one from him that I have in my other office. I didn't take a picture of it, But by accident, he gave me that one too. So it was just like within like he just put them together by accident, and I was like, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't, I got one by accident. I'll give it to you back. And he's like, no, you can keep it. So I was like, oh, great. So I really like them. Yeah, other of his stuff doesn't talk to me that much. I respect it, but doesn't talk to me. But this one and the other one that I have that sadly I didn't take a picture of, they remind me more of Lynch and this kind of darkness. So I really like it. Hard to take a picture because they're framed. That's my Giacometti that I in my dream say is real, but I'm not sure. Probably not. I studied and researched and tried to find if it exists as another copy, and they're very similar copies of like by Giacometti that are like legit Giacomettis. There are fake Giacomettis that you in 3 seconds say like this is a fake Giacometti. This one I think is a little trickier. When I bought it, they sold it to me as a Giacometti, but it cost $300, which is ridiculous because it would not cost that. It would cost 300,000. But anyway, so I've come to the peaceful conclusion that it's a fake Giacometti, but it's very close to a real Giacometti, and I like it. And I like it. It's a very other pictures you see of it. It's a very pretty. That one I really like that one. That one makes it look like a real Giacometti. That's also on top of my pool table, so it's very nice. So yeah, that's the room where the gigantic head, the bully head, is right behind it, actually. But yeah, Giacometti did many standing women. That's the title, and you see the signature there, which they faked also. But I think in a lot of the pictures we're gonna be able to see it better. It's right there to the right. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I think it's a nice fake. I think I've seen some bad fakes. I think this is a nice fake. There we go. And I just started it. I look at I Googled the real Giacometti, and I was like, well, it's kind of close. But I'm not a expert in signature, so I cannot tell you. But I really like it. I bought it for myself as a birthday present, I think. So that's where I think it's fake because it should be thinner, but it's okay. It's okay. I like it mostly frontal. But yeah, it's not my most expensive work of art, but it doesn't matter. It's just very pretty. Yeah, I had many pictures because I was trying to find ways of authentify it, and I don't know yet. That's a cheap Coons dog. You can buy them for $50 at any museum, but they're enjoyable. I like it. It's very colorful, right? Made out of metal, even though it looks like it's a balloon, right? So, as my wife says, it makes you happy. So that's all that matters. And I like my dog. Reflects that. You can see me even reflected in the screen taking pictures of it. So I like it. It's a pretty one. There you go. It's kind of wild. And I think I've seen the big one because the original one is huge. I think in Los Angeles I saw one of them. That's another German artist that did an exhibit. It's based on a drawing by Dürer of a hare, but this German artist did like this is plastic, so he did I think hundreds of them and put them on the ground in some places in Germany. And I actually bought one for a friend. It was his Christmas gift, and by accident I bought two, so I kept one. I was like, okay, one for me, one for you. There you go. That's the fire, incendio. That's the Gerastitus Carmel that I told you that Derrida writes about. It's that one is more expensive because it's a real print. Obviously, it's not a one drawing; it's a print. But I think he was involved in the process. So this is not the artist actually had to do with it. So it wasn't that expensive. I don't have that much money, but it was it's a real piece of art, like authenticated by the artist and so on. He's still alive. Yeah, but a close up of some of the shenanigans that I have in my bookshelves. I think that's gonna be pretty much it. Because I think the Nietzsche again with in a red light, which I really like. And then I think that's gonna be my Aphex Twin limited edition bear, part of my art collection, I call it, because it was a limited edition and I barely got it. So yeah, just make fun. I'm a 1990s culture guy. And you asked me to do some of the skulls, and that's a gross. In the back there's a engraving, a copy of an engraving of the German artist Gross. I like it because it's just a guy that death grabbed in the middle of the road. To the right, like, sorry, there you go, that way. So you can get these prints for cheaper. I think it cost me like $40. But yeah, I just like the style, the German expressionist style. And then some postcards from other paintings that I like, that I found at museums. Yeah, because I'm surrounded by art all day long. I love it.
Who is this?
I think that's a cardinal. That one is in London. I got that postcard in London. Yeah.
And
The
this
one
is
in the
a horse.
that is a horse that I painted like bubblegum pink. It's right there, like next to me right now. It's amazing. It was also, to be honest, a very easy way to clean them, because the paint just like got all the dirt inside, and now they are very clean. I didn't have to wash them. I just like took some of the dust and then and they're gigantic too. It kind of reminds you how big horses are. And some of them you see how old they are too. So that's like, at some point I had them all on display. The ones that were more broken, but then I lost the space and I was just like, here they are. So you can see those are a little more older and more destroyed. That's a cow too, actually. That's not a horse. Or maybe it's a horse. Maybe it's no, that's the cow. Sorry, that's a horse. That's the cow. And then there's one there that is not painted, or at least like the jaw of one to the right. Yeah, there's a black one, and then there's a jaw one. And I gave one away at some point. Somebody asked me, and I was like, sure, here you go. That one I like. That one is right there at the bookshelf. Just a white one, a very pretty one. Yeah, just it's a nice Arkansas detail too. In front of that thing from Berlin, right? You can see their frame.
So there it is in the corner.
Exactly. Yeah.
And maybe you could talk about your chair a little bit.
Oh, I got that one. I think I bought it in Russellville in Arkansas. This fantastic antique store that had just crazy furniture. And I saw that chair and I was like, oh my God, like that's my chair. Like that is definitely, I love furniture that has legs with like paws. You cannot see it in that picture, but it has paws like this. My pool table has paws as well. I just love it. And yeah, I asked a friend and she helped me bring it. And I just put that this thing that keeps falling down that I'm going to take off. It's kind of annoying. And my Teletubbies, and yeah, that's my chair. It fits perfectly there, and that's where I sit to read. Sometimes my wife sits there while I sit on my desk. And
And what about this guy?
so it's a Krampus. It's a Krampus that
What is that?
It's like, like how in German folklore, in Christmas, there's not only like Santa Claus that comes and brings gifts to the good children, but there's also Krampus, which is this demon that comes and takes the children away, because that's how Germans do things. So this is a Krampus, right?
Wow.
It has become, it has a tongue. And my wife at the beginning hated it, but now she has embraced it. But it's always falling from my chair, so I have to take it off. Like right now, I did. But yeah, it's just like part of my goofy character around my serious.
And what about the red curtains?
So, if you people who are very into David Lynch, there you go. So if you see the floor too, in a second, in another of the pictures, you can see the carpet that I have is based on kind of David Lynch's Twin Peaks. That's my cat. There you go. You can see there at the bottom, right? So my wife never got it until she watched Twin Peaks with me, and she was like, "Oh, this is where you got that influence," because the floor is like that, and there's red curtains everywhere. And then when I put them up, and then because I get good light, and the light goes exactly like that through the curtains, it creates this red glare, and it just gives me peace. This is what I like to be. Like in the morning, I come and sit down when I don't teach, because when I teach, I have to leave. But when I don't teach, I come sit down, light some incense, and read. Surrounded by these like Milton or these like Art Deco lamps, right?
What's this? A
That's
fig-
Milton. That's John Milton. Yeah. That's the Milton.
Wow.
Next to a candle of a raven that my wife got me, with other shenanigans that I find, like an incendiary, pictures of my family, my wife, my friends, my dad, and then the stuff like books. You still see there the Musil, uh, pens, postcards that people send me. You see there, if you go above on that same axis, yeah, you see Freud's or Michelangelo's Moses on the right. Yeah, so that's a Klosowski painting that you're pointing. Above that one, there's a Michelangelo's Moses. Freud had a reproduction like that. He was in love with Michelangelo's Moses, which is in Rome. So I have it too as inspiration, with an Arlequin. And then, yeah, just special things that I have.
I'm
Then
kind of
the-
surprised you didn't get into Jung or like the Red Book.
Jung, I think he was like, I didn't get to read him that much, but he, like, I don't know. I think Freud just attracted me more. I think Jung was a little too kind of mythological for me. I think Freud was a little more like literary. You have that's Durkheim's Melancholia. You cannot see it really well, but above that one, that's a Duchamp. That's Melancholia. Yeah, it's very, very bad from that distance. And above that, there's the engraving of Derrida that a friend on Twitter has a store that sells them. And above that, there's a postcard from Derrida's son, Pierre Alferi, that I got in Paris. So I have that and son there together. As two of my influences. Yeah, I like that kind of doing that kind of stuff. And then pictures of me and my wife and so, yeah. That's pretty much. I like my space a lot. I think if I ever move, it's gonna be very hard to reproduce this space somewhere
You've
else.
got your cat. You've got the perfect cat.
Yeah, one of them. We have two of them.
Oh, you have to.
Two black ones. That's the funny one. He's very hilarious. And then outside, which later tonight I'm gonna go and feed them. We have other outside cats, and I have a dog too, that you saw in another picture. We have a pug.
You know, it's kind of funny. For some reason, I thought you were in France, and I was like, this guy must be staying up till like 4 a.m. But it's actually early.
Yeah.
11 p.m. here, and it must be like what, 9 p.m. or 8 or 7? 10? Oh, it's 10. Okay, so we're actually close. Okay.
Yeah, it's funny that we did it right now because I'm leaving for France in a month, and I'm gonna be there for the summer. Yeah. So if we had done it later, well, we couldn't have because I wouldn't take my books. But yeah, I would be in France writing my books for the summer. Yeah. But people think that because I work at it's called Lyon College, but it's spelled like Lyon.
Yeah.
And I'm a French professor, so people tend to think that I'm in France, and fair. I wish.
The ladder really looked like something you would get in Europe. Like I don't know, that it looks like I feel like I've seen ladders like this in Europe, but
Yeah.
have I ever seen one here?
I see what you mean. Yeah, I can see that. I think it's made in China, but it is. I'm so happy I have it. Like
It looks like it looks like German engineering.
yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So,
Excellent.
any final thoughts, and do you want to tell people where they can find you and any projects? You know, even though we've mentioned them before, some people skip around and will come to the end. So, it would be useful for you to kind of restate and kind of bring everything together.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you so much. This was an amazing experience. I really, really liked it, and it was. One never has the opportunity to show off your books like that. If people want to find me, I'm usually on Twitter saying shenanigans, but I do promote real things there. events. I have conferences coming, and in general, I would say I think that I see what I do as what you do and what other people do all as related, and it's this collective effort to keep intellectual lives alive and to strengthen them. And so I'm always happy to collaborate with people and discuss with people, and I'm grateful when people are interested in anything that I might so ever be related to. So yeah, if people are interested in the theory I do, or in the philosophers and writers that I think about, they can contact me either through Twitter. It's just try to find James Martell, and I'm the only academic French professor with that name so far.
We'll put it all in the description. So
Excellent. Yeah, we can put my academia.edu, which shows my articles. And then if anybody wants a copy of my work, I know academic publications are very expensive, so I'm always happy to send you guys PDFs. And I think most academics, unless they are mean, we all are happy to share what we do. But we'll be happy to talk to people and to go and see more libraries. Looking forward to Alex's library when you got that one done. And there's other folks on Twitter for sure in the academic world that I think it'll be amazing to go and look at their libraries.
awesome. Okay. Well, thanks
Awesome.
again. And we
Thanks so much
look
to you.
forward to seeing what everyone says in the comments, any suggestions, any questions you may have. And we'll see you there. So
Awesome. Thank you,
soon.
Timothy.
Thank you.
See you.